Chapter 1. Empty Island Bika. This is a magic land. The clouds are flush with the sight, and the blue sky seems to be within reach. The footsteps are not dirt, but white clouds. The gentle wind blows on the face, bringing appropriate coolness. A strangely shaped coconut tree stands on a white, sandy beach. Several flat fish burst out of the white clouds and sprinkled with drops of water. As an anime lover, Ron just sorted out the status quo in just 3 minutes. He crossed. Here is One Piece World, an empty island. Then, it's a misunderstanding. Why should I be executed? Bastard. Da-da-da. In the not-so-prosperous town, a figure fled in front of him, followed by several soldiers with strangely dressed spears. Ron knocked over the street vendor, pushed the passers-by, and rushed forward with his head buried. Yeah, there are Qinghai people. Stop. Don't run. Come on. It's rewarding to catch him. For a while, the streets continued to exclaim, and chickens and dogs jumped, so lively. Ron was very helpless about the soldiers behind him who wanted to take himself to death. If you say crossing, just go through it. There are hundreds and thousands of traversers on the earth every day. The army of traversers has long occupied the multiverse. There is more one than one, unless one more. I can land directly from the air after crossing. Who can bear this? He is an ordinary person, with a head of 5 meters facing the ground, with his spine as the force. He will not die if he falls down, and he will also be disabled. The good news is that Ron did not die when he fell head to the ground. The bad news is he fell on a fat man wearing a gorgeous suit of guards who couldn't mess with it at first sight. The 90-foot-tall Ron smashed from a height of 5 meters, and under the acceleration of gravity, he came with the fat man to face Tian Lingai. After uttering Duong, Ron only felt dizzy, but the fat man made a silly laugh. Tong Tong fell to the ground, and the blood quickly stained the white clouds. Looking at the stunned guards around, Ron clasped his head and looked embarrassed. I said I didn't mean you to believe it. He killed Lord Cisco. Catch him. Catch Qinghai Assassin and divide by Yunfu Lu. Ron knew what the cloud floating flow was in the mouths of these empty islanders with white chicken wings. It was a unique method of death sentence on empty islands. He placed the prisoners on a small island cloud and let him in the sky floats. There is nothing to grab around. The foot is 10,000 meters high, cannot reach the shore, and finally only starvation and thirst. Similar to the sea torture used by coastal countries and pirates in the Middle Ages, exile prisoners to the sea. No, you listen to me explain. Are you really holding the grasp? I wanted to justify it. An arrow flying away from my ear made Ron understand that the truth was no longer understood, and it was done. A chase began, and Ron fled wildly with his powerful physique. Wukong Island is barren and sparsely populated. Soon it passes through the town and steps into the blank cloud area. Call out. A single arrow came, and the sound of the air was harsh, and Ron was frightened to keep the snakeskin in position. No more oxygen deficiency. Tired, Ron ran panting. His eyes began to dim, and every time he lifted his feet, it was like struggling to step into the quagmire. One Piece World, the naturally formed empty island, is at least at an altitude of 5,000 meters above sea level. The low oxygen concentration is horrifying. Ordinary people suddenly come to this altitude from a height around the sea level. Even if there is no altitude sickness, continuous running will cause symptoms such as hypoxia in the brain and breathing difficulties due to insufficient red blood cell oxygen transport capacity. If he hadn't been in Tibet for a long time, Everest had gone up once, and with his physical fitness there, Ron would have fallen down halfway. No, the shrine is ahead. Stop him. Can't let Qinghai people enter the shrine. Suddenly, the soldiers shouted behind him, awakening Ron in a semi-conscious state. He forced his eyes open and opened his eyes. At the end of the road ahead, an island cloud building like an altar over a shrine appeared in sight. Oh, what is that? Humans. Ron whispered through the small wall and noticed a figure sitting on the ground in the corner of the shrine, holding his hands on his knees and burying his head in the middle of his knees. And he is different from the empty islander who chased him behind. This person, like him, has no wings behind him. Finally seeing the same kind. Big brother, help! Ron yelled in surprise, scaring the man and raising his head in panic. He seemed to be asleep, a little dazed when he opened his eyes. I can't help but notice the empty islander behind him, who suddenly jumped up. No, not me. I didn't mean it. Seeing this look, Ron suddenly felt an ominous hunch in his heart. I wanted to draw trouble, but this person seemed to be a scam. And besides that, the other side is very good. Even if I exploded my head, it was a little different from the impression. For a second, the soldiers growled angrily behind him. I knew. It's you again. Get me out of the shrine. Free. Defile the shrine. Unforgivable. I can't spare him any more this time. Put him in the air. Ziz is easy. Ron braked on the heels of his heels, pulled out a trail of smoke, and stopped aggressively in front of the explosive head. Wait a minute. Are you a near? The age of the explosive head seems to be almost the same as its own, at most 1 or 2 years old. www.mtlnovel.com. The earlobe is long enough to pull it to the chest and look at the appearance. It is indeed the empty island god. AI appeared in the original book. No. But compared to the arrogant thunder god who is arrogant and desperate in the future, at this moment, Anilu shuddered and felt weak, and he was scared when he heard the soldiers want to treat him with clouds and clouds. Tears and snot were coming out. Not even Ron's question was clear. But at this moment, Ron didn't care about Aniru's impolite behavior. A light flashed in his eyes, and the corners of his mouth slowly opened. Here is Baika. Time seems to be a long time ago in the original story. AI Nilu has not obtained the thunderous fruit. In other words, snap. He grabbed AI Lu's long earlobe, and AI Lu could not help but let out a cry of pain, and Ron pulled him in front of him, looking at him with horror and doubt. Seeing this, Ron smiled slightly. Right? I ask you, do you know any strange fruits here? Fruit. Exhausted, but a beast-like expression appeared on Ron's face. Adrenaline was secreted quickly. His beating heart and lack of oxygen made him look red like a ghost. The nakedness of malice and greed was never seen in Anira's life. The snow-white teeth exuded Lingji's chill like a bone, and Ron pulled him closer, and the gas spray from his mouth hit directly on AI Lu's face. The broken alveoli were strongly pressed to fill the breath with smell. Soundsome shivered. That's right. With a spiral thunder mark, there will be touch inductance, fist-sized fruits when you approach. Have you ever seen it? Oh. The new book is on the road, selling adorable and rolling for collection. Originally, I wanted to drag on for a few more days, but the tree had disappeared for so long, so I was ashamed, so I chose to upload it as soon as I got off the plane. Chapter 2. Temples, Thunderous Fruits. With a spiral thunder pattern, when approaching, there will be touch inductance, fist-sized fruit, is the legendary thunder fruit. The demon fruit is a unique and magical product of the One Piece world. It is divided into 3 types: Superman, animal, and nature. The thunderous fruit is the devil fruit of nature, which means the thunder and lightning in the sky. And in Ron's mind, the thunderous fruit is the most perfect fruit in the world of One Piece. Not to mention speed. It can be teleported in the electromagnetic field. It is comparable to the sparkling fruit of the Admiral, the ape Porosalino. Although the latter is known as the speed of light, he must not be able to achieve the speed of light, which is a condition that the physical universe will never allow. Under the speed of light, the mass of an object will become infinite. If you move at the speed of light, regardless of other factors such as burning and abrasion, the impact of those who have the quality of sparkling fruit can easily destroy a continent or even break a planet. If the yellow ape is so strong, the pirates will still play a fart. World governments can pick it all. In terms of attack, the power of thunder is not weaker than any ability. In the face of horrible high temperature and flexible electromagnetic use, whether it is the shock fruit of the Whitebeard destroying the world, or the domineering of Shanks, the Eagle-Eye Slash, etc. That's it. Not to mention weaknesses, currents are affected by electronic transitions, and there are many ways on Earth that can interfere with it. However, in the One Piece world, except for those who have the rubber fruit ability, it can directly offset with the fruit ability. Ordinary rubber, the heat generated by lightning can easily burn it, not to mention weakness. At most, it is the same as the liquid on the rustling fruit, which allows people to rely on rubber to contact the thunder fruit's ability. In Ebihara's book, Ainolu, as a person with the ability to thunder, even if defeated by Luffy, is still regarded as a 500 million reward by Oda. It is also a strong among the strong in the New World. Annie lost a lot of fun, but was very aggrieved, so Ron had more than one fantasy before. If he could get the fruit of the thunder, How would he use it to defeat Luffy of the Fruit of the Thunder? He then came to the One Piece world and appeared cleverly on the empty island. Ron's first reaction was to find the legendary fruit. It was just an idea because it was impossible to judge the current time and place. However, after discovering AI Lu, this idea suddenly changed into an opportunity and turned into the purest greed. He wants to get this fruit. No excuse. No reason. Those who dare to stand in front of him are all enemies of life and death. Oh. AI Nilu was bullied in Baika. He was beaten up today and scolded him as a freak, a stranger, and had to flee to the Forbidden Shrine. But it's all bullying, not killing. Ron's naked malice is something he has never seen before. He feels that the man in front of him doesn't seem to be a human, but a beast chosen by others. Capture one prey, do not allow any creatures to approach, and protect the beasts. Squeak. A gurgling sound of water flowed, the nose smelled a smell, and Ron looked down. The color of the inside of AI Lu's trouser legs became darker. A little bit of liquid flowed down the trouser legs and dropped to the ground. The future thunder god AI Lu was scared to pee by Ron. Cut, useless waste. Frowning and frowning, Ron pressed his hands. His knuckles turned white and pulled Elder's earlobe. There was even bloodshot blood on the edge of the oracle, and the painful Ainalu struggled frantically. If this continues, his ears will be torn off by Ron. The human physique of the One Piece world is generally strong. Even the thin-skinned Eniru has the strength not to be weaker than Ron's hardened body, and struggles to make his arms sour. However, Ron was like an iron-cast statue. No matter how Eniru struggled, he held his hand firmly. He wrapped his earlobe around his hand to make Ailu closer to himself, and said face to face again, "I don't want to say the third time for the same sentence. Had you ever seen that fruit? An eye in the temple." Tears and snot sulky, Ailu covered her ears and screamed in pain. "I have seen the fruit you said. It is in the hands of idols. The temple at the crossing of Ai and I is the only house in this shrine. The empty island has no soil, no trees, no stones, and all buildings and roads are made of island clouds. To the side of the two people, there is an eaves house composed of island clouds and painted with unknown red paint. The walls are carved with weird murals. The people in the murals have huge wings and mouths like birds' beaks, flying in the sky. Is it in there?" Ron's eyes were filled with fierce light. He threw away Ainilu and rushed forward. He noticed his actions, and the soldiers outside the shrine were anxious. "No, he's going to the temple. Where's the servant? Call the servant. Master Servant is on tour. I will be back in the afternoon." The shrine is a sacred place for all Baika people. Its status is like Sandora's golden capital Sandora and Dragon-S sacred place, Maria Joa. The king would chop their heads. Only priests and servants can enter the house after bathing and dressing and worship the gods. Ignoring the crying Ainilu and the Swearing Air Island soldiers behind, Ron kicked the door with a knock and glanced at the layout, and his eyes couldn't open. Found it. In the temple of worship, a statue like a bird and a human is enshrined. The whole body is made of gold, with 3 heads and 6 arms, holding gold tines, beads, and gold boring. In front of the statue, there is a table covered with red cloth, with a golden hearth on each side, and the gold circle in the middle is decorated with offerings. But Ron's attention was not in such a huge amount of gold, but in the statue sitting cross-legged, naturally in the palm of his hand. A round sky-blue fruit is placed there, and the delicate spiral thunder pattern flashes electric light from time to time. The glorious operation room. Let the golden statue shine awesome, majestic. That fruit is the fruit of the devil he dreamed of. Howling thunder fruit. Oh, the power of nature, here I come. Ron jumped over excitedly, stepped on a tribute's table, and reached for it. At this moment, a sigh resounded in the empty temple. God blasphemer, come back. Huh? Oh. Contrary to the light sigh, a terrible sound boom appeared instantly and deafening. Ron's finger is only 3 centimeters away from the sound of the thunder, and he will soon be able to get it. He even feels the numbness brought by the current, but at this moment a powerful shock hits his waist and directly hits him. He vomited a pool of blood in midair. Ron flew out without resistance, crashed heavily against the wall, and fell for a second before he fell. The whole man curled up in pain and grabbed his head. This is a power he has never felt before. I used to fight with people, got a punch and kick, and it hurt at most one place. But this time his bones were creaking, making him stare round, cold sweat on his forehead, and drool and blood dripping from the corner of his mouth uncontrollably. The deities leave the deities, and while this fruit brings great power, it also brings irreparable calamity. He wore a gray robe, his brain was bright, and the old man with chicken wings walked out of the corner step by step. His expression was not sad or unhappy, not angered by Ron's offense, nor rejoiced that his attack works. The whole person is as calm as water, stable as old dog. He whispered, and the old man went to Ron, who was curled up on the ground, and raised his palms at Ron. In his palm, a scarlet shell was tied with a rope, and the impact just launched from it. This is one of Kurishima's specialties. It can absorb the impact of the outside into the shell and press the switch to launch it when needed. It is amazing. Judging from the fact that the soldiers outside did not dare to approach, the shrine has an extraordinary status. Being able to hold an impact shell in the shrine, the status of the old man is undoubted. Correspondingly, the impact shell he used must belong to the top of the top grade, and the impact power that can be emitted is more powerful than the ordinary impact shell. He was not directly killed by the impact, which is already proof that Ron's physique is different from ordinary people. You can come here, and the target points directly to that fruit, proving that you know exactly what it is, but it doesn't belong to you Qinghai people. So, okay. Ron sneered suddenly as the old man talked eloquently. The laughter was mad and joyful, giving the old man an ominous premonition. Gu Jing's face suddenly changed, and he frowned. Why are you laughing? I'm laughing at what you say. Old thing. Ron raised his head, blood on the corners of his mouth, and spit out a sputum. That fruit you just said? Is it this one? As he talked, he loosened his hands. A sky-blue fruit fell to the ground and rolled all the way to the old man's feet. The fruit had a distinct tooth mark, and blood was dripping from the flesh. Not good. Suddenly, the old man's pupils suddenly tightened, and he looked back. The statue was still sitting cross-legged, with a natural look. But the thunderous fruit in its palm has disappeared. Oh. Only 2.5 chapters. Put 2 chapters first, and then leave the code tonight for tomorrow. Tomorrow the big tree has been properly arranged. I can stand back to the house and count as my loss. Chapter 3, Shock and Thunder. He is just like never trusting the health of the Noxians, and likewise, don't trust your eyes blindly. From the beginning of the old man's sound, to the use of the impact shell to hit the impact, there is an interval of less than a second. But it was the interval of less than a second that gave Ron enough time to do small moves. He kicked his toes and exerted force. He was harder on the tribute table, and his power broke out. The person is floating and underfoot, but can't be seen from the side because of unpleasant acceleration. When the impact hit him, his palm was actually in front of the fruit of the thunder. Subsequently, the displacement caused by the impact caused him to fly out the sound of thunder and lightning, and with the influence of violent air currents, the ribbons in the temple were turbulent, and the sand was flying away. The old man did not find this. Then Ron fished the thunderbolt in his arms, and supported his body with his forehead and knees curled to the ground. In addition to being unable to move due to pain, he also protected the fragile thunderbolt in his arms. After all, the demon fruit can remain unrotted before it is eaten, but it is just an ordinary fruit. A slightly larger impact can crush it and lose its effectiveness. Alas, this is the past. Spit. This smells like. I will remember it for a lifetime. ZZ Karak. The sudden sense of crisis rising from the back of the grandmother frightened the old man and quickly turned back. However, the expected attack did not occur. He saw Ron standing up with his feet floating, his body shaking, and he was seriously injured. But at the same time, the sky-blue current flowed around him, making a crackling sound of cracking. The invisible air field rushed towards the face, and the tingling touch from that face made the old man look dignified. The ribbons in the entire temple move automatically without wind, violate physical rules, ignore gravity, and float in the direction of Ron. Just as worshippers meet their beliefs, they want to look at the holy face. I felt the thunderous power of the thunder in my body, and something that I had never owned made Ron a novelty. Is this the power of the devil's fruit? Really unique. ZZ. The idea flashed, and the current flashed between the index finger and thumb. Even if it was just a trivial thunderbolt, Ron smelled a stench. That is, the oxygen in the air is decomposed by the electric current, and the smell of ozone is emitted. I don't know how this power works for people. Ron raised his head as he spoke, his eyes indifferent, and confronted the old man. No, impossible. Do you know what you did? At this moment, the old man's expression is crazy, and the peace just now is no longer. As a member of the guardian secrets of all generations, Ron's behavior today will turn their efforts of generations into clouds and smokes, and negate the meaning of his existence. The more old I am, the more conservative I am, and the more determined I am. But when this will collapse, it brought about a complete collapse in spirit. What did you do? It's all about me. Ignoring the expression of the old man, Ron tilted his head, and there was a hint of playfulness in the corner of his mouth and bloodthirsty. He's so killing. There are moral laws on the earth and weapons that he can't fight, but in this world, well, you tell me. Damn. Seeing this, the old man raised his hand and pointed his palm against Ron, snarling in disgust. Go to. Buzz. Then tangible vitality is wrapped around the shell in the hands of the old man. The shock stored by the shock shell can be launched in several times. There are too many single launches, and the recoil is not weaker than the legendary platoon shell. He used only a little to deal with Ron before, and this time he wants to break out. Click. The strong cohesion caused dense cracks in the shells, and the air buzzed continuously. After this use, the shell was scrapped. But if Ron can be killed, the old man thinks everything is worth it. When the shock gathered to the extreme, the old man burst into a drink, pushed his palm, and pressed the switch. Shock shell max. Launch. The air seems to freeze for a second here. The next moment, the shock of terror shot out. The air column formed was several meters thick. On a straight line, the debris disappears instantly and becomes empty in the blink of an eye. The hard walls didn't block the impact for a minute and a second, and in a short time was penetrated through a large hole. Outside of the shrine, the empty island soldiers who had not yet disappeared were suddenly startled by the loud noise. The shock of death was chilling. I waited for them to turn around and saw the temple wall explode suddenly, the rolled smoke and dust covering the sky, as if Huanglong made the sun. This is shock shellfish. What is the Lord Master? Why use this kind of thing in the temple? The temple of God is sacred. Generally, the rest of the people are not allowed to enter it, let alone carrying a weapon or even a big killer like Shell. As a Qinghai native, Ron couldn't have the control weapon strictly guarded by Baika, so only priests could use shock shell. At this moment, a breath of shock caught their attention. Team. Captain, look at that. The middle-aged captain turned his head, stunned for a moment, and sat down with soft hands and feet. Then, that is also impacting Pekin? I saw a cylindrical channel extending hundreds of meters across the distant clouds, breaking through the clouds and appearing above the sky, clearly visible. Wherever it passes, all smoke disappears and is impacted into powder, forming an empty passage. A group of people breathed neatly and looked at the distance in horror, speechless for a long time. Such a powerful impact is an incredible thing even in their eyes. For a long time, someone hesitated to say, under this attack, that Qinghai man should be dead, and many more. Yes, the priest must be in order to deal with the attack launched by the criminal in Qinghai. Such a terrifying shock is not weaker than the legendary batting shell, and the Qinghai people must have broken their bones under the impact. Suddenly, they refocused on the temple and wanted to know the result. Zizi. After the dust, the crisp sound of electric current sounded, dimly reflecting the human form. What? Huh? With the earth-shattering screams, few green smoke drifted into the air, and the surging current was like a rainstorm pouring down from the sky, and the ground was broken with a single hit. Is this thunder? Exactly. What happened? The soldiers' breaths increased, and they stare in horror at the dim sky. The thunder from the sky didn't cover much, just shroud the shrine. Covering his ears, Ainalu fled hurriedly and ran directly in front of the soldiers, but the soldiers who shouted and killed him when he entered the shrine no longer care about him at this time. They all stunned and stared at the temple covered by thunder, losing their language ability. The cloudy sky, the strange thunder and lightning, and the screams of the priests were as terrifying as the end of the world. God, they must be angry. Run away. Thor is angry. He suddenly woke up, and the soldiers were terrified. In the past, Baika has worshipped Thor, and this situation is exactly the same as Thor's anger in the official's mouth. Chapter 4. Test. Is the fruit toxic? It was not clear what happened to Ron outside the temple. In the temple, he had only one hand left, stuck on the old man's neck, and the rest of his body disappeared. The restless thunder and lightning were generated after his body was broken, and he could not control the overflowing power from his body. But after a while, this vision disappeared. The current of current tangled and weaved, the thunder flashed, sketching Ron's appearance, and the thunder and lightning that spilled out returned to the body and reunited the adult. Except for one place, there is no trace of thunder in the rest. ZZ. What? The thunder turned into a thunderous arm, and a strong electric current erupted again. The old man opened his mouth, his body twitched uncontrollably, and his skin was scorching. As Ron's first tester of using power, he was able to persist for so long, and he is undoubtedly qualified. He rubbed the scum on his chin empty-handed, and Ron thought slowly. It's no wonder that the nature system was called invincible abilities in the early days. Their elementalization turned out to be passive skills. But they are also controlled by the ability person, and they can contact entities as they wish. In addition, after being broken up in a large area, if the ability to release is not controlled before repolymerization, it will also consume physical strength. After all, polymerization itself is a process of using fruit ability and consumes physical strength. Therefore, even if there is elementalization, it cannot be taken lightly. After getting the fruit of the thunder, Ron has time to avoid before the impact arrives. Even if he did not learn the trick of AI Nilu in electromagnetic field, the speed of the lightning itself cannot be underestimated. He just collects data for the future development of fruit ability to test the questions that have been curious before. Knowing oneself and knowing one another is the only way to survive. Ron, as a traverser, has achieved knowledge, but as a newcomer, he has not yet achieved knowledge. Let's sizzle. The current in his hand increased again, and the unconscious old man who spit on his mouth could only scream passively, without any resistance. In this regard, Ron has made new gains. Fruit strength is not only related to the degree of development, but also to the strength of the user's body. I just obtained the thunderous fruit, and the development level is about 0, so the power of thunder and lightning is only linked to the current strength of the body. At present, 50% of the force is not enough to kill this person. After all, this is a Superman who only used one hand after the impact of the scale. Ordinary people can only bear 10% of my power. Although the impact shell is not as good as the legendary platoon shell, the recoil is still very scary. This is why it is listed as a control weapon by Baika. At the same time that the lethality is huge, ordinary people use it once, and they must have broken bones and become disabled for life. The old man was able to use only one arm after the max launch, which is enough to see his strength. 10% power, Ron sighed. It looks like let alone dominate the world, and it is a long way to go to catch up with Ainalu in the original work. There are countless monsters in the One Piece world. The universally lethal power for the Earth people is just the standard of the Four Seas and even the East China Sea. The gap between the East China Sea and the top of the world is self-evident. Howling, lightly let go of his hand to release the old man who turned into coke. When the fingers were loose, the crispy body was roasted by a 10% thunderbolt and shattered into a dark dust. Max launch. I thought the little girl of Wakiyuan went the wrong way. With a disdainful skulking mouth, Ron patted the dust off his hands and raised his head to look out the door. Cut, run fast. After seeing such a weird thunder, the soldiers of Kong Kong Island suddenly believed that it was the thunder who was angry and threw away their weapons and fled. Now Ron vacated his hands and disappeared long ago. In this world, he was unfamiliar with life. Unless he wasted time to kill all the guards, the ghost knew who was who. As for why it is a waste of time. Woo-woo. I didn't eat for a day, and with a huge amount of exercise, the deep thunder and thunder echoed on the ruins. This is not from the thunderous fruit, but the stomach. Starving. I glanced around the temple, and the purple fruit the size of the thumb on the table looked tender and delicious. Ron, who was empty in the belly, didn't care what it was. He took the gold plate and poured it into his mouth. 2352, stuffed a bunch of fruit into the stomach, sat full, and Ron sighed comfortably, thinking about the next schedule. Eat and drink. What's next? Do you stay in the empty island when you are alone? With the invincible power of the thunderbolt, imitate Ailu to rule Baika and even the entire empty island? This idea is too naive to fit Ron's character. As a madman who constantly challenged himself, waiting for dead people to wait or something, Ron couldn't accept it, right? Go to Qinghai. Ron's eyes lighted up. The empty island was just a corner of the one-piece world that couldn't be smaller. The entire big kingdom of Baika was not as large as some second-tier cities on the planet. Only the vast Qinghai, the magnificent era of the pirates, which are contested by thousands of sails, can make Ron slightly interested. But how can I leave Qing Kong and return to Qinghai? As Rome followed the temple hole to look at the clouds in the distance, Ron frowned. Ideas are set, but technical issues are before us. Yukong Island is at least 5,000 meters above sea level, and ordinary people cannot go up or down. As a natural department, regardless of all physical injuries, Ron can jump straight down, but he is afraid that there is seawater below, and he was drowned instead of falling. AI Nilu has no wings. He is suspected of Qinghai. Maybe he knows how. She raised her head, and Ron's body changed rapidly, and the light flashed and disappeared. Outside of the shrine's high wall, AI Lu shook his hands and knees against the wall and was clearly frightened by the thunder. At this time, the current sound of crapping sounded in the air, weaving into an adult shape. A small thunderbolt from the blaze hit AI Lu's arm, causing him to stand up in a stun and stared at Ron with a stun. This is not teleportation, it is just the speed of the ability of the thunderbolt after elementalization, but in the eyes of ordinary people, it is no different from teleportation. With thunder and lightning in his upper body, Ron said expressionlessly, I asked you, AI Lu, do you know how to get to Qinghai? Opposite me, AI Lu stared at him blankly, as if he had never looked back. The appearance of nature's abilities is more difficult to accept than the other two. Like a demon, Ron knows this and doesn't care about Inaro's terror. I just didn't think about the sudden emergence of a figure in the empty void. A Ron who had just shown his murderous intentions had brought endless fear. How much pressure would be felt in Inaru? All of a sudden, his eyes widened, his pupils tightened, and the corners of his mouth twitched wildly. In Ron's aggressive gaze, he grinned and laughed stupidly. Ha ha. Monster, I see a monster. I'm not a freak, he is. Ha 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 ha. Then danced and opened his teeth. AI Nilu is not really cold-blooded and ruthless, and supports his brutality in the future. It was the dark side of the soul that had been oppressed for a long time in the years before the fruit of the thunderstorm. In other words, this person's nerves are very fragile, and his three views are unstable. A deviation is either a saint or a butcher. At this time, he didn't run away like a soldier, not because he couldn't find a place to go, but that his tight nerves collapsed before the vision, which was just a line behind the lunatic. What's so dead is that Ron's exaggerated appearance has become the last straw to overwhelm the camel. In the original book, the thirsty generation of Thunder AI Lu was first scared by Ron to urinate his pants. Now he is scared crazy. This black pot. I condensed my feet on the clouds and looked at AI Lu's stupid look. Ron was full and looked silently. I'm sorry, AI Lu fans on the earth? Not good. At this moment, Ron suddenly felt a hot stomach, warming as if he was sitting by the stove, and at the same time there was a cramping pain in his heart. Well, is the fruit poisonous? He gave tribute to the gods. Did you pick poisonous things? He covered his stomach, curled up, and his skin was red. The heat didn't feel better with his movements. Time swept the whole body, just like the hot summer sun, roasting him with sweat. The heat spread. Ron leaned against the island cloud wall uncomfortably, panting heavily, his eyes filled with bloodshots. The attack is so fast, it can be seen that it is very toxic. At this time, there is no time to resort to any means. Only rely on the body to resist. Flick. Between the whole body, a thunder with a thick arm shot out from the skin, blackening the depressions on the ground and emitting a foul odor. Ron covered his growing stomach, suddenly unzipped and squatted down, howling. Chapter 5. Kill and fall into the sea. The human body has a self-contained cycle. How much food you consume every day will feel full, how much energy you consume will feel tired, and how much sleep time you need to replenish your energy. It is up to the body to decide. What makes the body judge is the natural balance of the nutritional concentration in the food that the body comes into contact with daily. In the past, as the ordinary world, the most nutritious and replenishing thing that Ron could touch was the old ginseng chicken soup that I got back from the Ghost Gate that year. Earth people consume only that much. Correspondingly, there is only so much energy and nutrition in food. But this world is different. This world has monsters that cover the sky with fingers. There are giants that are comparable to islands, and humans like carp who practice boxing with 8 mountains. They want to survive, and they have huge requirements for vitality and nutrition. Incomparable. And the source of their monster-like body consumption is the various foods that are full of nutrition and high energy concentration in One Piece world. As a human coming from the barren world of the earth, Ron, who grew up eating ordinary food, is like a dry sponge. The food in One Piece world is a bath filled with water. As a result, his body was like a hungry beast in front of a magical food with abundant energy and non-nutrition in another world, and he swallowed every trace of energy greedily. And the terribleness of this world is terrible here. The energy contained in any food here is easily absorbed. As long as the body needs it, it can be infinitely transformed for supply, thereby raising monsters who break the mountains and rivers. After the nutrients are absorbed, the body that has been relieved from the fullness of instincts begins to use the excess energy to optimize itself and eliminate the poison. So I had Ron's hot and diarrhea after eating fruit. After some workout, he lifted up his pants and Ron thought slowly. With this kind of food, it seems that exercises that I didn't dare to do in the past can be put on the agenda. As a madman who constantly challenged himself, Ron had formulated a very cruel exercise program, but within 3 days, he was admitted to the hospital. The food on the earth was not enough to supplement his exaggerated physical loss. The first day, he began to hematuria. Pain was unbearable. After 3 days in a row, he's just a mile away from death. If he is not physically different from ordinary people, he always sighs, he wouldn't have the chance to taste the soup. Now the food in One Piece world is so terrible, the exercise program that was beaten into the cold palace can finally be seen again. Thunder and lightning should be able to join in too. Chow Danning took out the wipes and wiped his hands across the pocket that he had put in before. Ron raised his head in thought, locked his eyes not far away, and paid attention to Annie Road. Finish watching? Well, it smells so bad. AI Lu nodded his head, covered his nose, and looked disgusted. If he hadn't seen it for himself, Ron would never have thought of it. This fool would be Annie Road, the empty island deity, in the future. Raised her arm, and thunder gathered between her fingers. ZZ. The sky blue current continually gathers, forming a light ball emitting dazzling white light. In front of this powerful current, Ainula's hair was erected, and his head was straightened. I seem to find a reason to wear a headscarf every day after Inalu. Ron thought so, then said, "Thank you for giving me a clue. Next life, let's go to Qinghai." He didn't wait for Anir to say anything, and then, thunder, thunder, thunder and lightning. Along with the loud noise, a thick beam of thumbs stretched his teeth and danced in the air. The electric light flickered and instantly shot through Ailu's head and disappeared into the distant clouds. This is the easiest way to use thunder fruit. Electric shock. Strictly speaking, it doesn't deserve a name, it's just the easiest way to use it. The specific process is the same as ordinary people spit. Who would spit a name for himself? Similar to ice dragon breath. The sound of thunder. How loud is it? He rubbed his ears that were tickled by the thunder, and Ron threw the wipes on his hands to the ground, looking indifferently at Anil's body. In his eyes, this is not cruel, but a kind of compassion. Although he hadn't been in contact for a few minutes, he knew that AI Nilu, a bizarre freak, could not be viewed by others, and could still rely on IQ to protect himself. Now I'm crazy. I'm afraid I won't even live as a beggar, and finally die like a stray dog in a dirty sewage ditch. Thank you for your thanks. Ron set him on the road in advance. When euthanasia is legal in some parts of the earth, Ron understands, death is sometimes a relief. Crackling. The blue thunder python coiled around his arm, and the thunder exploded, lighting Ron's half of his face. Feeling the thunder power nearly doubled in the body, he murmured in shock, "It's a magical thing. The energy brought by a bunch of fruits has made me so much stronger." As a capable person, Ron can clearly observe the power of thunder in his body, because the degree of fruit development is close to zero, so he understands that this strengthening has nothing to do with the fruit, but only to his body. A few small fruits can double him. It is conceivable that as long as he continues to eat the food of One Piece world for a long time to come, before his physical strength reaches the bottleneck, it is a period of rapid growth. A few minutes later, Ron strolled on the soft island cloud beach of Baika, staring at the distant sky obsessively. One Piece, empty island. This magical land changed from comics to reality, and it was extremely shocking. Before being chased, I had no chance to take a closer look. Now I finally have time to enjoy the beauty. Howling. In the white clouds, a huge empty island flying fish jumped up, a tail of water brought up a string of water drops, and a rainbow was drawn under the sun. The sea of clouds in the distance is connected to the blue sky. One step up and down gives the illusion that the sea and sky are upside down. This is a magical scene that cannot be described with words. At this moment, Ron finally had a little joy of crossing. Looking at the sky for a moment of silence, he grinned suddenly and couldn't help laughing. One Piece World. Ha ha. I have come to One Piece World. As an unwilling self-challenger, she is proficient in several extreme sports and is always challenging her Ron, and has long been numb to the peaceful daily life. Travel to the dangerous One Piece World, get rid of the predicament of being hunted down, and get the powerful Thunder Fruit. For the first time, you can see the blood. Ron only feels the blood in his body that has been silent for a long time, breaking out of the ice, like spring thunder ringing, furnace flames, www.tailnovel.com, surging hard to collect. Ha! Snap. He smiled excitedly, flew straight towards the soft cloud in front of his feet, and wanted to lie on the ground. Suddenly, Ron looked horrified, eyes widened. No. Hold the grass. At this moment, I have to mention that the foundation of the empty island without soil is built on it. In addition to special cloud types, there are two main types of air island clouds and sea clouds. The former is generally hard and machinable, just like ordinary stones in Shanghai. It is the main component of empty island artificial foundations and buildings. The latter cloud, as the name suggests, looks soft and white, but in fact it is full of seawater. Everything on Wukong Island is built on these two and supported by them. Both contain the magical pyrobroin keratinocytes, but the island cloud is just a solidified sea cloud and cannot restrain the ability like the crystal of the seafloor stone. The sea cloud is no different from normal seawater. By the coast, the soft clouds under Ron's feet are also a kind of island cloud similar to mud. But the white cloud in front of him is actually Haiyun. For the people of Kongdao, the two rivers are clear, and there is no possibility of making a mistake. But for Ron, his eyes were white, there was no wind and no waves, and he could tell the miracle. If you put his previous action in Shanghai, it is a demon fruit-capable person standing on the cliff, facing the sea, and a leap of faith. At the same time, there was a silly, happy smile on his face. And so, murmur. Ron sank directly into the sea clouds and disappeared instantly in the clouds. Chapter 6. From the Sky, Tekkenkarp. I fell into the sea. A string of bubbles slipped out of my mouth, and Ron was like a salty fish. Within a day, he felt 3 kinds of experiences that he had never experienced before. For one thing, the pain hit by the shockwave. Second, there is the power of thunder in the body. Nothing else. As a capable person soaked in seawater, the kind of panic and weakness. The cheekbones groaned, and her fingers couldn't move. It's so uncomfortable. I want to die. I'm out of breath. He slowly sank, and an empty shark swam over. After seeing the target, he flicked his tail in excitement and opened his mouth wide. As a carnivorous fish standing at the top of the food chain in the White Sea, the empty shark is very clear that these 4-limbed creatures have fallen into the sea. There is no room for resistance. It is simply delicious. Go. The turbulent water current caught Ron's attention. He opened his eyes and found that the empty shark that was getting closer and closer was iron blue. Hold the grass. What do you want, dead shark? I worked hard to condense the thunder and lightning in my body and wanted to repel the empty shark. However, with so many people unable to resist the restraint relationship, how can he, as a man with a new ability, go against the sky? Not to mention a lightning strike, he couldn't even feel the power inside him. He could only watch the 2-meter-long empty shark rushing up, biting his mouth full of fangs. Let's sizzle. The dazzling thunder light flickered, and a large group of fishes died on the spot. In the dark water, an empty shark twitched in place, and its tail flicked wildly. It regretted it. This kind of sourness of electrifying the whole body really made the shark want to stop. Pyrobroin keratinocytes in seawater can indeed restrain those who are able to use them, but they are unable to use the ability, but the content is very small, and it cannot change the form of the capable person. Only the higher concentration of pyrobroin keratinocytes and the crystals of the sea can make the ability lose all its ability, including elementalization. So the rubber that sinks into the ocean floor can still be stretched, and the lightning that sinks into the ocean floor is also a lightning bolt. Unprepared, the confident shark bit his mouth on Ron's stomach and was immediately convulsed by the spilled thunder and lightning, unable to move. So why do you bite me? If you don't die, you won't die. By the light brought by the thunder, Ron looked at the shark twitching and jerking on his stomach weakly, wanting to laugh, but without the strength. Suddenly, the sun fell. Puppet power returned to her body. Her vision brightened. Ron looked up and said in surprise, "I rushed out." But then his face turned dark and silent. The good news is that because the White Sea is not Shanghai, there is no one to say under the sea, so he fell into the sea and got out from under the bottom of this ocean. Don't worry about drowning. But the bad news is, there is still the ocean below. I glanced at the side of the blue sea. The sea and sky meet, the sky and the sea are the same, and several seagulls are soaring on the beautiful planet Ark. The picture is beautiful. Falling quickly, her broken hair stood upside down. Ron sat cross-legged in the air and touched his chin. Nature ignores any physical injury, and there is no possibility of falling. But below is the sea, and it will drown if you don't die. And so, he turned his gaze and looked at the empty shark who rolled his eyes and twitched from time to time, and his mouth twitched suddenly. One who can't fall will drown. A drowning one will fall to death. This wave is going to be cold, brother. Great Fairway, first half. A huge Tibetan blue ship with a large mast, turrets and sky-high masts split the sea straight ahead. Standing on the deck of a giant ship like a mountain, busy soldiers in white Navy uniforms are tiny like ants running on a banana leaf. On the large mast on the front of the giant ship, a white and wide sail is hung high, and the pattern of the center seagull scales symbolizes the maintenance of world peace and order. This is a warship from the Marine Headquarters Maryland Fodor, and it is the largest model that only qualified officers and above are qualified to equip. Monster of War. An ordinary pirate group, which can be easily destroyed only by impact and artillery, historically escorted the world aristocrat Tianlong people. The Navy will definitely dispatch such warships, which shows the confidence in it. It is just that the head of such an extraordinary and powerful battleship has been replaced by some unreliable existence. In its place was a cute dog-head sculpture, wearing a collar and a bone in his mouth. Losing majesty is ridiculous. However, no one who is roaming on the Great Route, or even the residents of the Four Seas who only care a little bit about naval intelligence, dare not have any contempt for it. Because this dog-headed warship was hands-on to capture One Piece Gordy Roger, defeating New World King Lox, and the sea legend known as Navy hero, Monch Decard Poosmount. At this moment, in front of the wide deck, there was a red beach chair that was very inconsistent with the solemn atmosphere of the battleship. An old man was lying on it, kicking off his leather shoes, raising his legs, and sleeping with his head up. His muscles were knotted, his back was sloppy, his hair was gray, and his face was not angry. If you ignore the dazzling red beach chairs, the beach umbrellas that stand out from the sun, and the snot bubble blowing from his nostrils, maybe everyone will say something. What an old Tekken carp. Unfortunately, there is no. Dick. I hit a drop of water on my feet, and Carp opened his eyes dimly and looked at the sky, smashing his mouth. www.tllnovel.com. It's going to rain again, this great route weather. As one of the top lieutenant generals in the headquarters, Copper rarely goes on duty on weekdays, and if he is unhappy, he must ask the comrade-in-arms and marshal of the warring states for leave and return to the East China Sea to see his grandson. Carp was very dissatisfied with the last negative strike that finally annoyed the warring states and forced him to work. But desperately, he messed up this time. Hey, imagine the face of the warring states turned blue and drooling, Carp muttered. Walk slowly, you can drag on for a day. He turned over and greeted the lieutenant standing behind him. Train, the storm is here. Let the soldiers take action. I understand. And Lieutenant Tryon immediately nodded and turned to find the navigator. Although Carp did not know how to sail, he had been in the sea for decades and traveled from south to north. He knew the weather on the Great Route, and ordinary sailors were not comparable to him. But after a short while, Tryon came back with his back in his head. Lieutenant General Carp, the navigator, said it would not rain. If only 1 or 2 people deny that Tryon will definitely not return to report, but more than a group of more than 10 sailors are sure that it will not rain, then Carp's conclusion will be open to question. Hearing this, Carp opened his eyes aggressively and looked up again. He said as he looked up, "No, there was rain hitting my feet just now. The wind was not normal. It would be, what is it?" Tryon asked curiously. In this regard, Carp slowly lowered his head, stared into his eyes, and said seriously, "Yes, a weird shark and a man." Tryon. Chapter 7 Draw. "I think you are insulting my IQ. Train snarled in his heart. Ha ha ha. How could there be sharks in the sky? Grass? Really? With a dry laugh, Tryon raised her head and stared silently into the sky. But before we finish, the 2 shadows smashed down, very fast. Through the flashing image, it is indeed a strangely shaped shark and a person. Then, the terrible shock swept the entire warship, and the towering warship kept shaking, pushing up the waves. Trying to swallow hard, Tryon watched the smashed deck of a large pit, twitching in the corner of his mouth. "Speaking of Lieutenant General Kapu, something you said, now that you find in the air ahead of falling objects, why not play it fly? They are still alive, hey? You want me to kill him? So you choose to have him killed?" "Yes." Even Carp, who could not be rescued in that exaggerated fall speed. He can withstand high-speed fall brought terrible inertia, but the devil knows the other side, okay? Finished speaking, Carp, lying on beach chairs, silently frowned hair. These false speed, altitude must be very scary. Empty island? Tryon. See, Carp did not want to talk about. Tryon turned to provoke the soldiers burst into a headache. Go check the cabin as people, as well as inventory losses after. Handle clean up on the first deck. The kind of speed fall. I am afraid that in addition to the new world for Emperor, he never masked Beast's Kaido, everything into the meet-up. Giant warship War Monster is the Navy to fight the new world of monsters, specially developed instruments of war, the whole building very sturdy, not so easy to wear smashed, Tryon not worried about the safety of the ship's bottom. But at the moment Carp happened to look back, suddenly look a condensate, reached out to stop the soldiers of action. Be careful. Do not the past. Stop. On standby. In Tryon's doubtful gaze, Carp looked at the deck with a hint of doubt in his eyes. Those who climb the lightning is, could it be that? Howling thunder fruit. Yuni remembered that the thunder fruit that had disappeared for nearly 300 years and was known as the strongest natural system was resurrected, and Kapu immediately became interested. As expected, razor snakes crawled on the deck and gathered towards the center. Under the glare of the sun, the sky-blue thunderbolt with the thickness of the thumb was not eye-catching. A few soldiers accidentally moved a little closer, and their hands and feet suddenly became numb. Seeing this, Kapu flew forward and lifted several soldiers at a speed completely different from his age. Ouch. Auntie. The soldiers fell to the ground, said aloud to Kapu, and thanked him. However, at this time, Carp had no time to deal with them, noting that the thunder rays were getting brighter and brighter in the pothole, and his eyes were shining. Really thunderous fruit. Tritium discharge is an irreversible energy release process, and it is impossible to aggregate. Even Hamet's Zeus, one of the 4 emperors Charlotte Lingling, must follow this rule. Only those who can thunder and thunder, because the body is the thunder and lightning, can the thunder and lightning gather together. At this time, Tryon also found that the situation was not right and ordered the soldiers to take out their weapons and say a hello after the lightning disappeared, and a musket reached the edge of the pit, forming a circle. When Ron climbed up from the pit and looked up, he saw this scene. An old man with huge hair and gray hair was wearing a large white coat with his arms around his chest and grinning at himself. The white navy raised his muzzle and aimed at him. A middle-aged man dressed as an officer squeezed out of the crowd and shouted fiercely with a knife, "Who are you? Why are you attacking a navy ship? Get me. Wait." Ron waved his hand to stop Tryon from continuing. I fell into a circle. What about my feet? Under the gaze of a group of people, he looked left and right, suddenly looking happy, hopping to the corner, picking up a ball of thunderbolt into his stomach. Crackling. Zee. As the thunder and lightning spread, the missing foot quickly grew out. As a new natural department, Ron was not very skilled in gathering the body. I fell a little hoops just now and stood up to find 1 foot missing. After doing this, he walked back to the edge of the pothole and looked up and said, "Hey, upstairs, what year is it now?" Oh. Satiated. In the warm sunshine, the sea breezed slowly. Ron leaned against the fence and hit hatch comfortably. The air sharks living in the White Sea have a short air trapping ability due to the flat body structure and can capture birds in the sky. When dropped, this structure made it a barely usable glider. After Ron found the black spots on the surface, he immediately determined that he could not fall off, and the sea was his final destination. So he threatened the air shark with lightning and controlled it to approach the black spot. The result is wonderful. The warship was not smashed through. But he was also so tired that after the full meal, the severe injuries that had been incurred earlier accelerated the healing, and the lack of blood supply to the brain made him too lazy to move, and his head was dozing off little by little. But he didn't want to move, someone thought. Middle-aged Lieutenant Train trot over with a bunch of information. www.mtlnovel.com. After saluting, he said to Carp, "Report. Lieutenant General Carp, according to the reply of this department, currently known as pirates, killers, and Dark World agents, there is no corresponding information for this person in Shang, Pirate Hunter, and characters from other countries. That means identity is clean." Kappa's eyes brightened, his eyes cleared, and Ron, who was about to fall asleep, shuddered. He is not a pirate, a politician of various countries, a criminal in the Dark World, or even a pirate hunter. I'm just plain civilian, right? For now, yes. For this question, Trine hesitated for a moment and nodded. Although Ron's palm has calluses, his muscles are well proportioned and his skin is tight and shiny. In addition, there is no ferocious breath on his body, his eyes are clear and bright, and it cannot be a villain. In the world of One Piece, as long as no case is left in the government and the Navy, it is net worth clean. If you have a net-worthy person who is capable of sounding thunder, what else is there to say? Snap. Carp flashed over to Ron, squatted, and slapped him on the shoulder. At this moment, Ron actually wanted to run. The old hooligan's eyes were too scary, and he couldn't beat himself. However, Carp clearly knew that the speed of the thunder fruit was not inferior to that of sparkling fruit. The speed of the explosion made Ron completely unable to respond, and at the same time he still had a strange power on his hand. Definitely arm domineering. Shake and arm domineering. Slap Ron into a slap. Can't move. Do not give the slightest chance. Folding his old face together, Carp smiled like a 70 or 80-year-old child. Boy, do you want to be in Navy? It really is this. Chapter 8. Lose money? Yes, lose money. Ron's eyelids fluttered quickly, and he realized the possibility immediately after Carp saw that his eyes were not right. Since then, his diligent attitude of letting the cafeteria open fire made him even more aware of it. Ron can guess 1 or 2 or 3 about Cap's idea of pulling himself into the Navy. Through exchanges, he knows that this year is October 22nd, 1514, the 14th year of the pirate era, which is the age when the Navy is not connected. The green and yellow are not connected here refers to the real peak, the strongest combat power of the naval headquarters. General, no one can take over at the moment. Even if Peach Rabbit and T-Dolphin are excellent, there is a clear gap in strength between them and the general. Otherwise, 2 civil masters, Fujihu and Green Bull, will not take over the general post. Is the Navy disregarding the loyalty of these 2 people? Regardless of the merits of the Peach Rabbit and the T-Dolphin, direct airborne generals? Of course, scruples. But the potential is stronger than people. The Admiral of the Admiral was punched and punched by the generals over the centuries, making countless people so afraid that wherever they go, the wind of the sea can be heard. Without the generals as the most powerful to deter the sea, the world will become unparalleled chaos. That situation is certainly not what the world governments and navies want to see. Therefore, they would rather take the risk to promote the folk masters Green Bull and Vine Tiger, rather than let the weak Peach Rabbits and T-Dolphins serve. Throughout the original work, what the Navy lacks is never the mid-level generals and the bottom soldiers. 100,000 school-level officers at the top of the war. Which one will be a fuel-efficient lamp? Among the middle-level generals, the 16 generals of the headquarters, including Peach Rabbit, T-Dolphin, Mole, and Huashan, are all powerful men in the sea. The lower-level generals, outstanding figures, also have future training under Carp, quickly promoted to Colonel Kirby, and united with the straw hat and deep-rooted smug step by step. But the top of the high. All veterans. Every year is rare. Even if it is the current 3 generals, the yellow ape is already in his early 50s. After the peak period, he will not be able to play for many years. So the current Navy is very eager for a rookie who can come to an end and take over as the general. With the current legend of the 3 major monsters, coupled with the external pressure of the Navy's top combat power, at this moment, Ron, falling from the sky, holding the strongest natural system, thunderous fruits, and a clean and nowhere to go, naturally became worthy candidates for a try. Even if you take a step back and think that Ron has limited talents and not high achievements in the future, but relying on the inherent advantages of the sound of thunder, even if released, he can suppress a sea of water. Is more able to eliminate the possibility of Ron becoming a pirate and reduce the threat, so attracting Ron will only make no loss to the Navy. But the problem came, Ron didn't want to be a Navy. It has nothing to do with the bad things of the Tianlong people. Ron is naturally free, and he does everything. Once he becomes a Navy and enters the Army, the representative must accept militarized management. Access is restricted, and trouble is dead. There is no choice to be a soldier in the earth, and it is naturally even less interested here. In addition, Ron is lazy and does not like to fight against any banner. Becoming a Navy, you must bear the name of justice and fight for justice in the sea, which is not his favorite. To sum it up, too much trouble. So it is certain to refuse, but considering the difference in strength between the two sides, Ron slowed his tone and said politely, "That, Lieutenant General Cap. I'm here. What do you want to say? I haven't said to join yet, okay?" Ron's heart rushed past 10,000 mud horses and threw him a head of grass. He took a deep breath, and aside from his miscellaneous thoughts, Ron stared at Carp's eyes seriously. "The world is so big, I want to see it." "Carp, trying." The soldier eavesdropping around. This is a cultural person. He refused to be so euphemistic. "The world is so big, I want to see." "Don't you say that the sky is so wide? Do you want to go out? Fly into the sky side by side with the sun?" Looking at Ron's sincere eyes, Carp was all bad immediately. If Ron refuses to die, he has nothing to say. Everyone has their own aspirations and can't force them to come. Carp understands this and may even show support. After all, his grandson will be a pirate in the future, or 2. I didn't see him go out to catch people. He appreciates and agrees with all people who carry their dreams and progress towards them. It was obvious that Ron's attitude was not so firm. The expression did not have any opinion on the Navy, but was simply a nuisance which made Carp unbearable. Whether it is the Navy or the pirates, there are so many characters in this sea who are desperate for their dreams. The big environment made Cap feel very dissatisfied with Ron, who was a pure dislike of troublesome and ambitious guys. I was especially stunned by Cap. The thunderous fruit that has not been born for 300 years, and the power of thunder and lightning that enjoys the name of the strongest. How could it fall on such unmotivated and lazy goods? It's almost violent. Iron Fist Carp is a good guy, but he has never been a soft temper. Immediately raised his fist, arm domineering covered on it, entangled and solidified. Buzz. Along with the air vibration, a layer of black gloss covered his hands like armor, and the dangerous breath ran straight into Ron's forehead. He grabbed Ron by his collar, and Carp drew his punching fist against Ron's heavenly cap, watching Ron's eyes. "I'm indifferent to the east, the south, the north, and the south and win." Suddenly, laughed out. "Don't want to join." "Okay." "Huh? So easy." Ron was forced by the next turn. He thought Carp would stick to it or threaten him by force. As he did with Luffy, he didn't expect to show up directly. Of course, the Navy is not a pirate, and it will not restrict your freedom of life. Capo laughed, and then became cold and said, "Then, lose money. Aren't you bothering to join the Navy? Then I will give you some trouble. I don't believe it, and I shan't clean you up." "Huh?" Oh. Ron stared at the dog for a moment, staring at Carp with an unbelievable face. "Am I right? Lost money?" "Yes, lose money," he said. Kapu sneered and beckoned. Whoever accounts for him." "I understand." Takapun's aide Lieutenant Tryon played a loyal dog-legged identity at this moment. The information just taken was actually prepared for Ron. I saw him open the first page and cleared his throat. Mr. Ron, you eat at this warship, and you eat a total of 10 pounds of sea animal meat, 5 pounds of fruit, countless miscellaneous grains, including labor costs, plus medical expenses, 15W Bailey. 15W Bailey? You are extortion. What meat and medicine is worth 150,000? After speaking a word, Ron jumped up immediately, protesting with his throat. He admits that as his physique strengthened, his meals became larger, and he was taken aback when he ate, but those marine fish that were taken out of the sea were not worth it at all. As for the injuries on your body, you can heal yourself if you leave them alone. Squinting, Ron was about to run away, and Capri struck his fist hard, chopping him down again. Train gave him a calm glance and lowered his head to continue. In addition, you broke the naval ship, repair costs plus the medical expenses of soldiers and the psychological loss of our entire ship. A total of 50W Bailey. Ha ha. Ron can be seen. This group of guys are completely shameless. However, this is not over yet, and Trinity turned the page again. According to Article 157 of the Navy Regulations, civilians damage naval warships without authorization. In serious cases, they are sentenced to imprisonment of 1 year to 3 years and a fine of 300W Bailey. Ron, not only did you destroy the deck and the cabin, sir, but we also lost a lot of food and water. To sum up, Mr. Ron, you owe us 365W Bailey. Trying to push the glasses that do not exist on the bridge of the nose, thin lips make a slight smile, like the landlord's wealth that squeezed the farmers. Of course, if you choose not to squat for 3 years, 200W Bailey a year, 600W in 3 years, a total of 965W Bailey, give it money. W. T. F. Mid-price tag to buy prison. Ron's eyes narrowed instantly. An idea came to his head. What kind of prince will Xiangning have? This corrupt government is against him. Oh, what kind of boy? Don't you say I bully you. What you have done yourself is clear. You owe debts and repay the money. Carp's empty hand was digging for booger. When he saw Ron's constipation, his mouth turned up. Of course, if you join us, you are your own person. As a Sir, www.mtlnovel.com, this money, I'll do it for you. No, thanks. At this moment, Carp shines brightly, a generation of heroic heroes. Without extortion, Ron would have believed his evil. So Ron rolled his eyes and grinned at this remark. Oh, huh. 965W Bailey is not a small number. Rounded up is 10 million, which is enough wealth for ordinary civilians to live a lifetime. Ron doesn't really care about the amount of money. As a person with a natural ability, he develops the fruit ability a little. In the first half, he can walk sideways. In the Great Route, there are thousands of pirates offering rewards, as if crossing the river, countless. Just grab a few bounty in exchange for a simple list of 10 million. What's more, he can also be employed by others by virtue of the reputation of the thunderous fruit, let alone 10 million, 100 million will be affordable. I can take a step back, and I can go to sea. But he is certain that he has no chance. Now that others are on the Carp ship, Carp has the final say. Can you meet the pirates and earn a reward? The other two said that the crime of destroying the naval ship alone is enough to allow Carp to use proper means to restrict his personal freedom does not give him any chance. This is naked conspiracy. Therefore, losing money to redeem yourself is basically impossible. Seeing that Ron was upset, Carp didn't want to let this good seed grow irritated by the Navy. The tone was slightly relaxed, and he persuaded, actually, it's not bad to join the Navy. I'll ask you, you want to be one of the kings. One Piece. Goro Roger. Ron touched his chin and suddenly took a sigh of disappointment. Not interested. Chapter 9. Join for stronger power. The word no interest is very decisive. Because of his status, Carp has heard many similar answers in the past. But that undisguised and outrageous disgust was the first time I saw it. I was curious and asked, why? But that is the big secret left by One Piece Roger. Do you see it? Lieutenant General Kapu. Train was darkened by the side. Can you say that as a naval hero? Even if One Piece has a high status on the sea, even if Ron does not choose to join as a navy, this should not say such wrong people. But, as the world famous for the One Piece, even Karen was not allowed by the warring states. His idea of an adjutant was ignored by Carp, and he waited for Ron to answer. Actually, I'm a bit mentally clean. It is impossible for Ron to say that he is not interested in the one piece of the big secret treasure, but let him fight for this and become one piece. Where is it cool? The reason is as follows. If One Piece Roger brings the great treasure back to the sea and fights against your navy and even the world government chamber and accomplishes the career of the king, like the new emperor of the new world, then in order to find that powerful force, I might really move attentively sailing out to sea, looking for the treasure he left. Speaking of Roger's behavior, Ron called it a contempt. But he didn't take anything with him. He didn't announce anything. But he was executed by you. And he said such a sentence before the execution. Here, Ron's disbelief became stronger on the face. He threw a bite of the chicken leg on the ground, and then told others, "Go find it. That chicken leg is delicious." Oh, what dream. To put it plainly is to use people's ambition and curiosity to chase fame and fortune. Ron pointed at himself with his eyes widened, and then asked Carp, "How cheap should my bones be to find what he has left behind? What I want must be unique. If he comes earlier, Roger has not yet become One Piece, then Ron will inevitably fight Roger to see who is the supreme of the proud sea. But now it is the Hyuan calendar in 1514, so the Roger who went away has become a legend, so Ron is lacking in great secret treasures. He did not fight Roger for the great treasure, but he searched for the great treasure of the heavenly sun Roger. This is a simple primary and secondary concept. I heard this. Carp, Lieutenant you, the rest of the soldiers. This sentence, some refutation cannot. Indeed. The big secret treasure One Piece, so far the world still doesn't know what it is, only that there is such a legend and the person who became the legend. But at the same time, Roger did not take out anything, as if traveling around, and then came back. Nothing happened except One Piece and One Piece time. In this case, it is not that Roger took a bite of chicken drumsticks. While he was talking about delicious food, let's go find it, while throwing the chicken drumsticks on the ground, disregard it. In the past, they had a bit of admiration for the few people who fought for their dreams among the pirates raging in the sea, and now they heard this, the admiration immediately became sympathy. Cheap. One guy named Noisy to become One Piece is just a group of dogs that Roger teased and picked up bones to grab what others don't want. Bring the big names such as Charlotte Lingling, Kaido, and Golden Lion into the adjective slut. Carp's brain made up some unspeakable pictures, and immediately he shivered and decided to jump away from the topic. Ahem. Since you don't want to be One Piece, what is your dream? Everyone has dreams. Ordinary people work hard to earn money to support their families, change the status quo of life. Businessmen risk business and become superiors. Nobles long for a more elegant life and higher rights, and pirates happily envy and look forward to wealth and fame, dreams, or saying desire is human instinct. My dream. Ron froze for a moment, wondering what Carp meant. Yes, your dream. In this regard, Carp sneered and said clearly, you can see that you don't hate the Navy, but you are afraid of trouble. But there is always a reason for someone to live. What kind of person do you want to be? Or you want to be what? Or what status quo do you want to change? These are dreams. This way, Ron was lost in thought, thinking about this serious topic. Ron was not surprised by Carp's heart. It is so called that people are mature, and it is a thief that they are old and immortal. In the face of Carp, a veteran who has been in the sea for decades, he can't hide his dim thoughts. I can't stop talking, then what dream can he have? A guy born with a natural physique who is different from ordinary people has done the most in the past, constantly challenging himself to continue to exceed the limit, enjoying the rapid adrenaline secretion and the thrill of life and death. The purpose? No. He just simply enjoyed the process, adding fun to his ordinary and boring daily life and getting rid of numbness. When he came to the world of the one-off, one-on-one, countless strong men, Ron knew his weakness, and the strong man like Carp could kill him countless times by moving his fingers. Because he can live in this world, he is as ferocious as a beast of protection, and he wants to get thunderous fruits. That is the best opportunity for him to continue to enjoy a wonderful life. The trance to the One Piece world not only unlocked him, but also opened a door for him. Make the word dream look far away from him, but so close to him. My dream is not willing to be ordinary. In fact, there was a word that Ron did not say just now. Through the original work, from the perspective of God, One Piece is almost certain that it is not a powerful force. It destroys the world like ancient weapons, but shakes the foundation of world government rule. The people the truth and symbol of public opinion. Regardless of the value and significance of this truth to the world, all things that can't make themselves stronger are shit. Ron will always look down on them. And so, Ron's fierce breath broke out uncontrollably. The cracking current began to stir, and the air became dry. Kapu shines. He approached Ron in meditation as the devil whispered and said in his ear, "You want to be stronger, right? Become stronger." Softly whispered like a spring thunder billowing in his head. Ron's pupils suddenly tightened, remembering the thunderous excitement after getting the thunderous fruit, www.tlnovel.com. He lowered his head and looked at his hands. Ron muttered to himself, "Yes, I want to be stronger. This is the answer." Snap. Suddenly looked up, Ron pushed away the fist carp had arrived on his celestial cover and seriously asked, "What can I get from joining the Navy?" "What can you get?" "Ha ha ha ha." Cape froze, then stood up and laughed loudly. He knew that Ron was excited. This is a guy like Myhawk, without any trace of thoughts, just to become stronger and stronger. As a behemoth that suppresses the seas of the world, when it comes to making people stronger, who is the Navy? Huh. All of a sudden, a huge gas field burst out, and the air was turbulent. The Cape of Justice was inspired by the wind and hunted. Ordinary soldiers are not stable at all in the face of Kapuna's overbearing momentum, one by one with fear and worship, blocking the tall and strong figure. But Ron was unmoved. His eyes glowed with Carp, waiting for an answer. Huh. Laughter stopped abruptly. Carp held his arms in his chest, and he grinned like an urchin the next moment. "Isn't there already an answer in your heart?" Thunder. 6 types of Navy, domineering, Kendo actual combat experience, and the strongest teacher to teach 3 generals, several generals in the headquarters, Zifa. Everything Ron wants is in the Navy. Various factors can be combined into one sentence. Power. What can I gain by joining the Navy? The answer is coming. Ron's mouth slightly tilted, drawing a slight smile. So, for greater power, I choose to join. Chapter 10. After 1 month, daily on board. On the azure blue sea, the dog-headed warship rides through the wind, breaking the sea like scissors. Weiwei's mast, the sails were full, and the top flag was hunting in the wind, which was daunting. Besides the rustling sound of the ship sailing, listen carefully, and you will hear a dull, thunderous sound, which is uploaded from the warship. Huh. On the deck of the warship, a thick thunderbolt struck down the thunder. The thunder exploded, and the silver snake danced violently. The thick metal baffle was sunk from it and scrapped. The electric current flowing out was violent and slammed a little closer. The hairs on the soldiers' faces stood up, and the skin felt a tingling sensation. However, they did not back away and fled. On this month's voyage, the Ron generals had been able to control the range well. Before being allowed to exercise on the deck by Lieutenant General Cap trusting Carp, they were convinced that Ron would not hurt them. The result was not the same. The sky-blue thunder flying in the air and the teeth of the claws in the last second quickly disappeared in the next second. Except for the lingering feeling in the heart and the smell of the nose, it seemed like it had never appeared. Deafening, accompanied by high-temperature electric light, a figure stood up from the thunder, dazzling with the light outlines Ron, and naked Ron stood in the scrapped iron plate center. Seeing this, the soldiers looked at each other, roaring wildly in their hearts. Appeared. The strongest general serviceman in the history of the Navy. Yes, miscellaneous soldiers. Since it was just decided to join, no formal filing was made at any base. Now Ron is not even a Navy recruit and can only stay on the cap ship as a handyman. But at the same time, he held the fruit of thunder and thunder. His constitution was different from ordinary people, and he grew very fast. The thunder roared, and now the strength is extraordinary and startling. I was so fun. On this warship, in addition to the domineering cap and the lieutenant train, Ron could rank 3rd in the combat power of a handyman. All the soldiers and officers at all levels couldn't help it. The strongest handyman of all generations is here. Condensed to get in shape, Ron stopped moving. His chest was undulating, waiting for his strength to recover. The strongest current that has erupted in a row consumes a lot of him. If it is not strengthened by electric shock stimulation this month, plus sufficient replenishment, his physique will increase rapidly, and he will have to pull out with just 1 stroke. Snap. ZZ clenched his fist, the electric light flowing above. Ron looked at his hands and nodded with satisfaction. At present, the direction has not deviated. Before developing fruit ability, physical fitness is the most important. Joining the Navy is sensible because the Navy has perfect logistics and there is no shortage of nutritious food. In addition, Carp was kind to others and had any doubts to ask him to know everything. The strength of this peak of the world is so strong that Ron can't breathe, and the fruit of the thunder is just full of potential in front of those monsters. I don't mind what I'm doing unless I know how weak and strong I am. During this month, Ron devoted all his energy to exercising and developed a method of self-harm exercise using lightning to stimulate muscles to create injuries. It is similar to the activation of Lei chakra in Naruto, but the specific process is a bit different. Say, the principle of is actually very simple. Although the elementalization of nature is a passive skill, it is still controlled by the ontology. So Ron kept his body intact and thundered from the inside and outside. The act of forcing self-harm will make him immune to most injuries because of the physical priority of the natural system, but he does not need too much damage, even if only a small part is enough to stimulate the muscles and exercise, and for the first time, he had felt dizzy in the past. After a month of familiar exploration, he found the endurance of the body, and that situation would not happen again. It was just that after every exercise, the brutal look of blood all over him, Carp saw his heart suddenly stop. Exercise? Would you be so hard? Nowadays, with his physical strength, even if he does not further develop the fruit ability, Ron's thunder power has been greatly improved. From the very beginning, only 10% of the force can kill ordinary people until now. I can already do 10 million volts. Unreasonable and strong.jpg. Cut, I thought the deck was worn, and it was so big. It turned out to be this way. At this moment, Carp came over with donuts in his arms, and did not hide the scorn in his tone. Actually, he appreciated Ron's hard work and tenacity, and was very satisfied with his progress. Although Ron hates trouble, his talent is indeed good. With him joining, the Navy's future events can be expected. But as a member of the Monch family, he is better at expressing concern in this way. I have been very satisfied with this result in a month. In response, Ron rolled his eyes and spread his hands outward. You are a typical inadequate human being. You must not be too greedy. In the face of Ron's unwilling resignation, Carp almost didn't hold back. Fortunately, for a month, he had a deep understanding of Ron's infamous ability, and then thought about it. Anyway, he was not responsible for training Ron anyway, so he was too lazy to correct it. At this moment, he stared at the black and smoky iron plate center. Recalling Ron's previous move, Carp swallowed the donut and skipped the topic. But Ron, after all, although I don't know how the Department of Nature should develop capabilities, there is one thing I dare to pack tickets. What's the matter? I took the towel handed up by the soldier with worship and wiped the sweat, and Ron looked back and waited. This month, Carp used his actual performance to prove that he is at the pinnacle of the world's terrorist power. I can get such a rapid improvement. In addition to his talent and hard work, he has a great relationship with preaching and teaching. So Ron listened to Carp's instructions. Seeing this, Carp grinned and said rather speechlessly, "The power used by those who are capable of nature really comes from itself. All elemental attacks are issued from the body, but it's absolutely wrong to launch yourself like a cannonball like this. Yes, the thunder just didn't shoot out from the thunder drum or arm like Inaru, but Ron himself turned into a thunder himself, and it came to you. Ming Ming could use his arm to fire an equally powerful thunderbolt, but Ron chose such a method, and Kapuna was quite speechless. I'm right. Those who can slam the thunder fruit ability are turned into thunder and lightning. With the destructive power of thunder and lightning, standing still is a big killer. For example, Sandia warrior Kamaki used a spear to pierce Anir's head and ended up half dead with electricity. Ron did not have any problem using this. But all this is based on the premise of no armed color domineering. Once the opponent has mastered the arm domineering, this trick is equivalent to sending himself to the door to be beaten, which is simply wrong. What? This is it? I thought what insightful Ron would have for Carp, and he turned his head and said, I'm practicing for the future moves now. Who told you that I must strike with lightning all over the body? What do you look at? The expression of, I obviously overestimated you. Saw Cap's teeth itch, kicking his feet, turning into a black line, spanning more than 10 meters in an instant, raising his fist. Don't. I hit a punch and watched Ron hug his head to squat. Cap was relieved, biting the donut and skipping again. What future move? Tell me. This careful old bastard. But I can't stand it. The corner of his mouth twitched, and Ron took a deep breath. You told me that General Ape has a trick of light speed, accumulates inertia by relying on the speed of movement after elementalization, and then converts kinetic energy into potential energy by kicking. Plus high density, the condensed light particles are so lethal that they can kick a snowy mountain in one kick. What then? Carp certainly remembered this and kept asking. Then, I tried it. Ron shook his hands and shrugged. The result is not optimistic. I have no time to make an attack while maintaining high-speed movement. www.dumtlnovel.com. The simple reaction speed cannot keep up, and the contact changes from elemental to instantaneous. The same goes for the speed of returning to the entity. Oh, I see. Kapu knew with the hammer of his palms. Actually, you didn't just want to attack the iron plate with lightning, but you want to change back instantly before contacting, like the apes attack with fists and feet. Exactly. Ron nodded with both hands in his arms. At the next second, Carp smiled with a slash and squinted at Ron. Oh, sorry, I didn't hear you explain. I really didn't see it. Ron. Hiss. I am so angry. At this moment, Tryon came to the two of them and took off the earplugs. Too loud, probably the only side effect of the thunder fruit. As a thunderbolt, it emits a lot of heat, which heats and expands the surrounding air. The instantaneously heated and expanded air will push the surrounding air, causing a strong explosive vibration, which will produce a deafening explosion sound. Runous current heat from thunder and lightning can be used to smelt metal, and need a sword made of good steel as noodles. You can imagine the thunder. The whole ship was almost weakened by the thunder nearby, so Kapu put everyone on earplugs. When Ron finishes his miscellaneous work and starts practicing during the day, unless necessary, a boat people communicate by gestures, eyes, and even slogans. Lieutenant General Cap can already see the headquarters port. Please indicate. Oh, has time passed so long? Kapu looked back, and at a distant sea level, a tall fortress came into view. He is a blessing, not a curse. Notify everyone and be ready to dock. Chapter 11, Naval Headquarters Testing. Naval Headquarters, Marion Fodor. A huge fortress like a mountain stands here, and two huge black Chinese characters, Justice, are painted on the exterior wall, solemn and solemn. The wide square in front of the fortress is large enough to accommodate 100,000 people. There are ships in the bay port and warships. The high-flying flag of the Navy tells of faith and power. This is the Naval Headquarters, Marion Fodor. Suppress the behemoth of the sea. At the top of the white grand fortress was the office of the Navy's Supreme Commander, Marshal. There is an old man in the office. His face is not angry. He is tall, he has a big body, and his eyes are smooth and intelligent. Just looking at it makes people deeply afraid. The funny-toed glasses and the seagull combing his feathers above did not make him look so funny, but made him wonder. This is the highest command of the naval headquarters. The current naval marshal, general, and the warring states of the Buddha. He is the only one in the empty office. He is accompanied by goats and seagulls who will never leak. As a marshal of the Navy, many things cannot be known to his subordinates and can only be undertaken by one person. At this moment, the warring states looked at the port through the window, and the wrinkled old face suddenly opened with a smile. Are you finally back, Carp? Iron Fist Carp went to Huadu to perform a secret mission. Although the mission was not smooth, when he returned, he picked up a pure thunder fruit-capable person, which made the warring states happy. The power of the Nature Department is undoubtedly terrible. Elementalization allows them to have a powerful combat power in the early stage and is inherently invincible. In the late awakening, it is invincible, just like the current three generals. A person who walked into a natural department and disappeared for hundreds of years, known as the strongest thunderous fruit ability in the natural department, joined the Navy and the warring states period clapping. In 1 month on the ship, Ron's efforts and talents were reported back by Carp, which made the warring states add a new tiger to the Navy. As for Capet's small report, Ron has no respect for his eyes and likes to have a personality defect. Warring states said it doesn't matter. Compared with the current three generals, it is indifferent, lazy, and indifferent. Ron is already perfect. As long as he is loyal to the Navy and acts according to the command line, even if Carp is enraged with cerebral hemorrhage, the warring states can forgive. Maybe he will clap his hands and beat his gongs. Now the dog-headed warship takes Ron back to the headquarters without incident, and the warring state sighs with relief. However, he quickly converged his smile and restored his majestic appearance. No, I can't be too happy. I have been a marshal for so many years, and I have seen more of the warring states. Under the focus of training, the talented geniuses have either become arrogant and desperate, or have stopped and become mortals. Even if it is a natural system, it will not absolutely reach the top. After thinking for a moment, the Warring States period took out the phone bug and said, "Immediately notify Lieutenant General Crane, Lieutenant General Karp, and Chief Instructor Zifa to come to my office for a meeting." Yes. I put down the phone, and the Warring States period pondered silently. The situation in the sea has been stable in recent years, and there is enough time for us to train Ron. But before that, we must ensure that he is loyal to the Navy. After all, through a magical way. Back, the Warring States period was a bit worried. The philosophical question of whether power controls people or people controls power. The other two say that what the Warring States saw from this incident was Ron's uneasy heart. He can join the Navy today for greater strength, but who can guarantee that he will not give up the Navy for greater strength? Saitama still needs to be carved, but if Jinyu loses out, it can't be recovered. The Warring States didn't hope that what the Navy had cultivated with all its energy would be the next Dorak. Ron always thought that Karp's Mountain Lane warship was already a huge monster. But at this moment, when he got off the boat and looked at the majestic and tall buildings ahead, Ron clearly realized how ridiculous the previous thought was. Compared with the majestic towering fortress of Marine Head of Naval Headquarters, the Doghead warship is very small, just like the little pussycat beside the elephant, and they are just fleas on the little pussycat. A glance at such a large building can make people fear and admire. The headquarters of the Navy is indeed the strongest force in the sea. The soldiers lined up in order to disembark, and Cap suddenly noticed the surprise on Ron's face and came over with elation. How's that? Stupid, right? Energetic. Then he waved his hand and introduced the domineeringly. This is the Naval Headquarters, Marilyn Fodor. What are you proud of? Ron came back to God, dismissed his lips in disdain. I am so embarrassed because of such a magnificent fortress. What does it have to do with you? Did you make it? Karp. The truth is indeed such a truth, but there is always something wrong. Tryon heard the words beside him, raised an eyebrow, then gave Ron a thumbs up. Nice job. Strangling old bastard. As an aide, Tryon did not vomit blood on weekdays. At this moment, an officer in the Righteous Justice came over. His feet were standing side by side, and he looked at Karp with adoring eyes. Lieutenant General Karp, Marshal of the Warring States period, please go to the office to meet immediately. In most people's eyes, Navy hero Karp is just a little bit careless. The rest is not a big deal. But in the eyes of veterans who are familiar with him, especially his peers, Karp is a blunder without adding any preservatives. Okay, I'll be right there. Karp was still pondering the sentence just now, and waved casually about it, greeted as he walked forward. Train, I'll go there first. You take the Thunder Devil to the recruit camp. Remember to give me the test results, bring a copy. I understand. Watching Karp go far, Ron touched his chin and asked strangely, Major Tryon, what do I want to test? Shouldn't I just go to the Naval Academy? On the ship, Ron knew the relevant information and knew that the Navy had Navy Military Academy and recruit barracks. The former Navy General Blackwrist Zifa commanded the recruit camp, while the Naval Academy was only a major general responsible for management. Because the information is not comprehensive, he thought that the new soldier camp, led by Zifa himself, was the legendary Tyan Longren School. As a civilian newcomer, he could only enter lower-level military schools to study. The One Piece world is a semi-feudal society with the existence of the world aristocracy, Tianlong people. There is a great difference between the aristocracy and the civilians. Tryon smiled slightly and explained. You misunderstood, Ron. Although the naval headquarters has 2 areas for recruits, only the recruit barracks is the official institution. The Naval Academy is a place where young naval families and young children with good potential learn the basics from an early age. After graduating from the military school at the age of 15, he enters the barracks. After passing the training, he is assigned to different troops. With your current age and strength, you don't need to enter the school to lay the foundation. You can directly enter the recruit camp for training. After hearing the explanation, Ron suddenly realized, I feel strange. The yellow monkeys joined the Navy in the past 30 years, and they also entered the new barracks. Why did I go to the Naval Academy? I have eaten a lack of culture. Almost went into a kindergarten class as an older student. Oh. As the most powerful force in the world of One Piece, the Navy is not only human, but also various talented races can be seen here. A long-legged family with long legs, and a long-handed family with 3 joints and curved arms, as well as some clever animals that are not like animals, wear Navy clothes and sweat in the playground for training. The mountain that I just walked from a distance was Lieutenant General Donald, one of the naval giants. Half of his palm is longer than Ron's whole person. Following Major General Train, Ron admired this magical sight all the way, and soon came to a tall building inside the recruit barracks behind the fortress. Train stopped, checked with the guard, and said to Ron, "Don't be nervous, just take out what you usually do during training. The test results are just to determine what you are missing and what to add, so the instructor can organize it and arrange training courses for you." Sunjing's so-called all-round targeted teaching according to his aptitude. Smog, who is also a Department of Nature, will certainly not waste time in the recruit camp to learn swordsmanship, but to learn the use and release of abilities. The new barracks instructor develops targeted training through the test results, so that each soldier can get the most exercise and progress. What else is there to say? Ron joined the Navy to become stronger. Even if he is not allowed to participate in this test, immediately let go of the eyes, confidently open the door. Relax. I never dropped the chain at critical moments. Oh. When the new computer arrived, people were in the company and didn't care. When I go home, my good guy with a net weight of 15.7 kilograms, plus a set of fitness toys of several tens of kilograms, the big tree is a shoulder-resistant computer and a shoulder-resistant canvas bag to walk home. Then, the elevator is broken. The big tree climbed the 5th floor again. I pulled it out, and moving to another house was really exhausted and half dead. The computer case was 1 meter high and several tens of centimeters wide, and they were only stuck on the outermost side. Chapter 12. The Attack of the Yellow Monkey and Shiosua's Attack. Looking at the door, closing slowly, Major General Train relieved. He could have gone in together, but with someone showing up, he felt it necessary to stand outside for a while. I looked back. A figure had appeared in the empty place just now, and I was leaning against the wall to trim my nails. Huh. Puppet guard soldiers and Tyranny were neatly saluting, shouting, "General Ape." The person who appeared outside the test point at this time was one of the 3 most intriguing Navy generals in the original, the Yellow Ape Porcellino. He wore a suit of bright yellow and yellow, with a shoulder-length cape and a magnificent justice badge, a black curly hair, a beard on his face, a pair of sunglasses, and a thin figure. He said he couldn't figure it out because the apes never showed too obvious purpose in the original book, and they were indifferent to everything. In the 2 years after the event, Red Dog and Iasu were fighting against Marshall for the Marshalless throne in Punkhaz Sad because of a misconception, but the apes did not show any interest. It seems that he has no interest in what the Navy will do in the future. Don't care. Red dogs and green pheasants can be said to have clear-cut naval hawks and doves, but the apes, no one can see him through the truth. A certain comment on the earth made the yellow ape very clear. That's what it said. The yellow ape has no emotional entanglement, no entanglement with the judgment of justice, and the whole person does not have any uncertain follow-up to treat anything in any sense, but is responsible for performing the task, nothing more. Exclude the secret hidden behind this person. From this point of view, Ron is a replica of the yellow ape. It's just that the starting point is different. He really feels troublesome and doesn't want to think about those twists and turns. At this moment, the ape was leaning against the wall, trimming his nails with a nail clipper. He heard the salute and then raised his head with a blow. He glanced over Tryon, locked on the closed door, and spoke very slowly. "Now, Tryon, the one who just went in is the one with the thunderous fruit ability, right? Why does the ape care about this? Isn't he indifferent to everything?" Tranline was stunned, but out of his post, he replied, "Yes, General Ape. His name is Ron, and Lieutenant General Kapu asked me to take him to the recruit camp for testing." Ron. The yellow ape repeated the name again, blowing out the dust on the nails, and slowly stood up and said to Tran, "Let's go in and have a look at it. The sound of thunder, the thunder and lightning in the sky. It's terrible, terrible." I didn't know what the situation was like, but I looked up and said, "Observe." The test field is an empty sand and stone field. There is no one or any equipment, and it looks like a desert area. Ron walked in for the first time and thought he was in the wrong place. He turned around and scratched the fence and the main body of the tall fortress outside, and then determined that he had not crossed again. This is not the same testing ground as he expected in the gym. Not to mention the unique black technology equipment in One Piece world. Why can't even a figure be seen? At the top of the high wall behind Ron, in a room inlaid into the wall, the apes and Tyranny stood there, watching Ron's every move through the window. After seeing Ron stepping forward cautiously, the yellow ape pursed his mouth and smiled wretchedly. No one? This style of test is the teacher's lover, Brigadier General Zwazwa. The only people who could be called teachers by the yellow apes are the commander of the recruit camp, the former admiral, and the blackwrist Zifa. However, the two have long been inconsistent with certain ideas, and the ape never asked about the new barracks. Train didn't expect it, and as a result he even had Zayuso's testing style so clear. Oh, yes, it should be the instructor Shiozwa. He paused for a second, and Trine answered quickly. Other instructors in the new barracks were selected, but Zifa and Shiosawa were retired. This was agitated in the headquarters, so Trine was very familiar with them. Hearing the answer, the yellow ape pursed his mouth and wrinkled his old face to make this wretched expression ugly and scary. Yo, she. Looks like Teacher Zifa is very kind to Ron. This is a great show. Trine's mouth twitched, but couldn't refute it. If it is that repair, it is indeed the most accurate test of Ron's deficiencies, but the process. Oh. At the same time, in the marshal's office, the warring nations who heard the report gave Zifa a little surprise and asked, he only gained the fruit ability for about a month. He has not experienced any actual combat training. You must make Shiosawa responsible. Shiosawa's test method is simply a nightmare for every new navy. Please be assured, Marshal will have a measure. In response, Zifa answered with a confident expression, while squinting at someone sleeping across the table, grinning. And I want to check if he was taken aboard for a month in Captain Cap Crooked. Need to be corrected. Snap. Blowing the snot bubble, Carp opened his eyes blankly and glanced left and right. What just happened? Why is it suddenly cold? But think of this as the Warring States office. No accident can happen. Carp rubbed his nose, tilted his head, and continued to sleep. Suddenly, the Warring States period broke out in black gas, and his teeth creaked. Ah. Pooh. Ah. Ron walked slowly in the wide sand and gravel. His muscles tightened. He didn't take it lightly because no one was there. As a Navy's land, no one could guard it. Also, since it's testing, anything can happen. What? I stepped forward a few steps. Stepping on the ground, Ron was surprised, suddenly crouched down and grabbed a handful of sand, rubbing it in the palm, thoughtful. That's it. Oh, you're the recruit who tested, right? I'm sorry, I just went to the bathroom. Wait a moment, test immediately. Suddenly, a voice sounded, and Ron turned back, and the thunder and lightning almost shot out. But he immediately stopped the urge, and his mouth twitched. Oh, okay. Instructor, feel free to. I saw an inconspicuous door pushed on the wall, www.tailnovel.com. A naval officer pushed out the door, and the shoulder badge on his body told him that this man was a colonel. Not surprisingly, he was the recruit camp instructor responsible for testing. Speaking of it, it has been a long time since no one came to test it. Now it is not a half-year test period for recruits, and they are suddenly pulled back to eat and say to be tested. Sorry, I didn't mean to air your brother. The colonel complained as he came, while apologizing to Ron. It's all right, so am I? Just here. Am I wrong? Ron stood in place, with an awkward expression, a little skeptical of life. I saw Ron's expression of cyanosis, and in the stands, a little smile slowly arose from the corner of the yellow ape's mouth. Coming. As expected. The voice just fell. The next second, the dust behind Ron suddenly exploded, and a figure emerged from the ground, like a light, and rushed behind Ron in an instant. The sharp-eyed yellow ape found that the man's fist was wrapped with black domineering. This punch went down, and Ron could not escape with elemental. This is the test style of Brigadier General Zwazwa, the head of the test field. Combat. In his eyes, soldiers are used to fight. The speed and power of tedious testing like a flour rack cannot be said to be meaningless, but there is no actual data to be accurate. Especially in the face of sneak attacks, It can best embody a person's actual combat ability. A Navy elite general mastered two-color domineering. Kendo 6-type accomplishment is extraordinary, sneaking underground to launch sneak attacks on recruits, avoiding inevitable unstoppable. It is no wonder that Shosua's test is regarded by every recruit for nightmares. Chapter 13. Underpass Thunderstorm. Ron was aware of the first time the sand exploded. The thunderbolt human body brought by the thunderous fruit made him very sensitive to the electric field. Although the degree of fruit development was limited, he could not generate a huge coverage area like any road. The global electromagnetic field controls the whole world, but there is no problem in receiving the current by diffusing the current to the surroundings. I stepped into the test field and found that the situation was not right. Ron did not stop the overcurrent test. The results were not surprising. There is something weird here. The magnetic field around is very disordered, as if something is interfering with the radio waves. However, after examining the sand and gravel, he found that there was no mixed metal powder in it. The empty sand and gravel land had a clear view, and special equipment that could interfere with a magnetic field could not be hidden. At this point, you can rule out the possibility of being targeted. And the closer is to the ground, the more chaotic the magnetic field is. This means that under the test site, there is a lot of steel, which disturbs the current fluctuations released by him. In the position where he stood, there was a gap in the electromagnetic feedback, leaving a meter of space, enough for people to enter. This is the tunnel made of pure steel. Ron thought strangely. For what? Emergency shelter? Or is it required for testing? He probed all the way down, and a huge steel map was discovered by Ron, which left him a little scratched. So even if there was an instructor in front of him, he was still watching the ground and never took it lightly. Oh, that's it. Is the sneak test? The thoughtful Ron instantly understood the true meaning of the test, and the reason for the existence of the underground passage is self-evident. At this moment, he would like to thank Carp for his learning by example for a month, so that even if he does not turn around, he knows that the other party is a master who will use armed color and domineering. Naturally, he cannot rely on the elemental elements he is used to, and will be hit. Forward, sideways? No. The other party's movements are flexible. The explosion speed is not slower than me, and they will also be hit. So, in a critical moment, Ron wrapped his right foot around the thunder and condensed into a sharp knife, struggling to step down. Oh. Step on a heavy foot and blast the dust in place. The figure rushed forward, his fist almost stuck to the back of Ron's head, but it was only almost. The fist brought a fierce wind, which hurt his back. The two men lost 1,000 miles, and Ron turned into a thunderbolt, seizing the opportunity to plunge underground. In the stands, the apes and Trians stared at them in shock. Before they saw Unshure's domineering, Ron knew what they had done. Hey, I have escaped. A newcomer, dodging the attack by Brigadier General Zwazwa. Do you want to be so perverted? After a long while, Huang Zi asked, Shouldn't you have told him about the test field in advance? I swear. Tryon raised his right hand and looked dignified. Absolutely nothing. Just now, Ron stomped the ground by stomping his feet vigorously, and the whole person avoided the fist wrapped in arm domineering by a slight difference. The yellow apes considered that Ron would elementally rely on ignorance, and then was attacked by Shozwa. He considered that he would dodge with the speed of movement that was not inferior to his sparkling fruit, but as long as he did not pull too far away, Shozwa had a means to hit he. No matter how fast you move, if your reaction speed can't keep up, it's just a simple escape, meaningless in battle. However, Ron didn't seem to know in advance that the sand under his feet was just a disguise. He stepped on the ground with heavy feet and entered the underground passage. Yes, as Ron speculated, the middle area of the test field is full of steel tunnels. Shozwa was hiding in the ground, judging position by footsteps, and choosing an exit to launch a sneak attack. This trick has no disadvantage in the past. Make countless geniuses have nightmares, and no longer have the arrogance and confidence before joining. Trained swearing by military service, that is a very serious oath. The yellow ape suddenly took a cool breath, converged, and said in a wretched tone, Are people who are capable of sounding thunderous fruits, are they too terrible? Or are they too scary? Oh. Shiozwa was not surprised with a single blow. Like the yellow ape, he knows that Ron is a thunderous fruit ability, and the speed is amazing. If he doesn't use shaving, the chance of hitting this fist is not high, unless Ron is stupid. So Shiozwa was ready to change her shape at any time, always watching Ron's movements. As long as Ron can't escape his attacking distance in an instant, he has 100 ways to get him down. However, he never considered that Ron would use the underground passage to open the distance, one level deviation from the previous one. Let all his prepared backs have nowhere to show, punched on the cotton, uncomfortable vomiting blood. For the first time, Shiozwa, who had a shiny bronze complexion, also believed that Ron knew the test field information in advance. He had deliberately pretended to be deceived by the suspicious appearance, and the whole person was furious. "Asshole kid, dare to play with me?" "Zizi." Angry Shiozwa was just about to jump out of the tunnel and pursue. Suddenly, the lightning dazzled. The air became extremely dry, and the strong current caused Shiozwa's scalp to numb. "Nanny!" Wu Shiozwa looked down, and in the pothole where Ron fell, the violent thunder quickly gathered, and blue light was faintly visible. Seeing the rapid warning of domineering, Shiozwa didn't want to, and stepped forward. "I shaved." "Huh." As soon as he left the place and his footsteps floated, a violent pillar of thunder shot out and burned his horns. The sky-blue thunderbolt burned the soil and steel and broke into the sky with an unbeatable potential. Thousands of volts, thunder column storm. In the underground passage, Ron was screaming in the sky. His body thundered and the lights flashed. The dazzling thunderbolt rushed up from his body, like a thunderbolt hanging upside down, pounding the sky. But this trick is too slow to start. www.mtlnovel.com. Shiozwa has left the place 1 second before he moves. Except for a little numbness, it doesn't make any sense. "Huh." Open the distance, Shiozwa calmly stood up, patted the ignited clothing corner. "The power is good, but the speed is too slow. You have to strengthen your release speed, little slider." Even if Ron is a powerful person with a thunderous fruit ability, Shiozwa still has the power to comment on Ron with a freehand expression. This is also a fighting technique, declaring strength in a leisurely and relaxed posture, causing psychological pressure on the other party and forcing the other party to make mistakes. Commonly known as install X. But Ron didn't make a mistake, Shiozwa himself made a mistake first. Now is not the time to install X because he has not determined the surrounding environment. If it is on the real battlefield, or if Ron is more powerful, Shiozwa's mistake is fatal. In the stands, Huang Ape shook his head slightly. Brigadier General Shiozwa is still so reckless. How did the teacher teach? If I were him, I would not say so much nonsense. The instructor Shiozwa cares, but the strength gap is not too big. Ron's idea is good. I didn't expect him to use the fruit ability so superbly. Matters were related to Zifa, and Tryon embarrassedly shifted the subject. Then he looked up at the sky, looked at the downturned sky, and took a deep breath. This scene is really spectacular. Yeah, it really is the sound of thunder. It's terrible. The lightning beam of light lasted less than a second, but the attacks it brought were not over. On the sky, numerous arrows of thunderbolt detached from the beam of light, densely like rain, with deafening horror thunder pouring down. This is a thunderstorm. It's inevitable. Chapter 14. Guess lose time? Shiozwa, who performed alone, noticed the attack from behind in his shadow displacement and looked back aggressively, immediately grasped the grass. The thunderstorm fell from the sky, and almost half of the test field was included. Shiozwa doesn't want to bear the shame of the instructor who was hit by the recruits, even the sound of thunder. Seeing that the color of domineering turned on all of a sudden, his feet quickly moved, like a butterfly dancing in the rain and thunder. Don't look at his 5 big and 3 bold and strong as a cow. Move lightly and lightly, as if he had changed a person. Oh, thunder landed, the drums blew. The seemingly intensive attack with wide coverage did not cause any trace of damage to Shiozwa. This is the horror of being overbearing. Waiting for the thunder to dissipate, standing on the sandy and rocky ground covered with coke pits, Shiozwa gasped, and his forehead popped out of the cross. Abominable imp. I thought it would be a unilateral assault, but did not expect that Ron caused him a lot of trouble after he avoided his attack. As an instructor, is there no reason to be angry? Even if you admire it, that's what happened after the battle. Now the focus is only on fighting. Don't think it's safe to hide in the ground. I know the terrain better than you. Shiozwa grunted, looked around, and immediately found an entrance to the underground passage. He ran over and raised his fist. Huh. The fragile soil layer was easily broken by his fist, and Shiozwa jumped down and landed in the steel channel. Suddenly, he noticed a gleam of light flashing around the corner in front and sneered at once. "Catch you, stop me." He said that he stepped on his feet and used the Navy's six style to follow closely. The underground passage is made of metal and is blocked on all sides, leaving only upward gaps in different areas for people to enter and exit. In addition, the soil used for camouflage on the outer surface has strong barrier properties. In addition to the lightning condition, Ron can perceive the general situation through radio waves. In the stands, the lost target ape and Triune look back. Ron's performance was unexpected and wonderful. As a recruit, Brigadier General Shiozwa had a sullen loss, and there was no one before. But as Tryon said, the difference in hard power between the two sides is like a godsend. Ron's defeat is inevitable, but it is only a matter of time, so the yellow monkey asked, "You said, how long will Ron fight?" "This one." "Up to a minute or two." Trent Lane thought about it and speculated, Ron's Thunderbolt can't effectively damage Brigadier General Shiozwa, and it consumes a lot of energy. If he tries to attack, he will easily seize the opportunity. This is a fact, even if it is called the strongest general servant. Leaving a legend on the cap ship, Ron's thunder intensity is also there. Shiozwa's strength is not worse than that of an ordinary general, and he is only one line behind this general. However, in recent years, he was in charge of the recruit barracks, and his military abilities were not enough, so he remained at the rank of Brigadier General. The mole has become the representative of the Lieutenant General in this part, and Shiozwa, who is regarded as right and left by Zifa during the same period, must not be worse. As long as he covers the hard resistance with a domineering color, Ron can't hurt Shiozwa at all. But if Ron hid from a cat in a narrow underpass at the speed of thunder and lightning, Shiozwa couldn't catch him, didn't he? The yellow ape said slowly, then looked towards the quiet test field. 5 minutes. If you can't tell the result, there is no need to continue. Indeed. Trant nodded and agreed with the time. He just looked at the test field with hesitant eyes, and always felt wrong, hiding cats in the underground passage at the speed of thunder and lightning. Just that, Ron. What international joke is it? With his understanding of Ron, the situation is too abnormal now. Ron, this lunatic, never knows to concede, even dare to throw a punch at Carp while on board. Even if he finds that his thunder and lightning can't help it, he will furiously launch an attack until he is defeated and fell to the ground. But what happened now? He fled into the ground, and until now there is no thunder, indicating that Ron is really covering and repairing cats through the steel channel, as the ape said. He is so afraid to flee, not Ron from whom he knows. Almost. When thinking of some speculation, Trine lost her voice and shook her head. How can it be? Ron, no matter how talented he is just a recruit. As a decades-old veteran, will he overturn in the gutter? He didn't have any hidden cards. The process of becoming stronger was under their eyes. Knowing each other and comparing them, Train couldn't think of any possibility. Yes, such a violation of the usual style makes Tryon feel that Ron is in a big game. Because of him, I want to win. A new recruit want to defeat the field-proven Brigadier General Suzuk. Whimsical. Ron had everything laid out underground while Trine was laughing out of his own thoughts. If he knew what Train was thinking, he would definitely give thumbs up and reveal 8 shining front teeth. Oh good. If Tryon knew Ron's thoughts, he would surely laugh and point at his nose. Did you wake up today? It is true that according to the attack judgment just now, Ron knew that the probability of defeating Shiozwa was almost 0. The opponent only showed ordinary melee means, which forced him to flee, and the strength of the two sides was not at the same level at all. But defeat and overcome are not the same. Ron is confident of defeating Shiozwa instead of winning him. The premise is that he can bring the beast behind him into the cage, which requires a little acting. As he ran frantically, Shiozwa roared and pointed his finger forward, finger gunnily inching. Boom, 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 boom. The dense rifle bullets fired from Shiozwa's fingers, and the terrible power was enough to leave a dent in the steel. In the narrow area of the underpass, www.mtlnovel.com, Rover has no place to dodge. Although he could not attach domineering power, each attack would run through Ron, letting him waste his energy to heal his body. It was clear that Shiozwa saw Ron's previous weakness. As the person in charge of the test field, His eyesight can be called pungent. The general weakness of the recruits is their physical strength and endurance, which is very different from the veterans, especially Ron, who has just acquired the thunderous fruit for a month. Even the tiniest healing will continue to lose physical energy, not to mention that he is still unable to perfectly control the thunder and lightning. After being broken, the physical loss is huge. The water accumulated into the abyss, the earth piled into a mountain, and the battle continued. The defeat was the only result of Ron. Once again being beaten by a gun bomb, Ron huddled out of his body, his mouth twitching. Monster. Isn't he tired? How many times has this been fired with a gun? I look tired. Finger gun lynching. When Ron reunited, Shozo went crazy again with countless air bombs, making the steel plate bang. Ron tried his best to dodge, but was still hit by air bombs, and his energy quickly passed. Suddenly, Ron noticed a crack in the corner. Are you finally here? He immediately came to the spirit. The thunder burst into the air, the speed soared again. After seeing this scene, Shozo thought that Ron wanted to run away from the distance and immediately accelerated to keep up. Don't try to escape. There are many underground corners, and the thunder needs to turn no matter how fast the speed is. As long as it is not pulled down, Shozo has the confidence to bite Ron. For a moment, the two men moved quickly and soon came to a seemingly normal channel. The thunderbolt flickered around the corner. Shozo rushed out and then immediately braked, watching Ron, who was resting in front of him, in amazement. Intuition tells him that there is danger. Chapter 15. The soldiers don't tire of winning, they win. In the dim underground passage, the air was sweltering and no fingers were seen. Ron's current is the only light source here, allowing the two to look at each other. I looked around and couldn't find the ambush. Shozo frowned and said, "What do you want to do? Should Brigadier General Zwazwa, right?" Ron leaned his hand on the metal wall and then turned between electricity and light, panting and gasping. "Anyway, if you continue to chase for a while and a half, you won't be able to catch up with me. Why not pass this test?" The chase just made Ron tired enough. At this time, he increased his strength and almost emptied him. "Count you through." "Do you mean that?" Swazwa was a moment, then immediately knew. Sure enough, he almost forgot that this was a targeted test, and he didn't have to defeat Ron. I was so angry just now. I thought back now, Ron's performance was perfect. Know your strengths and weaknesses, and only use your strengths to restrain yourself. Even if you have a slipper that knows the information in advance, it is also a good job of the other party's intelligence work. As a soldier, he never finds an excuse. Shozo knows this truth. Yeah, it's just a test. Ron stood on the wall and smiled. Conscientiously, with my current performance, how much can I score? Oh, let me think. Duty is incumbent. After listening to the words, Shozo thought about this issue seriously. He is the main person in charge of the test camp of the boot camp. He used to be known for his sternness and rarely gave high marks. But for Ron's performance today, he could not deliberately make things difficult. He was just like Ron said, with conscience. I think there should be actual combat points. Good chance. Seeing Shozo distracted, Ron's eyes lighted up instantly, and the current in his hands was no longer hidden. All broke out. Lightning surged in the channel for a while, and the buzzing continued. Shozo's head looked up and said, "Aren't we getting ratings? What do you want to do?" Ignored him. Ron raised a thunderbolt in both hands and screamed, "Leia!" This is something that Ron can do for a long time. It has not been exposed before, and the pursuit of metal interference is to hide it, just like the fangs in the mouth of a snake, waiting for the opportunity to strike the deadly venom into the hunting object and defeat the enemy. He really wants to win, because he can't. This is the true meaning of challenging yourself. Do what you can't do. Rumbling. Oh. Under Shozo's stunned gaze, all of the steel around him that had never been moved since it was built was suddenly distorted, and if there was life, it started to creep. Lightning pythons are wrapped around the iron blocks in all directions, and the terrible heat has turned them into gelatinous molten iron, close to them little by little. Instantaneously, you are covered by steel in all directions, in front and back. Thick steel, like a cage, trapped him in place. At the same time, the steel is still shrinking, squeezing his range of activity. Sleep. Suddenly frightened, Shozo had to stand up hard and leave fingerprints on the hot red steel to rob himself of a space for activity. Only then, more steel took the opportunity to flood in, blocking the places he could not care about. Gradually, the blue light began to dim. The gap between him and Ron was shrinking, and the cage was about to be completed. Raised his head, and through the last gap, Shiozwa found that Ron inserted steel without any concealment in his hands. In the burst of thunder, his lips were white and sweaty, and his physical exhaustion was visible, but the smile on his face was so abominable. Asshole. I still don't know where I am being tricked. Shiozwa entangled his domineering anger and smashed his fist towards the face. But he moved a little slower, the steel was closed, and the punch hit the thick steel wall. Oh. The dull bell echoed in the quiet underground passage, and the dust kept falling. Ron fell to the ground with Jean's buttocks and narrowed his head to cover his ears. For a long time, when the vibration disappeared, he had time to turn back and stare at the raised fist marks of the steel ball. It's dangerous and dangerous. Fortunately, enough steel is prepared in advance. In the boxy channel, this section of the soil was all exposed, and the steel originally attached to it was melted into a ball, forming a steel ball to enclose Shiozwa. He pulled all the underground steel within 20 square meters, which is not an easy job. Shiozwa thought that he would make Ron a chicken and a dog jump and panic. In fact, every road is within Ron's calculations. He deliberately chose the path without exception to take Shiozwa forward, and the rest. When Shiozwa escaped the thunderstorm outside, he was transformed by Ron. As a thunderbolt, the steel channel was a cheat for the maze game for him. The black light in the passage was blind, and Shiozwa still could not remember, but Ron would never. But the duration of the thunderstorm was too short, and the completion was not complete. Ron had to choose a road, continue construction in the chase, and use lightning heat to melt the wall. Shiozwa, who was fully focused on Ron, did not find that except for the road he passed, the steel in the rest of the place was constantly melting and deforming. The heat transfer and electrical conductivity was excellent. Provides a perfect environment for doing things. The last gap in the corner was left intentionally by Ron. Reaching that position means that he has completed all preparations and is waiting to be activated. Then, on the sandstone field, thunder and lightning surged. Ron, rushing out of the ground, leaned on the ground with the steel ball exposed to the soil. Boom, boom. There was a sulking bell in his ears, shaking him. Immediately turned around and inserted his hand into the steel ball, through the last point of physical strength in the body, www.tlnovel.com, with lightning and high temperature to continuously heal the cracks smashed by Shiozwa. Not doing this. The opponent is just a monster. Iron with a thickness of more than 3 meters have cracked under the boxing, and they will break out of the cage. That's the fist of the flesh, not a pile driver. And this is still under the premise that the space is limited and the punch is not enough. If it is not difficult for the physical overdraft to continue, he would really have Shiozwa dead wrapped in steel, leaving no room for him to move. But even so, the final result is already doomed. The high temperature between the melting of steel will cause the internal oxygen to be consumed quickly, and the demand for oxygen will also increase at high temperatures. The internal space is not sufficient, and the oxygen is insufficient. He will soon faint in it due to lack of oxygen, and he will no longer be full of energy. He can continuously punch so many powerful fists in a small, hypoxic, and even anaerobic environment to crack the steel ball. Shiozwa's strength is already evident. I was so disgusted with Ron's way. In the stands, the 8 groaned for 2 seconds and said, "This, Ron, is unique." As a member who stood watching from height to height throughout the whole process, he could clearly see the long steel plates extending from the ground little by little, and suddenly moved closer to the center, and finally wrapped up the area. No surprise, there is where Zaisuk is. The sound of muted drums in his ears continued to weaken, from the earth moving to the obscurity. What can be imagined for Shiozwa? For such a result, Trion's mouth twitched, and Pai smiled. Ha, indeed, very unique. Look down. God shit. Chapter 16. Headquarters shake. Nanny, you say Ron defeated Shiozwa at the test field. In Marshall's office, the Warring States period took a photo of the table and stood up, his eyes widened. Do you know what the end of lying about the military situation is? I know, Marshall. But Shin Chuan ordered the soldiers to cry. This is true. The ghost knows how a recruit defeated Brigadier General Shiozwa. That's a real strength figure. As a member from the new barracks, Zhuan Lingbing was trained under Shisua. Where is the terrible monster? However, this happened. The recruit camp instructor, Captain Admiral T-Line, and the General Yellow Ape recognized the result at the same time. Brigadier General Shiozwa is still inhaling oxygen in the infirmary. After the news was presented, he repeatedly determined that it was not a hallucination and rushed to report. How did he do that? Give me the report. The Warring States period took a deep breath, took the information and waved back and forth. Before returning to his position, the Warring States keenly smelled an extremely strong murderous spirit and immediately turned back. Speechless twitched the corner of his mouth. The Warring States period looked at the strong old man wearing dark sunglasses and thick purple hair on the seat, and the dark air behind him was visible to the naked eye, fierce as a ghost. After thinking about it for 3 seconds, he decided not to ask about it, and moved away in silence. Sit back to the position. The Warring States will distribute the information. The time is very good. I just said that we can break up. Everyone take a look and give an opinion. After all, the Warring States erected the paper and looked at the report with curiosity. First is a simple physical fitness test. Maximum strength of one arm, 400 kilograms. I was barely reluctant, even unqualified. Sengoku frowned slightly, gave an evaluation, and then looked at the next item. 100 meters speed, 8.5 seconds. Evaluation is the same as above. 5000 meter weight-bearing run, 19 minutes. Evaluation continues as above. Attack strength, 60 channels. Evaluation. Xiao Guang looked at these items. The Warring States only felt that the news of Xiozhua's defeat was slipping into the world. How can such a small person defeat Xiozhua? The two sides are simply one in the sky and the other in the ground. Brigadier General Zhuo's force value is close to 4,000, which can fly a Neptune with a weight of hundreds of tons with great power. The speed of 100 meters is less than 3 seconds, faster than ordinary 6-type users, and he has mastered 2-color domineering and combat experience rich, can be called the strongest instructor in the Navy recruit barracks, second only to Zifa. Is Superman among supermen. Ron's physical test data shows that he is just a strong ordinary person, converted to a maximum strength value of 50, and it is impossible to defeat Xiozhua positively. The colonel responsible for statistics also gave a fair score for this. Comprehensive evaluation, 50 powers, passing. If you fail, go back and forth wherever you want. The recruit camp and the headquarters only accepts geniuses and strong men. Soldiers with a normal strength of 10 are not eligible to enter the recruit camp in the headquarters for training. After graduating from the rank of major in the military ranks of the Green Cloud Shortcut headquarters, the new barracks must be strictly taken for granted. However, the following data from the fruit ability test surprised the Warring States. Lightning attack strength, 228 forces. Thunder and lightning, 100-meter run, 2.5 seconds. Combat test, full score. Comprehensive evaluation, 80 out of 100. Tao power value is a special term set by the world's government to reflect a person's combat effectiveness, but it cannot completely determine a person's strength. After all, there are too many things that affect the outcome in actual combat and can only be used as a reference. Because it is a rule set by the world government, its espionage agency Cypherpol and the headquarters of the Navy are both used. So the Warring States knows very well what Ron's attack of 228 power means with 50 physical strength. This is a pervert who has played 4.5 times his own strength. Because it represents combat effectiveness, a trained naval soldier has a power value of 10, so the maximum attack he can make is also 10. So it stands to reason that Ron's normal attack power is only around 50. Previously, he was able to hit 60 attacks, which is proof that he has exceeded his physical limit. In their hearts, just 1 month after receiving the thunderous fruit, Ron was able to make an attack of 50 to 100 powers in terms of fruit capacity. 228. 4 times his strength. Refresh their perception. Thunder and lightning are indeed powerful and good, but such an unusual value is by no means a fruit advantage that can be erased. This is a genius. He has a terrible talent for the sound of thunder. Looking at this number, he was shocked and filled with admiration. It's amazing. How old was Sikarsky? A few years older than Ron. The first test was only about 240. And it was only twice. Yeah, I still remember that Porcelino played 270 and Kazan only 200. The 3 current generals are all those with natural abilities, and they all came out of the recruit barracks. It is inevitable that they will be taken out for comparison. Although holding the initial non-lethal ice cubes, Kazan scored a high of 203 times his own strength. However, Ron was much younger than the 3 in the first test time and was still 4 times. Over time, his achievements are incredible. At the time when the others expressed shock, Karp was unsure about it in his seat. No. What's the matter? The discharge ghost can polish his body all day long. Can he still have such a high degree of fruit development? On the way back, Ron knew what Karp was doing all day long. He couldn't figure out how Ron hit such an amazing value. Don't have cultivated on my back. This imp. Cap felt as if he had found out the truth, and he felt so itchy. I'll ask for it tonight. Oh. After a while, the lightning 100-meter race results. Everyone didn't care about that number. At the speed of thunder and lightning, running 100 meters in 2.5 seconds is considered slow. The original record left by the apes in the recruit barracks was 0.3 seconds. For sparkling fruits and thunderous fruits, the value of this value is not to test their speed. How fast can ordinary people move compared to electric light? That's meaningless at all. The speed is at its peak, and is it worth testing? If you change to a simple speed test, let the current ape go. There is no time interval at all. He can arrive instantly and exceed the test device response limit. There is no time interval when Ron learns the trick of an arrow in the electromagnetic field. Therefore, this value mainly reflects the speed of their ability to release fruit and their ability to capture targets with dynamic vision during high-speed movement. The overall use of fruit is coordinated with the body. The 100-meter test run in the test field is not simply a rush. You must stay in the designated area to count the results. The recruit camp does not teach that you are arrogant. Before you awaken autonomously, you can only locate with eyesight. It is conceivable that in 2.5 seconds, in addition to wasting time at the moment of departure, incarnation of thunder and lightning, Ron must have slowed down to determine his position halfway through and was found by the instructor at the tip of the eye, which was directly deducted 20 points. Otherwise, this time is definitely about 1 second, and you can get 100 points. Finally, it is the actual test of full marks. Ahem, let's see how to beat Shiozwa. Shiping regained the atmosphere at the scene, and the Warring States period coughed, and Mimi looked at someone quietly. As soon as the voice fell, Zifa, who was still amazed a second ago, immediately stunned his face and snorted, "Don't read it. It's good to say that Shiozwa cares about the enemy, and uncomfortable is stupid." The towering black gas rose suddenly. Zifa stood up. His face was flowing black. Let's see if I go home and don't pack him enough. As Shiozun's teacher, Shiozwa is also his favorite disciple. When he got the information, Zifa swept through the battle details. After finding that Zuazua was turned around by the opponent and finally wrapped with an iron ball to suffocate and defeat the North, the anger in Zifa's heart exploded, which was called a furious anger. If it wasn't the marshal's office here, and the meeting had not officially ended, he would have rushed out to pull Shisua from his bed and sent him to Hell Island for training. Calm down. The Warring States period comforted him, but noticed Zifa's eyes. He knew it would be useless to say more. So there was a moment of silence in my heart, and I turned my head to look at the female with frowns on her face and frowns on her face, but her eyes were full of wisdom. Crane, what do you think? Not bad. Myth in the minds of the general staff of the Navy headquarters and all the female soldiers. This goddess chased by a large group of young people, the Admiral of Crane, regardless of the feelings of Zifa. This is a standard case of weak winds and strong enough to be loaded into textbooks. I recommend immediately revising the textbook compilation so that those kids in military schools who are tired all day long know what persistence is victory. The first sentence of Ingha gave a high evaluation and even made a proposal to modify the textbook. However, no one has any opinion on this because they set themselves as their own, and they can't make a more perfect record than Ron. He calmly breathed. Crane picked up the information and kindly looked at Ron on the photo, said, "Oh, no matter how strong the enemy is, it is also human. It requires oxygen to breathe. This is a well-known weakness, but it is easier to use it. At least let me go. I can't think of any method." But Ron is different. Presumably when he first discovered the existence of underground steel, he immediately thought about it. So he first enraged Shiozwa, pulled himself into a more favorable steel channel environment, and used speed to contain it. Then slowly the layout does not expose Leia's ability, and introduces Shios with step by step into the trap. In the end, even if he is exhausted, he must keep the iron ball unbroken, waiting for Shios to suffocate and win the victory. Such flexible thinking, decisive judgment, tough personality, I have to say. Carp, you have done a good thing. What do you mean by crane sauce? Cap suddenly blows his nose and stares. www.mtlnovel.com, unwilling to stare at Lieutenant General. I haven't been so good for so many years since I was born. In this regard, Lieutenant General, he did not look at him and spit out a name. Huadu. Suddenly, Kapu, wasted at a speed that was visible to the naked eye, sat back to his position without saying a word and exhaled with the donut in his hand. Ahem. Anyway, it is an established fact that Ron's victory over Shiozwa. Jean Zongwa stepped forward and concluded. Then his training problems are given to Zifa, and he must ensure that he grows in all directions without leaving any loopholes. 4 months later, it depends on him. Although Takizawa was angry with Shiozwa's defeat, he certainly would not anger Ron. On the contrary, he liked this seedling very much, and he had a strong sense of mission. I understand. He nodded, and the warring states patted the table and continued. In addition, strengthen your defenses and search for the traces of the Baroque Work Club. Since they dare to do it once, they will definitely have the second and third time. Give me a choke on the Great Route. I don't want to hear this situation in the Four Seas and the New World, understand? Yes. No matter how good the relationship is, the warring states is also martial. The three of them stood up and saluted at the same time. Oh. P.S. The protagonist is the character created by the author, and it is the author's clone. Praising him is a boast of himself. Dashu had not been able to understand how to show the admiration of the supporting role to the protagonist. Recently, in the communication with a certain god, he got this good sentence, and suddenly he opened. I accidentally boasted about 3,000 words. Hey, shame. Chapter 17. BW. Dorm Bullying. The Alabastan incident occurred in the Haiyuan calendar in 1520, and there are still 6 years to go. But before the 3-year drought and the rise of the rebels, the Baroque Work Agency actually existed. The characters behind it, from the perspective of God, the pirate fans know who it is. In the era when Roger had not yet become One Piece more than 20 years ago, in order to curb the ever-increasing pirate activities in the sea, the Kuwei system was established. One of the members of the first 7 Wuhai is today the national hero of Alabastan, who is naturally a rustling fruit-capable person, nicknamed Sand Crocodile, SAR. Crocodile. After failing to challenge Whitebeard that year, in order to find the power to defeat Whitebeard, according to clues, he went to Alabastan to seek Pluto, so he accepted the government's call and became the Queen Kuwei, establishing the Baroque secret as a cover association. I have a Queen Chi Wuhai as the backstage. Although I can't walk to the bright side, the development of the Baroque Work Club is still scary. Previously, they had always used assassinations and arms trading as their main activities. They never intentionally helped the pirates and interfered in the country's internal affairs. They honestly played their part of the dark world with the goal of making money. The puppet navy repeatedly pursued them, but they did not get a significant return. In addition, under the pressure of the corrupt senior government officials who had benefited, the information had long been thrown into the corner to eat ashes. But today, in 1514 Haiyuan calendar, the Baroque Work Agency made an amazing move. They participated in internal disputes in Huadu West Island, one of the countries joining the world government. Because of the special nature of Huadu, after receiving the help, the warring states ordered Carp to take a trip, but did not expect that he was stabbed back halfway. Join domestic affairs, the world's governments don't care. The Navy still don't have to intervene. That is what Huadu Queen's eldest nephew said in the words of Huadu, General Fred. Thinking again and again, Carp resisted the urge and returned. His failure was that the trace was leaked, and he could not contact the Queen first. As long as the Queen expresses her welcome, the task will be assured, and Ron will never be fulfilled. Similarly, as long as some people in Huadu do not welcome it, Carp must bow to world government regulations. Fortunately, the emergence of Navy heroes is of great significance. The other side is afraid of the Navy iron wrist, pauses, and chooses to wait and see the current situation. But this will not last long, and no one can be sure of dragging on. The only chance for the Navy is that the Queen's 70th birthday, 4 months later, will be stationed in Huadu under a proper name. The Warring States period has made a decision to let Carp lead the team to visit. Ron followed the ship. In addition to clarifying the true face of the Baroque work agency, this is also a test of Ron. This is not a simple multiple-choice question. How Ron will judge. The results are very important to the Navy and the warring states. Of course, Ron is not aware of all of this at the moment. The afternoon test made him half dead. Under the leadership of the instructor, he arrived at the recruit camp quarters where he was going to live for a long time. 301, this is it. Hearing the noise coming from behind the door, Ron put his hand on the doorknob and pushed open the door. Hearing the movement, the recruits suddenly heard the sound, and they looked at it in unison. This is the simplest recruit quarters, one for 10 people. The air is mixed with foot, sweat, and smoke, and dirty clothes are everywhere, as messy as a pig pen. There is not so much room in the headquarters to allocate a room for each recruit. If you want to live in a large and clean house by yourself, you can talk about the results. At the same time, it inspires people and allows recruits to work hard. As a newcomer, Rousen could be defeated, and Ron was eligible to apply for a room separately. But even if the news is announced, few of the recruits will be convinced. In the new recruit camp, almost all of them are arrogant geniuses, geniuses among geniuses, and even they are not tempered by Shiozua's unique test method. You said that you defeated the instructor Shiozua, but your physique is not as good as the general recruits. Why? At that time, the challengers will be endless and cannot be busy at all. As soon as I realized that in order to cope with the challenger himself, he would waste a lot of practice time and die in trouble. Ron immediately accepted the suggestion of Tyranny and lived in the large dormitory. Anyway, it's only been over a month since the end of the year evaluation. At that time, serving people with virtue will allow you to live in a large house safely. So, Ron ignored the rest of the eyes, looked at the empty bed nearest the door, and threw up the luggage assigned to him by the instructor. Snap! One hand quickly leaned over the other side of the bed and slapped the luggage. Then the recruit sneered and muttered softly. Arrange new people again. The instructors are really unwilling. Hey, what do you say he will do? Of course I'm not convinced. And then be beaten by Zoro. What Ron didn't know is that the 301 dormitory has maintained a 9-person establishment for a long time. Whenever a new person wants to live in, Zoro will be bullied. In the end, I could only cry and ran to the instructor to rearrange the dormitory. They have seen this set of processes a lot, and they are already familiar with it. Supposedly, Ron raised his head when he saw his luggage taken off the bed and asked blankly, "What do you mean?" It started. Come on. I'm sitting. I'm going to leave. The rest of the people immediately became lively and excited to gamble money. For them, this is one of the only fun left in a boring training life. There was a man lying inside the empty bed. He was not wearing a Navy uniform, only wearing a white t-shirt and had dark skin. He looked 20 years old. Hearing the interrogation, the man raised his cigarette without raising his head and replied without sincerity. Sorry, here is my ashtray. Brother, change your position. This dormitory already has 9 people living in it. So-called changing place. What do you want to change? Ron quietly turned back and looked at the others. What are you looking at? Want to fight? There is no place for you here. Get out. Just get out. Because Ron's defeat of Shiozua just passed within a few hours, a group of recruits had no way to know, so they used the momentum of their predecessors to stir up and want to see Ron's helplessness. What disappointed them was that Ron showed calm throughout the whole journey. Don't say you're at a loss. You can't even see the slightest nervousness. Noisy for a moment, the rest of the people since he gradually found something wrong and slowly closed. What's the situation? This person is born with a lack of emotion? Someone was ready to speak, and Ron was one step ahead. Oh, trouble. I saw that he sighed and looked back at the recruit named Zoro on the bunk and said lightly, I'll give you 3 seconds and get down and apologize. Hey, what? A group of recruits looked at Ron in shock and couldn't believe their ears. Isn't this guy a fool? That's 100-strong Zoro in the recruit camp. Martial power is up to 300. How dare you make him apologize? Then a group of people laughed loudly. Wonderful. Zoro, someone asked you to roll down and apologize. Ha ha ha, so funny. This is really the most interesting thing this year. Who's calling a doctor? Let's not kill anyone in a while. Don't say them. Even the guy named Zoro was surprised by it. He stood up and looked at Ron in amazement. I said, "Brother, how dare you speak to me like this? Do you not know who I am?" "Time up." He didn't wait for him to finish. Ron interrupted him arbitrarily. The contempt contained in the word "time is up" makes Zoro extremely angry. He clenched his fists and sneered, "It seems that I will not teach you a lesson. You will not be honest." To Zolo, "I bought you 500 Bailey. Brother, come on. I support you." "Ah, you're losing your pants. Are you still gambling?" This is an unequal battle, at least in the eyes of the recruits. Coincidentally, www.mtlnovel.com, in Ron's eyes, the same is true. Teach me? Are you sure? ZZ. The sky-blue thunderbolt spread across the body, coiling slowly, sticking his head behind Ron's shoulders and staring at the others. The smell of ozone was permeated in the air, and the crispness caused by the dazzling thunder that was close at hand made the recruits like male ducks with their throats choked. The voice stopped abruptly, staring at Ron. Zoro, who just got out of bed, looked at him in shock, the corners of his mouth trembling. Since nature is the devil fruit? Crap. Isn't Lao Tzu generating electricity with love? With a cold hum, Ron lifted his right foot and slammed down. Under the horrified gaze of the recruits, Thunder Python rushed into ground, turning into countless small snakes with thick arms spreading. Let Python go. Let's sizzle. For a while, the dormitory 301 and its surrounding dormitories were full of electricity and blue light. Yesterday, I finished playing the World of Warcraft. Suddenly, the World Channel came up with this sentence. Boss accidentally rubbed the Hearthstone back to Zinchikan. How can I return to the new world? Warcraft players should know that now with a helicopter service, Chumingsheen rarely knows the map, and 110 can just follow the mission. So when I saw such a sentence, I sent a ghostly reply. Go to the Fisherman Island in the sea. The past is the new world. Even more come. Immediately, a DK added, go to AG Wisdom Valley to teleport to Vasquil, and go east in the Sea Trench, which is Murloc Island. He was followed by a mage. Otherwise, go to Haishan, and Mary Joa over the top will arrive. I don't know what happened later, but I know that if you do that, then Ming-Shin will doubt life. I am all bad silver. Chapter 18, Survival Dyke. When the recruit dormitory administrator arrived at the scene, he saw a mess. The walls and floors that were not very clean were black at the moment, leaving burn marks everywhere. On the ceiling, all the bulbs exploded, leaving large beach fragments. On the bed, the quilt ignited Mars and was spreading. On the ground, one by one, the recruits were in a mess, their hair was messy, and their mouths were smoky. In this regard, the administrator thoughtfully and touched his chin. Sure enough. Is the wire shorted? Huh. The first sentence of the administrator let this group of people vomit blood. You are always blind. Can this damage be done by short-circuiting the wires? However, he seemed to be completely ignorant and fisted furiously. I told him that the equipment in the recruits' quarters is out of date and they need to be replaced. They don't believe it. This time they just changed together. Recruits. While the rest was silent, Ron saw a touch of shock and a little fear from the administrator's eyes. He knew his existence and saw that the damage was caused by himself. For some reason, he chose to turn a blind eye. It can be said, the desire to survive is quite strong. For such a reasonable host, Ron stood behind the administrator and silently dispersed the upcoming thunder. This is the naval headquarters, but it is better to understand the rules. The friction between the recruits can be covered by excuses, but the recruits against the old management, the following grams, the problem can be serious. Definitely not afraid of a Navy idol hero. So messy, clean up yourself. Let's talk about changing the light bulb tomorrow daytime. He said. Sugwon did not go back out of the room, trying to pull the door. Ding. The wooden door screw fell off and fell down. The corner of his mouth twitched a few times. The elder Guan didn't squint, turned away and left. After disappearing from the door, Ron heard the rapid footsteps of and was quickly away from the place. Really talented. He waited for the uncle, who was very thirsty, to leave, and Ron crouched down, found out the cigarette case from the black pocket of suspected Zoro, and chose a cigarette with few burn marks. Click. Forefinger shoots electric current and ignites with thunder. Then he sat on the bed and took a breath. It's so big, it's a thing in One Piece world. Biting his cigarette rod, Ron raised his eyebrows at the recruit who fell to the ground. Dormant bullying? Very interesting, isn't it? It's amazing that even if Ron is different from ordinary people in his childhood, he has never played a role in campus bullying. Because, compared to bullying those little kids in the same grade, he prefers bullying blocking the entrance of the school to collect protection fees. After all, adults are no better than children. So, dormitory bullying is really new to him. Hearing this sentence, the recruits who were still flaunting Wu Yongwei just burst into tears and wanted to speak. Wu Hongku. The tingling pain did not dissipate, and the body was not under control. At this time, when the opening and closing of the upper and lower lips, the residual lightning spread and coiled, which was extremely exciting. Zoro, who was the main target of care, even rolled his tongue and couldn't even say what he said. But his eyes were very unwilling, and Ron sternly looked at him. After all, he is a 300-strong little Superman. The lightning damage is huge, but it is not enough to beat him with a temper. It's just that my body is numb and has no strength to resist. It can be seen that the reputation of the strongest natural system of Xianglei's fruit is by no means unfounded. Even if the power value is only 1/6 of Zoro's, but there is no armed color domineering to strengthen the defense, the destructive effect of the current on the human body alone is enough to make Ron fight beyond the ranks. However, Ron didn't like this look. He then opened his hands with his horrified gaze and recruited Zoro's hair to lift him up. Zizi, what if someone is not convinced? Continue. Ron's idea has always been simple. After an hour, Carp came to the dormitory. By candlelight, he found Ron sitting on the bed closest to the door. His body was flashing, his mouth was overflowing with blood, and he was doing his daily self-harm exercise. However, the rest of them were not going well. One by one, they were covered with bandages, and they cleaned the dormitory silently. From time to time, they twitched like a faulty doll. What happened here? Why is the gate missing? Hearing the sound, the recruits turned back in surprise. Navy hero, Iron Fist Carp. Why did he come to the new barracks? As a lieutenant general in this department, Carp has a high status and busy tasks. In the past, even if it was the end-of-year evaluation of the recruit camp or the graduation assessment decision, he rarely appeared. For a time, the recruits were full of shock and admiration, staring at Carp blankly. But this is also an opportunity. A group of people looked at each other and nodded. Lieutenant General Kapu. Suddenly, the recruits jumped forward excitedly, trying to expose Ron's atrocities to Carp. But before that, Ron's current bounced as if uncontrolled, hitting a puddle on the floor, and the blue lights surged for a while, and the current surged. Zizizizi. I noticed that the rest danced all of them. Ron opened his eyes, looked at them with apologetic eyes, and said sincerely, sorry guys, I didn't mean it. God is not intentional. Do you think I'm blind? Cap twitched at the corner of his mouth and couldn't help but want to give him a punch. He already knew what was happening. A few decades ago, he and the Warring States and Zifa also came here. They had no way to deal with each other in the dormitory. I wanted to ask a few words, but considering the purpose of my trip, in order to let Ron cooperate, Carp said as if he hadn't seen it, and said to Ron in the desperate gaze of the recruits, Go out with me. Okay. After a few minutes, the two came to an open area. Here is the platform behind the dormitory of the recruit camp. From here, you can overlook the sea, including most of the naval headquarters, and the scenery is magnificent. Of course, its existence value is not an observation platform, but a part of the evacuation passage in the dormitory area in emergency. The corners of the previous steps can lead to the underground port for refuge and escape. The legendary pirate Golden Lion, the attack on the Navy's headquarters by Shurji, has left the Navy with an extremely profound blood and tears lesson. On the platform, the two stood 10 meters apart and stood apart. Carp took off the white cloak and put it on the trunk, moving hands and feet. Come on, let me try your new trick. His purpose was set on the road. How exactly Ron made 4 times the physical strength of the attack, Carp wanted to test it in person. The purpose? Just curiosity. Talent is the most unreasonable thing. Some people can't get out of themselves for a lifetime. They can only watch others go further and further. Kapu deeply understands this principle. Well, don't waste my training time, Lieutenant General Kapu. Ron sighed helplessly. Cap is not Shiozwa. Even if he occupies the right place at the right time, he will never be defeated. This plane, to put it plainly, is to satisfy the curiosity of some people who are old and disrespectful. In the afternoon test, if it wasn't for the purpose of showing his current level in an all-round way, so that the instructor could make a targeted training plan for himself, Ron would not bother to use that trick to attract the old carp. No more nonsense. I will let you go back after the fight. Carp snorted and waved impatiently. Can't you come while I come up first? Don't. Stay still and stay where you are. I can't control the change in this trick. It really is an imperfect move. In response, Cap narrowed his eyes slightly. Ron is indeed amazingly talented and has the perseverance that ordinary people don't have, but in the end he only got the sound of thunder and lightning for more than a month. Previously, he has not shown two amazing actions on the ship, such as an attack of 228, but when he came to the headquarters, he hit out and immediately attracted the attention of the warring states. Cap couldn't help thinking about whether Ron had deliberately displayed weakness in front of him and thus broke into the Navy to gain trust and complete certain secrets. Kapu is carefree, not stupid. Sometimes, like him, he is the smartest person. And Ron was brought into the Navy by him, and he had an inseparable responsibility for everything he did, just as Dorag left a few years ago. If you go astray, I'll pull you back. With a firm thought, Carp's muscles were tight, and he was always ready for Ron's powerful new move. Chapter 19. Lei Guangchuan, go to jail. Ron Carp's idea Ron didn't know, and even if he knew, he wouldn't care. The purpose of joining the Navy is only to become stronger and exceed the limit. In addition, he is a yellow ape than a yellow ape, completely indifferent. In fact, even if Carp doesn't come tonight, when Ron officially trains tomorrow, he will ask the rest of the instructors to use their vision to improve the moves. The stars were thin every month, and the breeze blew through the fortress of the headquarters. With both hands and fists, Ron opened his stance a little, stepping forward. Zizi. Huh. Under the moonlight, a thumb-thick sky-blue thunder erupted from his skin, and the air flashed while flashing. Carp keenly noticed that the thunder was not deliberately released by Ron. He concentrated all the power in his body and locked it under the skin, and until now, it has been a little difficult to control. If it is an ordinary natural system, at this time, the right hand has been fully elementalized and turned into a dazzling thunder. The elemental constitution of the natural system is not to allow them to bully people with elementalization, but to make better use of power, the body makes adaptive adjustment. This guy, what do you want? Cape frowned slightly. Ron's arm changed from flesh and blood to a bright sky blue for a moment. Cloud-like light spots emerge from under the skin, and the skin becomes like a transparent film. Vaguely, a smell of scorching. That's the burnt smell of flesh. With this move, Ron was throbbed by the thunder. You. Cap suddenly panicked and opened his mouth to let Ron stop. He knew this little guy so much. For strength, even a terrible method of exercising with lightning can be developed. It is conceivable that if you can use a move that exceeds the current physical limit, you will not hesitate even if you are disabled. An attack that is 4 times the physical strength is not only a talent, not only the advantage of the thunderous fruit, but also that terrible resilience and the monster's unwillingness, vow, and indestructible. Now it was too late. Ron looked up and said with a smile, "This trick is more powerful than the test. Be careful, Lieutenant General Cap." Wait a minute. But the speed of sound transmission is too slow, far less than thunder and lightning. When Carp opened his mouth, Ron had already stunned him and instantly crossed the distance of tens of meters and came to him. That's the speed of thunder and lightning. At this time, the right-handed thunder was no longer converged and burst into violent bursts, forming a dazzling electric ball, hitting his head. Overload, 10 million volts, thunder light fist. Oh, ZZ. The dazzling thunder sphere suddenly zoomed in, covering Carp and his large area on Monday. The air was perturbed with a dangerous and disturbing breath, and the forest worms sounded neatly. 2 seconds later, the electric light suddenly tightened to a point, then violently exploded. Rumbling. Oh. The deafening horror shock awakened the entire Navy headquarters, restless everywhere. It was a louder sound than a cannon, coming from Hao Tianwei, unstoppable. When the thunder exploded, behind the fortress, the Warring States period opened his eyes, and in pajamas came to the window to look into the distance. After seeing the sky-thundering thunder, he froze for a second. Then the corners of his mouth twitched wildly, and two names were spit out with teeth, Kapufron. At the same time, some people who knew the inside story looked out the window, one after another, and thought about each other. Science troops stationed in the room of General Ape. He slaps Hatch, the ape rubs his eyes, and looks at Lei Guang in the distance. Is it thunder? How terrible. Inside the new barracks, on the top of the tall building where Zifa is located. Zifa, who had taken off his prosthetic arm, had bare arms and only a towel around her waist. Looking at the thunder and lightning in the distance, the corner of Zifa's mouth just after he took a shower slightly lifted up. Courageous. What a nice little guy. Then he looked at the soldiers who lined up with dragons and picked up weapons and went to the scene of the incident. Oh, but the law is intolerant. Oh. On the platform behind the recruits' dormitory, after a long time, the dust finally dispersed. At this time, there has been a big change here. The slate collapsed, and the trees were scorched and caught fire. The earth seemed to have been baptized by shells. From time to time, the residual current swayed from time to time, and the crackling sound made Carp shrink his neck. Purr. The night wind blows, and Mars splashes. Kapu slapped the ever-expanding area of Mars in his hair, and then held Lawashio in a comatose state, silently gazing. I'm so stupid, really. Tongming knew that Ron had only used this trick in the afternoon. He didn't have any fart, but he was still worried about his safety. If it was not for controlling Ron to prevent him from causing more damage to the body and neglecting to protect the surroundings, it would have caused such damage. Ron knew that move. He was still imitating the speed of light of the yellow ape. But because the gap is too big, he can only do it in disguise. Lock the strong current force in the arm, let the arm reach an overload state, and blast out explosive boxing with lightning speed. Inertia is not transformed by elemental transformation of physical and physical inertia, and it turns into thunder with physical power directly. It is similar to the lightning training method he usually uses, and it is estimated that it evolved from it. Did not hide Carp secretly to practice, but Carp did not expect that the simple exercise method can have such a wonderful use. And the power can't be underestimated. Just look at the surrounding environment to know. What do you do when you sleep easily? No? Good. Looking at the patrolling soldiers who were getting closer, Carp thought for a moment and threw Ron out directly, letting him roll around the ground like a salty fish. I didn't do it. It was him. Hurry up and catch him. I was led by an old acquaintance, Lieutenant General Mole of the Navy headquarters. Carp was surprised and yelled, Lieutenant General Mole. Come on, take this boy while he's not awake. A mosey hairstyle that looks like a purple potato was held. The mole lieutenant stepped out of the team while holding the sword handle and expressionless. Hearing this, he almost fell to the ground. Then he converged his expression, www.dumtlnovel.com, angrily and shouted, Marshal has orders. Send prisoners Carp and Ron to jail. Yes. The soldiers wanted to laugh but did not dare to laugh, one by one with red ears and scared faces, and came up with guns. Kapu was blinded until the soldiers took out the handcuffs and copied him. Then he jumped and scolded with anger. You are in the warring states period. I'm not finished with you. Huh? The cold light flashed, and Mole drew his sword expressionlessly in his hand. Insult the Marshal plus the first grade. Not to be taken away. Carp. Countless monsters in this world. Excluding their top-level combat power, the Navy headquarters alone, there are still a lot of people who are able to dismantle the fortress of the headquarters. Strong power needs to be restrained. Rules need to be established, not to mention the solemnity of the Navy headquarters sacred place. So it has nothing to do with the Golden Lion. As early as hundreds of years ago, the Navy set the rules. Wherever the department is not allowed to operate, if there is no valid reason, regardless of the position, it will be sent to prison for accountability. The two of them woke up the whole department tonight. The influence was extremely bad. Not to mention Carp's lieutenant general, even the three generals cannot escape the fate of entering the jail. Carp is not ignorant of this rule, but in his eyes, no matter how strong Ron's moves are, he can dissolve them invisibly, which will not cause much impact. This comes from his strong confidence at the peak. However, just now, in order to control Ron, his attention was distracted, and he did not spare time to cover the scope, which led to such a result. In the eyes of a stranger, the naval hero, Tekken Carp, captured the One Piece King, the legendary Navy Goblin, for the first time in prison since birth. Really gratifying. Congratulating. Chapter 20. Observe the school, the secret of the Navy. In the morning the next morning, Ron felt panicked and rolled over with his eyes closed. Then snapped and fell on the slate. This moment made him wake up immediately, and he opened his eyes and looked at the icy ground close by. He remembered what happened last night and suddenly mumbled, "Capold, won't he throw me on the ground?" 2 overloads of leg guanchuan a day, coupled with the laborious effort of fighting with Joshua, was a great challenge for Ron. At the end of the fight, his physical exhaustion fainted and passed out. "So, I slept on the floor all night? You are vicious." He thought fiercely. Ron rolled over and got up, but when he saw the surroundings, he looked aggressive. What is this? Where is this?" His location is a narrow cell of less than 10 square meters. The only light is the torches on the wall, surrounded by steel cables and gray stone strips in the middle. Unsurprisingly, the thing is called high-loose stone, and Ron found that he was not outside the cell, but inside it. "I should be there, not here." Here is the naval headquarters, which specializes in the detention of ordinary criminals and pirates who are not sent to the city. The old voice came from the outside, and Ron turned his head back, and there was an old man with purple hair who was strong and muscular and did not lose carp. He shouldered the righteous grandma with his shoulders, holding his hands with his chest. It is worth noting that his right hand was chopped off by his shoulders. At this moment, the hand is a wooden prosthetic limb. This person is a former naval general, the current instructor of the new barracks, and the black-wrist Zifa. Ron was only suspicious of his appearance for a second, and then all his attention was drawn to the other. In the other cell behind Zifa, Carp was looking at him with a look at life and death enemies. Ben generally bites donuts. Ron was happy then. "Oh, isn't this Lieutenant General Cap? You always come in and experience life." His. Suddenly, Carp sucked in cold air with toothache, but instead of talking back, he sneered and rattled his finger joints. Gordon chuckled. Ron swallowed and gave up the idea of continuing to stir Carp. "Say hello to Zifa, Chairman Zifa." "Well, don't be nervous, feel free. I brought a stool to sit." Zifa lit the cigar, took a sip, and said to Ron across the cell, "Do you know why you were locked up?" Recalled what happened last night, Ron buckled his face and smirked. I don't know what's going on." "Fuck me silly." Takizawa suddenly turned black and roared. "The ministry stipulates that, in a non-emergency situation, no one may operate in any unauthorized place. Once there is an offender, all shall be severely punished. How could there be such a rule?" Ron looked at Zifo in shock. His face did not look like a fake. Then he widened his eyes and said to Carp in disbelief, "Lieutenant General Carp, are you overcast? His salary is gone this year." With a wave of his hand, Takizawa blocked the upcoming scolding battle between the two, and then said, "Do you know what will happen to you?" "What will happen?" As a lieutenant general, Navy hero, and lofty status, Cap was deducted from his salary for 1 year, and he was a newcomer afraid not to. "Expulsed me from the Navy?" Ron glared at Zifa in horror, pointing to his nose. "No way. I just joined today." Seeing that Ron did know the seriousness of the problem, Zifa's anger was slightly relieved, and Linghing said, "It is true in accordance with the rules. But you have not registered in the recruits book of this department, and the Navy is not qualified to open you." "I haven't joined. Naturally, I haven't been fired." I heard Ron breathe a sigh of relief, but did not expect that the registration trivia that had been ignored by him became the most important life-saving straw at this moment. "But..." A turn of Takizawa's words allowed Ron to stand upright. "Yes, I promised to complete the task." "Takizawa, I haven't said anything yet. You promise a fart. And many more. What did I want to say just now?" With a twitch at the corner of his mouth, Zifa connected to the interrupted thoughts. "Considering that you did not know this, Marshal Fakai was open and decided to leave you in the headquarters to observe. If you no longer cause trouble and make up for it, then in Navy the door is still open to you." "Understand." After listening, Ron's eyes flashed, thinking quickly. Yes, this is in line with reality. The Navy believes in the theory of stifling danger in the cradle. Most of the pirates who were locked into the LV.6 Forbidden City were not executed, except to show their strength. Deterring pirates is even more, because once their fruit ability is passed on and obtained by other pirates, the sea will add waves. Now if he expels one of his thunderous fruit ability from the Navy and releases him to the sea, once one day he does not want to run and become a pirate, then the Navy will not regret it. Also, the sound of thunder and lightning is powerful, known as the strongest natural system. This time the problem is indeed serious, but compared with the future of a person capable of sounding lightning, the Navy can make concessions. Sunjing's so-called rewarding peaches and gaining mutual benefit. Holding the key point, Ron put down the in his heart and smiled back. Understand. Oh. Ron quickly left. Now that he has decided to stay in school, there is no point in detaining a civilian. When Ron was sent away, Karp sat in his cell and looked at Zifa. The kid's body. You found it, right? Yeah, that self-healing ability is nothing like human. Takizawa smoked his cigar, remembering what he saw last night. I heard that Ron burned his arm by developing a new method. He was afraid that he would be abolished like himself. Zifa brought dozens of medical teams to come. Wuka didn't wait for the doctor to confirm the diagnosis. Under the stare of a group of people, those scorched blood shells were wiped off, exposing the new pink muscles and skin underneath. The colonel officer responsible for the test was rushed to inquire in the afternoon, and it was determined that Ron also used the same tactics in the afternoon. Although not as powerful as the night, but the body was also seriously damaged, Karp and other personnel believed a fact. Ron was born with a terrible healing ability, nothing to do with his thunderous fruit. In the afternoon, the colonel instructor in charge of the test thought that Ron was not seriously injured, and he did recover after a short while, and thought it was not a big deal, so he did not report separately. But they are different from each other. They stand higher and see more accurately. Therefore, it can be directly concluded that Ron's body is different from ordinary people. And his body is a black hole. Why is this? Takizawa smoked a little faster, and it was smoky for a while. Last night, after confirming that Ron was okay, the doctor prepared some nutrient solution and lost it to Ron to supplement his missing nutrition. But as soon as those things entered the blood vessels, Ron's muscles spasmed and he digested them in a blink of an eye. Repeatedly tried several times, and the breath on Ron's body picked up at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. If his breath intensity was 10 after the injury, then it became 11 at that time, in just half an hour. It wasn't until he hit a full consciously that the body stopped absorbing like a black hole and became normal. Alas, this is no longer excellent and talented to explain. He is a monster. What Ron didn't know was that even though the food in One Piece world was extremely easily absorbed, it would still be physically restricted. Like him, it is unreasonable to absorb and swallow without limit, causing him to grow at an astonishing speed, which is simply alien. For example, others are physically inadequate to hold more energy and then burst, and stand to break the original ceiling. And he seems to have no natural upper limit and can always turn nutrition into nourishment. This ability reminds Karp of something that happened decades ago. He fell from the sky, and the fruit of the thunder came from an empty island kingdom named Baika. Walking on board, Karp inquired about Ron's past, an adventurer who traveled everywhere. This was Ron's identity for himself. Later, a backwash current occurred, and he and the ship were washed up on the empty island. After several years, I finally got the sound of thunder and lightning. As a result, I accidentally missed the ability to test and fell to Qinghai www.mtlnovel.com. Inverted currents are rarely recorded in this section, but they do exist. More are not recorded. It is spread to the people, so it is impossible to verify exactly when Ron was rushed to the Sky Island. Again, the kingdom called Baika. Takizawa frowned silently, apparently remembering the same thing. Even if it is that thing, the effect is too exaggerated, right? As a member of the Insider, Takizawa and Karp are in no way incompatible. I have regretted it more than once, why Karp is not himself. But even with that kind of fruit, Karp hadn't been so perverted that year. I don't know then. Karp bit the donut and shrugged. Isn't that Birdman saying that the medicinal effects can be superimposed? I also want to use this to fool us over the island to avenge him. So maybe Ron is stupid enough to eat a lot and maybe, but for now, that kid, he hasn't realized his particularity yet. He probably doesn't even know what he ate. Speaking of this, Karp sneered. After all, his body is different from ordinary people. Maybe he feels good about himself and thinks everything is normal. So. Zifa heard that his mouth was tilted. He bombarded the cigar, watched Mars ashes drift in the air, and slowly smiled. If the medicine effect can really be superimposed, then Ron's training needs to be targeted. 1 year of effective medicine cannot be wasted. In this regard, Karp was very serious. and looked at Zifa seriously. So, leave everything to you, Zifa? Crap. Don't worry, go to your cell. Takiza was sneered, shook his body, and strode out. Chapter 21, Days of Training. The so-called targeted adjustment. Although Zifa said it in a reassuring tone, walking in the passage behind the fortress, Ron still shivered. He is not afraid of the particularity of his body being learned by Carp and others. After all, this is the One Piece world. The same ordinary human race can grow to 3 or 4 meters high, so it's not surprising what happens. However, one thing was beyond Ron's expectations. In the past, his self-healing ability was not so fast on the Earth. Ordinary abrasions and cuts are okay. Once it involves muscle damage, the recovery speed is 10 days and a half months faster than ordinary people. And this time, even if the arm was burnt, he still healed in one night. The only reason Ron could find for this was that as his physique strengthened, the mysterious energy used to heal himself and the body also increased, which led to his healing speeding up. There is always Diao Min trying to harm. After the chill trembled, Ron stopped suspiciously and looked around like a thief, causing the patrol soldier to look at him carefully, and then realized, oh, it's this kid. What happened to the ordinary soldiers last night is not clear, but it does not prevent them from knowing that Lieutenant General Carp entered a prison with someone because of breaking the rules. This morning, the marshals of the warring states announced the matter, emphasizing discipline, and at the same time, Carp black out of the sky. God knows what they thought after hearing that Carp was put in jail. As a naval hero, Carp's influence is especially terrible in the naval headquarters. Ron, who is only a newcomer, is also remembered by many people. But shouldn't he be in the cell? How did he run out? Did you escape? A group of patrol soldiers immediately took a serious look, looked at each other, and nodded. That one over there. Yes, you come here. Ah. Ron clasped his head strangely and was about to lean forward, and suddenly someone stopped him. Ron recruits. Instructor Shiozwa told you to rush to the barracks immediately to report. What happened? That was the colonel officer who was responsible for testing him yesterday. When he approached, he found that the patrolmen who were waiting for a while were stagnant. You don't need to worry. He was released from prison by the marshal. That's it. The patrol was relieved. The officer of colonel has been in the new barracks for many years, and several people in the patrol have also trained under him. Since he is so sure, check with the prison. Immediately nodded, saluting, and continued patrol. After I was busy, the colonel instructor patted Ron on the shoulder and said with a smile, let's go. Don't let instructor Shiozwa wait. She's Shiozwa. Ron woke up in time and almost forgot about it. Yesterday, he defeated Shiozwa by the speed of elementalization and thunder and lightning. The other party would certainly not give up, but now he has to be trained under Shiozwa's hands. The result. With a twitching corner of his mouth, Ron looked up. This way, be cool again. Oh. After walking around the test field, the two came to an open space in front of the main building of the recruit camp. At this time, the place was already full, and recruits, led by their instructors, were exercising on the vast playground. I can see that the recruit camp is indeed teaching according to his aptitude. Those who line up for marathon are obviously not as physically fit as those who play sandbags. Good at kendo confrontation with each other, holding unopened iron swords to chop each other, tempering skills. A few demons with fruit ability were assigned to the other side of the open space, constantly releasing the fruit ability, tired with sweat. One of them was an animal-capable person who frequently switched between half-beast form and human form, which looked funny. But even then, these people have the same characteristics. Even among the most common runners, everyone is full of energy, because they can feel that in these seemingly ordinary exercises, they have obviously become stronger. This is the day I want. Ron pressed his inner excitement, followed the colonel all the way into the building behind the playground, and stopped in an open classroom with no seats. Report. Instructors will recruit Ron has arrived. Well, you worked hard. Wu Shiozwa turned his back and nodded at the words. The 7th team still has one person to supervise the confrontation training. You should go first. Colonel took a look at Ron and said, you come on look. Yes, he said, leaving without looking back. Ron stayed dry and swallowed, looked around, and looked for escape routes. However, at this moment, he has been observing Shiozwa by seeing a domineering voice. Don't find it. The recruit battalion building is an important building of the naval headquarters. The walls and iron gates are mixed with sea-floor stone powder. Thunder is not bad. Shiozwa turned his head and looked at Ron with a stern look sneer. And this glass is special, very hard. Even my fists can resist it. Murmur. Haha, what are you saying, Instructor Shiozwa? How can I not understand? Fool me less. I saw Ron laughed, and Shiozors remembered the face that he saw through the steel gap before coma yesterday, and his teeth were itchy for a while. But soon he sighed and waved his hands in delight. Don't think of so many, Ron. I'm not a chicken belly guy. I lose or lose. There is nothing to complain about. The characteristics of puppet soldiers are that they only look at the results, regardless of the process. Excuses and reasons are the palest words in the army. Of course, as a brigadier serving in this department, he was defeated by a newcomer with a power value that was several dozen times lower than his own. It can only be said that they don't care, don't think about it, and cannot let go. Wu Shiozwa's expression did not seem to be false. This villain, which had only appeared in theatrical version in the original book, made Ron a little ridiculous. Brigadier Generals was what? Are you serious? Seeing Ron's aggressive look, Shiozwa's eyelids were beating wildly, and she almost rushed to punch him. Fortunately, he knew his current identity, and Zifa, a private person, would tear him, and immediately threw out a form and threw it to Ron. Nonsense. Take this. Get out of me. Seeing Shiozwa's anger, Ron picked up the form and slipped out. This monster, who can smash a 3-meter-thick iron ball with his fist, www.dumtlnovel.com, did not want to stay with the other party. Noting Ron was panicking, Shiozwa's expression changed. There is no speech, there is anger. There are also expectations. Recalling the way Zifa wore the reading glasses to give him the form last night, Shiozwa lowered his head and said to himself, Don't let the teacher down, Ron. As a new recruit battalion of the naval headquarters is teaching according to their aptitude, each recruit's course is different and will not be fixed. It will be gradually adjusted according to the actual situation. The form Shiozwa handed to Ron was the schedule of his training courses in the coming days. Marathon, weight-bearing, 100-meter sprint, push-ups, sit-ups. Looking at a glance, clearing one's water can enhance training. Strong sense of sports school students both look. Ron made a fair comment on this. However, he is also clear that compared with a native one-piece mankind, the congenital body from the earth is insufficient. Even if the body has special talents and amazing self-healing power, it cannot change the fact that he is a weak chicken. Frankly came to the first position according to the lesson on the form. The instructor immediately threw him a load of weights, his neck was blue, and he yelled, Give you 30 seconds to dress, soldier. Then run. How good is he scary? Ron immediately wore weights on his hands and feet, and when the marathon troops passed by, his steps followed. Chapter 22. The Speed of Horror. Remember the waist. Being able to stand in this queue shows that you are inferior to others. You are garbage. Let's get up and run for Lao Tzu. Is your leg broken? Would you like me to discount it? Last one left. Clean the toilet or go to the cafeteria to cut vegetables. Think about it. The Navy, as the main combat force against the pirates, has a very high casualty rate. It is always believed in more sweat today and less blood tomorrow rather than an ivory tower. So that the training of the headquarters camp is called hell. One of the responsible instructors is more evil than one, and his voice is louder than one. After training in the morning, tiredness was acceptable, but the damage to the eardrum left Ron speechless. Fortunately, he was distracted by the upcoming meal, and Maisie followed the army to the cafeteria. Picking up the plate from the plate, Ron was preparing to line up, and suddenly found that the line in front of him was automatically dispersed, leaving a passage to the window. What's the situation? Ron had a stern look on this face. He forgot it because yesterday's dormitory bullying incident and the night of Lieutenant General Karp's jail, after overnight fermentation, everyone in the recruit camp now knows that a new monster has arrived among them. As the legendary 3 generals, as the recruit camp overlord Smog a few years ago. The same as the demon fruit ability of nature, Ron. And character is extremely bad. The entire staff of 301 and its surrounding dormitories and an unnamed hostess said, Don't provoke it. The legendary Great Route in the early days of the Department of Nature is well known to the world, not to mention the naval headquarters. And Ron was still a dangerous thunderbolt, and the recruits didn't want to taste the taste of being charged. Then, seeing that he came, decisively gave way to avoid disaster. I found a familiar figure in the crowd, which was Zoro, who had previously photographed his luggage on the ground. Seeing his fearful expression, Ron suddenly realized, so it is. Ignorance of these passers-by, all he cares about is getting stronger. Now that the road has been cleared, take a shortcut. Immediately, he walked up, pointed at the dinner plate in his horrified eyes. Film me this. Okay. Uncle Daffin, stunned, remembered his responsibilities, took the dinner plate decisively, and stuffed the dinner plate. Then Ron stretched out his hand over the dinner plate, lifted the large iron bowl for the dishes, carried the iron bowl, and swayed to find a seat to eat, leaving the Uncle Daffin and the recruits lined up behind. MMP. Ron, what are you doing? At this moment, a burst of drink caught everyone's attention. Hearing the sound, Ron flinched his head and looked back at Shiozwa's anger, combined with his current behavior, explained embarrassingly. Teachers, things are not what you think. Oh. The training continued in the afternoon. Ron picked up the load and came to the designated area first. The instructor in charge of this item has been waiting for a long time and did not talk nonsense and directly raised his whistle. Count yourself. 300 push-ups start. With a whistle, Ron's afternoon training began. The 300 push-ups weren't the end. It was just the beginning. Ending the first group, Ron got a 5-minute break and then put in the second 500. I waited until the sun was falling and night fell, and Ron, who had eaten dinner, shook to the dormitory step by step. Exhausted. Naval headquarters, so scary. What should I say? I deserve to teach according to his aptitude. After one day of training, all the items on the form are completed, just to drain every trace of Ron's physical strength. I can't even estimate his own physical limit, but he is easily understood by outsiders. If it weren't for a full stomach and resupply, Ron would have fallen at this time. This shows how much the Navy has learned in training newcomers. Compared with the general growth of pirates, this method is undoubtedly safer, more convenient, and faster, which is suitable for mass training of personnel. Recruit barracks at the headquarters of the Navy deserves its reputation abroad. On the first day, Ron rarely saw that he had not performed his daily self-harm exercise. He fell on the bed. His eyelids fell asleep like lead. Time flies. Years are like shuttles. 3 days later. In the evening, at the top of the recruit barracks building, Zifa twitched the data and raised his head. Shiozwa, do you think I'm stupid? I would rather be stupid. Shiozwa thought in confusion and suddenly found that Zifa's eyes were not good, and he quickly responded, Teacher, these data are recorded in real time, no fraud. Of course, I know there is no fraud. Otherwise, you are lying in the back garden, believe it or not. Takizawa replied angrily, then picked up the information, his eyes filled with shock. This growth rate is not wrong. It is the effect of that thing. In fact, few recruits know or pay attention to it. While they train daily, the instructor in charge of the current project will judge them, determine the progress of each person's growth, and finally hand it over to Zifa. These data are the main factors that determine the adjustment of recruit training programs. In theory, in just 3 days, it is impossible for a person to grow much. After Ron's data report came up, Shiozwa subconsciously skipped it, prepared to enter the archive. Suddenly, however, he noticed the red mark underneath the document representing urgently needed changes and immediately re-extracted it out of shock. www.tlnovel.com. After reading it carefully, he immediately ran to Zifa's office and reported the information to him. Because it only took 3 days for him to adapt perfectly. And after the training, he had at least 2 points of physical strength. Obviously, he couldn't get tired before, but today, is he really human? The training course set for the recruits is aimed at squeezing out every piece of physical strength of the recruits, and no one is no exception. Not to mention that Ron's training course was drafted by Zifa himself. As a former general, Zifa's judgment will never go wrong. Then if Zifa did not make a mistake, the problem naturally lies with Ron. Shiozwa has not seen genius, but genius is an adjective used to describe human beings. This growth rate and adaptability determine what Ron is not other creatures with human appearance. Probably. Zifa didn't know how to explain this problem. Decades ago, the matter was made a top secret by Marshal Kong, and even the world's governments were unaware of it in order to avoid further incidents. He hesitated for a moment. Zifa asked, Where is Ron now? Is he back to the dormitory? Is the teacher going to find him? Xiozhuaz was stunned and replied, no, he has physical strength today, so he will continue to use his method of thrill training. In order to avoid affecting others, I left him in the training room. It's the same self-harm exercise. Hearing this term, Zifa snorted coldly. Fortunately, Ron has super strong self-healing ability. Otherwise, he would have exercised himself because of this exercise. Capna bastard, knowing this will not stop him. It's about the emotional entanglement between the two seniors. Shuso looked up, looked at the nose, and heart, pretending not to hear. Chapter 23. Zifa admission 1 month later. The training room at the bottom of the recruit building is a hidden space 10 meters underground. In this position, even if it is destroyed, it will not affect the ground. It is the first choice for many recruits to try new moves and open to all recruits. As long as you don't bury yourself silly, there is no problem. Deng Zifa came to the training room where Ron was and saw a bright humanoid thunder. As a lightning person, as Ron became stronger, his resistance to lightning became stronger and stronger. No matter how actively controlled, the elemental priority of the natural system will wipe out most of the damage. Only a small amount of current can stimulate the muscles. This has caused him to now have to increase the battery to get the effect of exercise. The magical way of using Zifa is self-sufficient and knowledgeable, and he also looks amazing. However, he quickly thought of his purpose and said, Pause, Ron, I'll find you something. Okay. Zizi. The thunderbolt converged into the body. Watching Zifa entering the room, Ron stood up. Instructor Zifa, why are you here? Don't look at Zifa guarding the recruit camp most of the day and night, but he appears in front of the recruits very few times. Most people can only meet him during the year-end evaluation. The highest officer that can be reached at the rest of the time is Brigadier General Zwazwa. I heard that you would use a thunderbolt to strengthen muscles, so come and see. Takiza Wafara brought a small bench and sat down and lit the cigar. You used the trick just now, right? Tell me your thoughts. Really? Okay. Takizawa's meaning is obvious. It is to guide yourself. From the guidance of Zifa, a former naval general and one of the world's top figures, Ron was overjoyed and promised to start telling immediately. Regardless of why Zifa did this, and for any reason, it was him who benefited, and Ron could not find a reason for refusal. After finishing the principle, Ron buckled his head and said, This is probably the case. As for the specific, I'll use it again. In response, Zifa bit his cigar without saying a word and nodded. Huh. I got Zifa's answer. For a moment, thunder broke out. Doudao thunder wrapped around his body, emitting dazzling blue light. Zifa smoked his cigar, and when he heard the domineering release, he felt Ron's state at this time, and suddenly his expression was stagnant. This, except for some small flaws, is it so perfect? He thought that Ron had developed this skill by messing around with his special self-healing ability. Regarding the particularity of Ron's body, Ron didn't talk about it, they wouldn't mention it. Everyone knew that it is good. The real strong. Who didn't order the ballast for the whole cards? So Zifa came here with the guidance of correcting thoughts, so that Ron understood his mistakes, then helped him correct them, and establish the prestige. What he didn't expect is that this skill fits the physique of the Thunderbolt so well. That strong current that is enough to roast ordinary people into coke, because the physical relationship power of thunder and lightning people has been weakened countless times, forming a perfect ratio with the strength of the body. Not only is there no danger, but it complements each other. Moreover, physical enhancement will increase the power of the current, and the strengthened current can be repeatedly invested in the exercise to strengthen the physique. Except for pain, this is an unlimited training method. The unique cultivation method for those who can thunder and thunder fruit. Even if you don't have super strong self-healing ability like Ron, you can use this trick to exercise. Ron created a precedent in the use of the thunderous fruit, enough to enter the annals of history. What monster! Takizawa was a bit stunned for a while. Thinking about these decades, Ron was not the strongest recruit he had ever seen, but the most talented recruit he had ever seen. The thunderous fruiter who disappeared hundreds of years ago only developed the lethality of thunder and lightning to the extreme, but it was incomparable like Ron's imagination. Plus, that thing opened Ron's second pulse for Ron, activated his physical potential in advance. With this ability to cooperate, keep practicing, and over time, Zifa couldn't imagine what Ron would achieve. Thinking of this, Zifa's eyes were a little fiery. Perhaps it can not only make up for the fault of the admiral, or even say, point to the peak. No, don't worry, Ron is still far behind. And there are strong and weak generals such as me now. She smiled at herself. Zifa greeted, come here, Ron, I found some problems. Okay, Instructor Zifa. Call me Teacher Zifa. Huh. Ron's progress was stale, and then he was ecstatic and bowed. Understand. Teacher Zifa. Oh. Arai Gardens at the end of 1514, the naval headquarters and recruit camp. The sun shines from the far east, and the slightly cool sea breeze adds warmth. The silent naval headquarters once again hustle and bustle in the call of the rising sun, as always unchanged. If it works, just leave the rest to me, and I will let Ron cooperate. You. Huh. At this moment, the dull explosion sounded through the high-rise building, making the phone bug shake involuntarily. The phone hung up. In the office, Zifa grinned and dropped the microphone extremely silently. What is this little developing? Under the recruit camp building, in a special training field, thunderous sounds continue to explode. Even with the best sound insulation materials, dull explosions can still be heard in the corridor. The deafening burst caused the ceiling to drop ashes, passing soldiers' gray faces and speeding up their pace. That monster is getting scarier. Nature is the power of the devil's fruit. What do you think? Hush, keep quiet. Don't let him hear. Yeah, hurry up. A group of patrol soldiers left quickly. In the training room, I saw dazzling thunder and light flickering, leaving light and shadow in the air. Around the walls, there are pits that are enough for the phobia patient to carry his breath away. But the thunder and lightning continue to leap, and each time they could hit the flying saucer with great accuracy, leaving no more than 1% missing. After a long time, the training room lights turned red, and a pleasant female voice sounded. The end of training, 98.5% hit rate. 98.5% hit rate. After Vegapunk invented this tester, it is already second only to the data of those old monsters. It is unique among the recruits in these sessions. ZZ. Ray, who had been continuously firing, stopped in the middle of the field. Ron was naked, panting heavily. Are still missing a few? Data that dare not imagine for others. Ron himself is not satisfied with it. He is a person with the ability to thunder, and has a great innate advantage. No matter what speed or lethality, ordinary people can't compare. With such a huge advantage, he couldn't get full marks. Ron knew he had to walk far. Clenched his fist, a thunder column naturally formed, making a deafening blast. Ron was entangled with current, and cloud-like light spots appeared, flickering through his skin. His eyes were dark blue, emitting strong light, making him look like an unreal being from a myth, not a real living person. Finally controlled this form. Looking at his hands, feeling the majestic sense of power in the body, Ron grinned and smiled. Oh, thank you to Book Friends, 500 awards from the Abyss. Abyss? I'm not here. The Abyss destroys one's life and strengthens the poor 3 generations. Chapter 24. Overload Pattern, Year-End Evaluation. This trick is inspired by the self-harm exercise method he uses every day, which can be said to be an extension of the former. The self-harm exercise method is now officially named the lightning stimulation method. Through the ability of those who are able to control the body's elemental self-consciousness, they use electric current to create pain and stimulate the bones and muscles, thereby obtaining the effect of exercise. The so-called overload pattern is based on this, incorporating a larger current, from a simple exercise move to an explosive move that assists the attack. The meaning of overload is very easy to understand. Overloading, exceeding the prescribed carrying standards. This is the principle of the Thunder and Lightning Man's overload. His body has a standard limit, which is the maximum volt he can use. The current within the limit of the use of itself is the lightning stimulation method, and outside the limit, even if it is overloaded. Fill the body with electric current, and lock the thunder and lightning that exceeds the body's upper limit to operate in the body, thereby strengthening its power and attacking and releasing. The continuous state of this process is the overload state. The overload of Lei Guangxuan a month ago was to strengthen him through overload to let him hit explosive boxing far beyond the limits of his body. The power of that move was judged by Zifa, and he has already had a full 500 power, which is 10 times his physical power at that time. After more than a month of careful guidance from Zifa, his physical quality has doubled and strengthened. Now Ra not only controls the overload and thunderbolt that can't control the attack direction, can only go straight, and can only partially overload. Then based on this, a systemic overload condition was derived. This is something only Ron, the inventor of the lightning stimulation method, can do. Ordinary people can't bear the pain, even if they also hold the sound of thunder. They can't take out that talent. Under the condition of systemic overload, Ron's physical fitness and lightning power will be greatly enhanced. Even though he can only control 10 million volts perfectly now, even if he does not use the fruit ability, he will not be weaker than 500 powers with every punch and every foot. After all, overload pattern 10 million volts means that on the basis that he already has 30 million volts, an overload of 10 million volts of current has brought about an overall increase. But the price is very serious. Like the equipment overload, depending on the overload limit and time, it will cause damage to the body. In severe cases, the equipment will be burned down and the body will be down. It is impossible to mobilize any lightning. For example, his current limit overload is 30 million volts. If it's not, the self-healing power is amazing, and there is a wood in the heart. This trick Ron will only use it desperately, not as a regular ability. The overload form is powerful enough, but it cannot be elementalized. Killing an enemy can cause 800 damage. The actual combat significance is more related to physical strength. I picked up the kettle and drank water, Ron thought silently. And the overload of Lei Guanshuan is just that I imitate the speed of the yellow ape to kick lightly, forcibly overloading, and punching the boxing with lightning speed with the flesh is a tricky way. In the future, the focus should still be on the development of fruit capabilities. First set a small, the goal is to develop a general thunderbolt that is used on the premise of the speed and lethality of lightning. The power is small, but it is more practical. The conversion speed is not enough. This problem cannot be solved. It is better to discharge the thunderbolt fist than to discharge. I was thinking, the door of the training room was suddenly kicked open. Shisua stood outside the door and roared angrily, Ron, do you know what day it is? Ron, startled, shrinks his neck and smirks back. Of course I know. What day is my brother here? It's almost impossible to give Lao Tzu a little. Now, immediately. Get back together to gather. Yes. The naval headquarters will have a very important event every year. At that time, most naval generals who are not on duty will come to watch the ceremony. And when the Japanese ministry fortress is open to civilians on the island, let them come in to understand the strength and momentum of the Navy's new generation. The scene is quite lively. This event is the annual year-end evaluation of the new headquarters of the Navy headquarters. Waiting for Ron to run back to the team and stand, the first batch of soldiers to be evaluated are ready to enter the stage. Wow, it's spectacular. This is a huge square with enough space for 100,000 people behind the Gulf port of the Navy headquarters. Looking at it, there are so many people that you can't see your head. In the open square, under the efforts of the soldiers, a high platform was set up. At the top sat the Marshal of the Navy headquarters and the Warring States of the Buddha. At a position lower than him, two generals of the Navy headquarters, Red Dogs and Yellow Apes. Qing Yin was not present because of the task. And then the place below is the seat of the generals. With the heads of the headquarters as their forehands, the wooden seats extended to both sides, surrounding a circular high wall similar to the Colosseum, with a height of more than 30 meters. Family members of the Navy and officers at all levels lived in the small town of Marinito and watched the show while cheering on the recruits they knew. Suddenly, the yellow ape raised an eyebrow and looked at the slightly chaotic recruits at the entrance and smiled wretchedly. I thought the little guy was dragged by Mr. Zifa to Hell Island for training. I didn't expect to return at the headquarters. Because of the incident that night that led to staying in the school to see, this month, Ron was at 3 o'clock and was squatting in the recruit camp honestly without any contact with the outside world. The ape is naturally not that busy, so he has nothing to ask him about. He hasn't seen him for a month. Is that the one? The red dog was sitting next to the ape. He was not prepared to come to observe the ceremony, but thought that Ron would appear this time. He temporarily put down his work and came to observe. Hope he deserves the name of the thunderous fruit. The red dog never thinks that its lava fruit is weak, and he also proved the power of lava fruit with actual actions. But after Ron appeared, rumors such as the strongest nature system and invincible fruit spread in this department. Even if he didn't care, he could always hear it. General Tang 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 is not too angry with a newcomer, but wants to see if Ron deserves the Navy's focus on training him. Then don't be surprised, Red Dog. The yellow ape spoke slowly, looking at the dark-skinned carp below, with a hint of haggling in the corner of his mouth. It's not only the fruit of the thunder that sounds terrible, but also a recruit named Ron. I saw Ron enter the scene, and after being held for a month, Carp, who was released today, bite the donut fiercely and cast a murderous look on it. www.tillnovel.com. This little has become much stronger. Oh, Ron? Ron. Why did he come here? Sure, nonsense. He's a recruit, too. I saw Ron standing in the queue, and the others looked in horror. Because the growth rate is too fast, all the insiders are shocked. So afraid of hitting the rest of the recruits to train enthusiastically, only for half a month, Luo Xiu did not perform physical training with him in the big playground. The rest of the time, Zifa gave him freedom and let him practice on his own, helping him only when necessary and giving directions. In the barracks, this is a treatment that only a few geniuses can enjoy. Is even more unique in this session. No question. Coupled with Ron's abode, often staying in the training room for 3 or 5 days after training, so that in the second half of the month, many recruits did not know where Ron was, even the possibility of his going out to sea to carry out the task. I was now amazed to see Ron return to the recruit queue. After Ron returned to the team, Shiozwatrat came to Zifa and said, saluting, "Chief Instructor Zifa, the recruits are all assembled. Please instruct. Someday, I will tear him." Recruits' year-end evaluation almost caused a joke by Ron. Zifa's face was black and flowing, but considering that this is not the time to take care of this, he glanced at the recruits who were active there and waved his hand. Go. Yes. Oh. The above content is purely fictitious. Don't worry about me. Okay, let's talk about the bumper. The overload shape is a big tree with a big brain. After all, the One Piece world don't pay attention to science and science. Existence is reasonable. Chapter 25. Evaluation begins. General's estimate. Oh, are you starting? Come on, the people of Quinn's family never give up. Come on, son. As the tall instructor in the Cape of Justice stepped onto the wide platform in the middle, the entire Colosseum suddenly boiled. Because the focus is on the evaluation, and there are not so many rituals, the colonel instructor immediately raised his flag after getting a nod from the Warring States period. Year-end evaluation of the Navy Headquarters Recruit Barracks in 1514 start. First team. Out of line. Along with the shouting voice of the instructor, the recruits who had been preparing for the event before were lined up in a neat line, with their heads raised to the stage. The waist rods are straight, like a proud cock. In the eyes of officers at all levels, the recruits with an average strength of less than 500 are very weak. In the face of the vast sea, they cannot throw a wave into the waves. But that imposing momentum cannot be underestimated. Even the Warring States, troubled by the naval peak power fault, saw a smile when they saw them. As long as fresh blood is continuously replenished, the Navy is still the Navy that suppresses the sea. Soon, with a whistle, the year-end evaluation of the recruit camp officially began. First is the simplest test, attack power value. A stroke of sword singed in the air, and the first person in the first row pulled his sword in his hand and took a deep breath. Then, with countless people watching, he rushed forward fiercely. In front of him, he put on a power test machine designed by Vegapunk, each of which looked like an iron door, towering and huge. Behind the test machine is a display screen, which can accurately display the road force value unless the attack can penetrate the iron gate. Of course, the upper limit of the test machine manufactured for the recruits is not too exaggerated, and the test limit of 3,000 force values can be easily destroyed. Ron knew the person who shot first, and Major General Quinn Master, the son of Quinn Master. As one of the few masters of swordsmanship in this recruit, holding a good sharp knife, he loomed to the realm of Jinchi breaking through. Even if it does not pose a threat to himself now, once he masters the domineering arrogance, Ron cannot be underestimated. Even with the sound of thunder, Ron never thought he was invincible in the barracks. Because he understands that the so-called invincible is relative to the environment and opponents, such as Zoro. After being defeated by Ron, he has been born from the former top 100 elite, and everyone is stunned. This is a negative textbook. Invincible in the new barracks. Put it on Hell Island. It may not persist for a month. He rushed forward and charged, and the swordman cut it with a sword, slamming Liang Kuaidao on the gate fiercely, making a loud noise. The surrounding crowd changed slightly, but the legislation of the Lima mark converged. The corresponding instructor raised the flag after the inspection, announced that the results were valid, and read it aloud. Queen Dante Dolly value, 550, howling. The crowd began to boil, and the noise was endless. 550 strengths. The little ghost of Quinn's family is getting more and more brilliant. Major Quinn, you have to treat yourself tonight. Where is he? He's far behind, huh? 550 power is not a small number. It can be said to be an extremely scary number in the recruits. You must know that the top 100 recruit Zoro also has only 300 powers. Quinn Dante's performance is enough to rank in the front 10. Obviously, he was the first one that Zifa deliberately arranged for him to stir up the atmosphere. A broke through? Huh. Father, did you see it? The test data made the swordsman happy, and he did not expect to be able to break out on the spot and play 550 powers, so he raised a good knife to signal to his family, and then, immediately stepped down by the instructor, he ordered him to put away his weapons and return to the team. As a soldier, in front of the marshal and generals, drawing a knife to one's own people, is it tired and crooked? In the laughter of the crowd, Major General Quinn, who was still so beautiful just now, twitched at the corner of his mouth, thinking about how to teach this shameful son to go home. Subsequently, the recruits successively went up to test. As a headquarters recruit camp, there are only geniuses and strong ones here. Even graduates from the Naval Military Academy may not be able to join the headquarters' new recruit barracks and receive training under former General Zifa. When Ron joined more than a month ago, the physical data tested was 50 times the force of ordinary people, but they were almost labeled as unqualified. So at this moment, the value of the power of any soldier is not less than 3 digits, and the powerful can even play data of about 300 to 500, which is gorgeous and spectacular. Soon, as a team of recruits finished testing, Ron's team finally came to the forefront. Seeing this, the yellow monkey narrowed his eyes slightly, and the interested Red Dog said, "Red Dog General, how many powerful attacks can you say that boy?" Ron's talent in the sound of thunder is unquestionable. A month ago, he could make an attack of 228 4.5 times his own strength. Subsequently, the recruit barracks also heard that Ron's growth rate was almost inhuman. A month has passed, and no one knows how strong Ron is. However, they are both natural, and they can predict an approximate figure based on their own growth rate. In this regard, the Red Dog rarely thought seriously, and said after a moment, 400. No, starting at 500, below 1,000. Oh. You really deserve him, Red Dog General. The ape looked at the Red Dog in astonishment. Compared with 228, the number 500 is not that Ron's worst time in a month has been doubled. That's something that none of them could do. Not to mention up to 1,000. Don't forget the lightning stimulation method he developed. The Red Dog snorted, and even if he was unwilling, he had to admit Ron's horror talent. After the information was passed on by Chief Instructor Zifa, Vegapunk was intensifying his research. According to him, once completed, the strength of naval soldiers will be greatly improved. As developers, we do not have that convenience, which does not mean that he will not do it. I heard the yellow ape sucking in a sigh of relief, and his voice booed. I said how the development progress of the pacifist has stopped recently. It turned out he was busy. Before he finished speaking, the ape suddenly felt a murderous veil covering himself, and his eyelids jumped wildly, and he changed his voice. Look forward to his performance. Seeing this, the warring states only snorted and reminded casually, as the commander of the scientific army, you have to take responsibility, the ape. The 5 stars are very important to the peace activists. As a naval marshal loyal to the world government, the warring states period did not agree with Zifa's proposal. For no other reason to do other things in the critical period of pacifist development, even if it is only a sign, the 5 old stars will certainly not sit idly by. Fortunately, Vegapunk replied that this object could be used universally and could be used by the Navy and government agencies. The advantages outweigh the disadvantages, and the warring states finally decided to report it. Understand. The episodes in the stands, except for the naval gangsters who are closer, have not noticed. Their eyes are now on the young boy who is walking slowly towards the testing machine, with different eyes. Is it him? The legendary Thunder fruit-capable man. Look, Ron went up. It looks strong. www.mtlnovel.com. It should be good. Yeah, I heard that his first test score was only 50. He almost failed. No, isn't that weak? The 50 strengths in this world are beyond the scope of ordinary people, but how can it be explained by the weak in the new barracks in this headquarters? In just 1 month, wouldn't he only be able to play 100 abilities? It is possible. Even those who can thunder and thunder are not necessarily invincible. For a while, everyone looked at each other with different looks. In particular, some guys who don't look good at others are secretly laughing in their hearts, waiting for Ron to be ugly. Due to the closed training of the new barracks, except for the high-level right to ask questions, the rest did not know what happened. If the Ron's roommates knew their thoughts, they would surely touch their own tingling body and look innocent swear. The first test of Ron's physical fitness is indeed 50 strengths. This is a black spot that Ron can't wash away in his life, but his talent in lightning is 228. At his growth rate, a month later, the ghost knew what this monster had become. In order to avoid Shio's loss of majesty in front of the recruits, Zifa did not announce his defeat. But Ron's talent and routine training has been terrifying enough to shock these recruits. Chapter 26. Overload Upanishads, 8 Dragons Holding Beads. The instructor in charge of the order happened to be an acquaintance, the colonel who was responsible for Ron's first day of testing. When Ron came to power, he suddenly remembered something and reached out to stop the other recruits. Wait a minute. Wait until he finishes the test. What? The remaining recruits stared blankly and bewildered. However, facing the instructors, they did not dare to question and withdrew their doubts and backed away from the platform. This scene made the yellow apes in the stands draw their eyelids and open their mouths, saying, "Hey, do you want to be so scary? It's only been more than a month. He's also a department of nature. He naturally knows why the colonel instructor did this. If you ask others what is the most obvious characteristic of the natural department, 9 out of 10 will answer elemental. It is true that those who ignore all physical attacks can only hit the entity's special ability unless they carry armed color domineering, but the basis of nature is called the strongest fruit. But in addition, excluding elementalization, what is left? The answer is attack range. The most powerful offensive ability of the Department of Nature is not the lethality of the element it belongs to, but once it is used, the immense boundlessness of natural disaster. With your hands raised, you can launch coverage attacks that are unavoidable and make ordinary people despair. As Ching Ching showed in the original work, Freezing the Sea, creating an ice channel that connects the 2 islands and keeps it from melting for a week. The kind of coverage area can no longer be described simply as broad. One sentence, overwhelming. So the answer is obvious. Considering that Ron is not a 3-man general and does not have such precise control, coupled with the uncontrollable and destructive power of thunder and lightning, he is afraid that he will not be able to control the affected area and hurt the remaining soldiers under full force. Others waited on a temporary basis and waited until his test was over. But I remember we won the honor of being alone on the test. Is it 6 months later? The yellow ape smashed its side and sighed, "So terrible, terrible. Thunder and lightning are easy to spread." Maybe the chief instructor Zifa took this into consideration alone. The red dog was elusive and made such a guess. The yellow ape did not agree or deny it. Looking at the strong figure standing on the stage, he touched his chin. "Is that so?" In the stands, waiting for the rest of the soldiers to retreat to a safe position, the colonel instructor signaled Ron. "Ron, recruit, you can start." Look at where he stands. If he's wrong, he's ready to run away. Ron. I always feel that I have been treated as a dangerous person. A little confident about me, okay? At this time, when Ron was seen in place, Zifa's mouth twitched and spit. "What's your kid spitting? Hurry up and finish it." Yes. In this month, Ronk has personally learned how Zifa treats his disciples, and now seeing him get angry, quickly get serious, and entangle current around him. For a while, the thunder exploded, and the invisible, repressive breath grabbed everyone's hearts like a devil's claw. Blue light flickers in the air, sulky thunder rolls and shakes the eardrum. Oh, is this the sound of thunder? So terrible. Yes, even if there are only 50 force values in the first test, if you look at the current performance, you will definitely have more than 100 forces. Just as the rest of them were looking forward to Ron, suddenly a thick bucket of thunder rose into the sky, The thunder was dazzling and bright, but the next second, the bright thunder suddenly disappeared, leaving only Ron standing, moving hands and feet on a black platform. Civilians who were a little further away looked at this scene and asked in amazement, "What's wrong? Is his test over? Couldn't it be a failure to use abilities?" "No, not." There was an officer with a domineering face who looked at the domineering look and looked at Ron exuding a very strong and dangerous breath all over his body in the center of the field and calmly opened his mouth. "He's just warming up." "Is that so?" I asked. The man shrugged, thinking about something, and suddenly felt the atmosphere was wrong. Looking up, the entire viewing platform fell into a deadly silence, sounding like a needle. One after another, the naval generals who saw the domineering look frowned, looking at Ron. Affected by them, the surrounding civilians clamored and also looked at Ron. In the end, what happened? Ordinary people are definitely not as good as naval officers. They can smell the thick death threat on Ron, knowing that Ron has turned from a small person who can just ignore it just now and become a beast who chooses to kill others. In their eyes, Ron just had a few more spots on his skin that made him look weird. In this regard, as Ron's teacher, Zifa laughed with great ease. "Did you finally finish it? Ron, then go ahead. Tell them only monsters from the headquarters recruit camp came out. Overload pattern, 30 million volts. Ron's appearance is the same as an overload of 10 million volts, but if you look closely, you will find that his eyes are no longer pupils, and the whole body is turned into a bright light ball. In the surrounding air, wire currents emerged out of thin air, shrill noise, and thunder with the size of hair can hit the ground with cracks." Hey. With careless movement of his fingers, Ron said to himself, "Half an hour of healing time, 15 minutes of inability to mobilize thunder and lightning, exhaustion of physical strength, pays such a large price. I don't know how much energy can be exerted." Now he can only perfectly control the overload form of 10 million volts instead of only 10 million volts. To test his limits, Ron directly used the strongest overload. Flick, flick. Raised his arms slowly. The snakes fluttered uncontrollably, and the thunder and lightning hit the air constantly. Tasting the familiar smell of ozone, Ron closed his fingers one by one and pulled his fists in lunges. Murmur. I don't know when everyone's eyes on the viewing platform are locked on Ron and can't be removed. Looking at him is like looking at the abyss. There is an inexplicable appeal that makes people feel cold. Difficulty swallowing saliva. The civilians are intent on their eyes, waiting to be tested. www.tlnovel.com immediately. ZZ. The dazzling thunder and light gathered on the fists and crackled. But they are not simply condensed, but they present 8 curved thunderbolts, continually circling around the arm. Soon, from the beginning, the white and round beams of light, those thunder and lightning turned into dragons with clear scales and horns. Every thunderbolt is a little dragon. Rumble. Oh. Suddenly, Dao Dao thundered uncontrollably, firing his teeth and dancing in the air, scaring the spectator chaos. But before the thunder and lightning hit, they were all attracted back by inexplicable gravity. Everyone looked back. It was wrong. These thunder and lightning are not external forces, which can be wasted at will, but Ron released them and stored them. He can't control the move perfectly now, and at this moment all his energy is devoted to controlling the thunder on his fist, and he can only do this. I was blessed by thunder and lightning. The dragon on his fist swelled rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, it became a behemoth that flashed with surging electric light and exceeded 10 meters in length. Gongwei is around. This trick has a nice name. Ron raised his head and cracked his mouth, then kicked his foot, turned into a thunder, and slammed his fist suddenly. Overload form. Upright, 8 dragons holding balls. Under the watchful eyes of the outside world, the 8 thunder dragons flew up and down around Ron, chasing fists into light balls. He growled and kept groaning, leaving a beautiful but deadly thunderbolt tassel in the air, and then fiercely hit the test machine. Just listening to the deafening blast, the invisible surge broke out, blowing everything around. Then the 8 thunder dragons followed, and the dazzling thunder radiated strong light, blasting in the roar. For a while, even on the other side of the island, people heard a shocking explosion. Oh. Chapter 27, 2700, Confrontation Test. Many people think that among the 3 series of demon fruits, the nature series is nature series, because the power they represent can be found from nature, so it is named after the nature series. It's not true. Through Zifa's explanation of Ron, he learned that the real reason for the nature department to be called the nature department is that they are like nature and represent the vastness of heaven. Because of fear and awe of nature, the demon fruit that holds these powers has been crowned the natural system. As it is now, Ron's trick has a dramatic name, 8 dragons holding beads, once again arousing human awe of nature. The stunned, thunderous thunder blew. Nothing could be heard by his ears. Only a buzz remained. The dazzling thunder is overwhelming, and wherever you look, there is only a thunder. Occasionally a thunderbolt shot out and hit the face, causing tingling so that people knew that they were alive. On the stand, the Warring States period held a hat that was about to be blown away, and sighed in a complicated mood. I finally knew why Zifa asked me to increase the distance between the audience and the test bench. If the distance is not increased, Ron's move will involve everyone around. The consequences are very serious. Unlike now, the major instructors of the recruit barracks neatly shot, quickly blocking the lightning out. Sun Leguang did not last long and disappeared after almost a few seconds. But in the stands, a group of ordinary people gasped for dementia, looking at the calm test bench as if passed away. The recruits in the team of Rong and Ron were even more unbearable, sitting on the ground one by one, receiving Zifa's protection. When I remember that I was almost under such a thunderous thunderstorm, my heartbeat accelerated afterwards. Strange monster. I don't know how long it took for someone to say something dryly. Hearing that, people around nodded and cast a venom on Ron. This is the world of One Piece, the world of the strong. No matter how bad Ron scored in the first test, now he is the strong one. Respect for everyone. I looked at Ron, who had fallen with the smoking test machine, and the crowd cheered in his throat, looking left and right, helplessly staring. They are preparing to cheer, but the protagonist has fallen, which is awkward. Carry him down. You, check your results. Yes. Takizawa was prepared for this, and when ordered, someone immediately went up and carried the salty fish Ron with black smoke in his mouth and carried it to the rear. There was plenty of food for him, and he was filled with plenty of food. In the case of Ron's special constitution, this injury was not a concern. Subsequently, the colonel officer called up his less skilled armed color domineering, carried the test machine that was constantly flashing electric light, and looked down. The instructor in charge of counting looked at the number in horror and stared. It wasn't until the colonel's officer gave him an impatient glance that he swallowed and raised his flag. Results are valid. Recruit Ron, the power is. Murmur. I swallowed hard again, and the instructor screamed exhaustedly, 2,700. Boom. The colonel, who was paralyzed by his hands and feet, dropped the nearly scrapped test machine, and the sound made like an explosive detonated the atmosphere at the scene. What? 2,700? It's incredible. It's incredible. 2,700 power points. This kind of power is almost the same as that of the colonel of the headquarters. Not only, it's enough to be a major general. The officers who can stay in Marin Fodor, although their positions are equal to the officers of the various branches of the Four Seas and the Great Route, their strength is absolutely different. Like Shio's was 4,000 powers, it is enough to be the base commander, that is, the position of lieutenant general in any branch of the Great Route. In this department, even if there are no mistakes made in the past, at most it is a major general. The reason for this situation is, in the final analysis, the difference in strength of the opponent. The highest position of the head of the base of the Four Seas branch is Major General, and is generally a colonel. However, because it is a cowardly sea, as long as it has the ability and military power, ordinary people without strength can sit up. Because the enemies they face are so different from the Great Routes, the Navy's strong guns are not vegetarian, and the Army's pressure is ruined. But on the Great Route, you try to make a person with no strength in a high position? The flag must be killed by the pirates the next day. As the entrance to the New World and the last door adjacent to the Shampoo Islands, standing behind the holy place Maria Joa, the fortress is advancing the city, and the Judiciary Island, the enemies that the Navy will face are those who have passed the first half of the Great Route. The best are the overlords who are acting in the New World. Therefore, the requirements for the strength of officers are very strict and reasonable. This is also the fundamental reason why the status of officers of the headquarters is beyond the world. I could not hear this sentence, but some people quickly retorted, "No, I think it's still low." Ron is a thunderbolt. Attacks with the same strength value can be more terrible than boxing and fencing. Not only is it fast, but it also has the advantage of distance and coverage. Although he did this himself, will be seriously injured, but most of the 4C pirates and even the Great Route, few people can carry it. After all, it's a thunderbolt. The lethality to the human body is too great. That is, just looking at this trick, Ron is already qualified to work on the Great Route? I think so. Remarkable. Another monster appeared in the Navy. Ron. To this day, the legend of the monster left by the three generals decades ago has finally been continued, and that is Ron, a recruit who has joined the Navy for more than a month. I watched the grandstand cheer, shouting the same name neatly in my mouth, and the Warring States period was always comforting. Well, yes. Ha! At his slightly lower position, the red dog and the yellow ape stared stunned, and for a long time the yellow ape twitched. What did you just say? At most 1,000? Ah. The red dog opened his mouth and looked a little awkward. However, he quickly adjusted and took a deep breath. Great. In a month, his strength has grown so fast. What a monster. I think I should bet something with you just now. What a pity. The yellow ape added regretfully, attracting the unsightly sight of the red dog. Oh. It took only 1 month to go from the limit of 500 forces to 2,700. In addition to strength, this achievement represents that terrifying horror talent. In just over a month, he has grown to such a degree. It is conceivable that if he is given time, Ron will grow up in the future and wait for terrible monsters. The only thing that made the recruits happy was that Ron's overall evaluation was still within the acceptable range of everyone, the horrible lethality of thunder and lightning, and the special blessing of the overload form plus the lightning fist derivative A dragons holding pearls. In 8 bars, the power of the dragon superposition, the score is 2,700, but his physical fitness, only a comprehensive test of 700. Isn't 700 high? Very high. In addition to the monsters training in Hell Island this year, Ron ranked first. But compared with his 2,700 attacking power that broke through the sky, the 700 power of the body is not so exaggerated. However, this is still an unbreakable horror figure in the new barracks. Coupled with his terrible growth rate, ordinary people can hardly expect their backs, and the gap will only increase with time until most people are desperate. But it is not so easy to admit defeat to the soldiers in the Naval Headquarters recruit camp. In the next test, they gritted their teeth one by one, the strongest moves broke out, and the atmosphere was rekindled. Ron is a monster, yes, but these little guys are also the backbone of the future Navy. The atmosphere at the scene was high for a while, and the cheering cries were endless. I waited for the preliminary test to be over. At lunchtime, everyone was reluctant to find food. The recruits had a rare day off, and family and friends got together and went to town for a good meal. As the Navy's most lively annual event, the separate test in the morning is just the beginning. In the afternoon, there is even more intense confrontation training. It is also the best stage for recruits to compete for the future. The generals of the previous headquarters can be said to have shined in confrontation training. 50 or 60 years old veterans Carp, Warring States, and Zifa 30 years ago. The representative of the lieutenant general of the headquarters 30 years ago, Mole, and recruit Camp Zifa repaired left and right came out of the session 20 years ago. Incumbent 3 generals, barbarians, yellow apes, red dogs, etc., as long as they can pronounce their names, all without exception. While everyone was fiercely discussing the performance of the outstanding people this morning, the apes in the corner of the headquarters fortress took out the phone bug. Moxamosi, Mr. Begapunk, is there anything? That's not anxious. You still care more about the peace pacifist. Marshal of the Warring States period is angry. What? Want me to draw blood again? Can't you be considerate of my old man? At the same time, in the headquarters hospital near the square, Ron tore off the bandage on his body, and with a skeptical gaze of the doctor, he picked up the rice bowl and ate it. It is what is called equivalent exchange. The energy to restore the body to heal the wound is not groundless. As much as it is consumed, it must be replenished. After a tedious test in the morning, I put his hungry heart on his back, and now I'm sure that he is fine. He just wants to eat him in the dark. Takizawa smiled and stood aside, seeing Ron so spirited, reassured. Slow down, Ron, the food is... What did you say? Flick. The forehead wrinkled as cross. Zifa's eyelids fluttered fast, and he wrapped his arms in a fist. Duong. Swallow it for Lao Tzu before talking. After 1 month, Zifa felt that he had reached this age, but his armed arrogance had improved a lot. It's just that the liver fire is a bit big recently. The urine is yellow. I heard that angry hurts the liver and lives forever. Ron deeply suspected that his mouthful of food was not swallowed, but was punched by Zifa. It really is how painful he is. However, Zifa in his state could not dial, and immediately stood up and said, Mr. Zifa, should I not go to the confrontation training in the afternoon? With his current strength, the recruit camp can't find an opponent at all. During the 3 generals, the 3 of them battled each other. In Smog's session, there was also a black-style Tina and her rivals, but now, who should Ron call? Is that recruit top 100 Zoro, who was subdued as soon as he came on the field? Or was it the Queen S family, who finally had a talented swordsman, Quindande? No need at all. Who heard this? Zifa laughed immediately. Go, why not go? Why not a good stage? The world is focused on you. Rest assured, I have arranged it. At this moment, Zifa laughed like a mysterious oriental power, giving Ron an ominous premonition. Oh. By the way, I said that the plot of my year-end test was written in a single letter. It's not intentional to break the chapter. I wrote tens of thousands of words in one text, and then cut them into chapters one by one. I think it's good to put this off, and then click and rub. I won't say much nonsense. Since water, then use the words to make up. The text of this chapter is 3,300, and the text of the next chapter is 2,500. Are you sincere? In the end, sell cute and recommend tickets and collections. Chapter 28. The General will return to face Shiozwa. Naval Headquarters, 1:30 in the afternoon. Confrontation training is a necessary training course for almost every force. Ron has also participated in it before, but at that time, if he did not use the fruits of the thunder, he would not be able to compete with the new recruits in the same period. Without mentioning experience and skills, the physical fitness alone is enough to open the distance. The foundation is weak, and there is no comparability. But now it's different. Even if he doesn't use the fruit ability now, the strength in that body is enough to make the recruit desperate. Compared to those with pure fruit ability, Ron is a guy who pays more attention to physical development than demon fruit. He would rather let the body lead to fruit development than to be a wasteful person without fruit. Challenging yourself is not simply pursuing destruction. When Ron came to the square, the Coliseum seat was full of people who came to watch the test. It is worth mentioning that at this time they all changed their directions. The seat of the test bench, which was wrapped in a circle during the morning strength test, was cut from it, stretched to the left and right to form an arc, and hugged the piece in front. A square large enough to accommodate 100,000 people. The towering tower is a huge square. At each high platform, an instructor stood on his feet with his hands behind his back and sat on the high platform. They are responsible for protecting the recruits from fatal injuries in confrontation training, while serving as referees to determine victory or defeat. He and other recruits entered under the leadership of Zifa, and the cheers resounded through the sky. Come on, little bunny. Remember, beat him. Beat him. Ah, Ron, I like you. In addition to cheers, officers at all levels discussed privately. Those recruits in this period deserve their attention and traction. The Navy is just an iron plate to the outside, and it can't put down all contradictions in front of the pirates. This is the Iron Law. However, there are factions inside. Hawks and Doves are just a big mainstream, and more are different Navy giants, which openly compete with each other to attract talents and seek benefits for the family. The Navy and the world government have a similar history. They have stood in the sea for hundreds of years, and their children and grandchildren have served in the Navy. No faction is a joke. In this world where the strong are respected, those real potential stocks, such as Ron, a natural genius who may become a general in the future, will be in good hands with him, and the benefits to the family are limitless. Hello, Stein. What do you think of Zoro? It's a buildable thing, but recently I'm a bit lost and I don't know why. Is Ron here? The kid at Quest will definitely help his father, if we can. Province. With the attention Marshall paid to Ron, how could he allow us to win, Ron? Oh, too. Then I can only be familiar. Who said no? Marshals of all ages could not have been unaware of the fact that they belonged to the pull-down gang, but they never suppressed it excessively. because they know that even in this powerful world, they can't solve everything with their fists. For example, a mosquito lies on Jiabao. As long as you don't touch things that shouldn't be touched, then the warring states will not bother to deal with them. For example, blind people can see that Ron's future is extremely bright. Such a person cannot stand in the Navy. The warring states and the world government will not allow him to stand in line and become the banner of a certain family, leading to that family's dominance. Also, it is more conducive to then to direct a control dispute over a subordinate who twists his heart. He has nothing to do with right and wrong. This is just the wisdom of a superior. I waited until the warring states took the first place. The colonel officer came on stage and began to clarify the rules. It is not much different from the adversarial training rules, and the biggest change is only 3 points. At first, no intentional killings are allowed, and offenders are expelled from the Navy and never hired. 22. Is not allowed to operate in the dark. By opponents, offenders are expelled from the Navy and never hired. 23. Do not intentionally interfere with others' matches. Offenders are expelled from the Navy and never hired. On weekday confrontation training, will there not be such severe punishment for being expelled from the Navy and never being hired? The same foul is at most a conviction for detention. Purely because the occasion is too serious today, the Navy needs to be more disciplined. A brief comment, the colonel officer announced, "Now confrontation tests start." Then, "I'll get on first." Ron looked around, and with a convulsive gaze of the recruits' mouths, he turned into a thunderous movement. Ordinary people could only see through the mottled light and shadow left by the retina, and judged that something had just passed. Even if you haven't learned a Navy 6, Ron's movement speed is equally scary. That is, it's Ron. I didn't expect him to go up first. Go up? It works. Anyway, sit and play. Huh. That's the same. This group of little guys can't do anything about nature. Hundreds of new recruits in the barracks confront each other 1 by 2. Then you don't have to do anything today. All sit in place and watch the game. Therefore, the process of the competition has been adjusted to a certain extent. In summary, duration is 2 hours, and the number of high platforms is 30. At the end of the final time, who was still on the stage was the top 30 in the recruit camp. After that, 15 groups were arranged for 2-on-2 confrontation, and the first place was decided. Then was almost exactly 8 or 9. Wait, there's something wrong. The sharp-eyed person suddenly opened his mouth, carefully counted the number of high platforms, and exclaimed, "Why is there one? Only 29 tables." Nanny? Hiss? Really? There are only 29 tables. Doesn't it mean that there are only 14 groups of winners to fight? There is one more person, either by turns and directly promoted. Or, hey, could it? I watched Ron look like a salted fish, and apparently he found it. The onlookers who came to watch the performance looked back at Zifa, and the active men around Zifa, their mouths twitched. This time, there was a good show. Oh. Ha ha. Discharge imp, you also have today. Carp's iconic hearty laughter echoed in the quiet gangster area. The sound of the voice was deafening. The warring states period raised an eyebrow and snorted. Cap. Oh. Indifferently dunked the booger. Carp looked back at Ron, slap again, and sprayed the donuts with scum. Ha ha. But, so funny. Alala, what is so happy, Mr. Cap? Suddenly, a figure slowly stepped onto the high platform. He has fluffy black hair and is tall and cheerful. He is wearing a white pony gown and a blue-bottomed shirt, and a blazer is laid lazily on his shoulders, exuding a breath called laxness. What? Hearing the sound, Carp looked back and laughed. Coming back to Kazan so soon? Yes. The caller is exactly one of the strongest naval forces in the naval headquarters Kazan, the 3 major generals who are going out to sea to carry out tasks, codenamed Qingyu. Yeah, I thought it would be so much trouble. I never thought, oh. Speaking halfway, Qingyu stretched a lazy waist and hit a big hatch. Then rubbing his shit, he said to the warring states, "You think more, Marshal? No big trouble is good. The world needs peace." Sengoku calmly replied, paused, and added, after returning to the game, "Give me the report immediately. What is it like being lazy and lazily all day long?" "Hi, I know." Shrugged. No wonder about it. That exhausted look was nothing like the mighty admiral. With these 3 generals, it's no wonder that the warring states didn't care about Ron's character. In contrast, he was the most normal guy. After saying hello to Carp and others, they sat in the seat belonging to the general, paralyzed. The apes next to each other came up and grinned wretchedly. Yo, Kazan, see you are so tired. Would you like to bet on the next task attendance opportunity? Huh? Okay. But what bet? I rolled over, and Qing Yun answered lazily. Just how long the kid can last. The yellow ape pointed to the quietest high platform in the middle of the venue with his chin, and said, Sikowski said he can only hold for half an hour, and I say an hour. How long do you gamble? Okay. Originally lazy and unsightly sight remained bright after staying on the high platform. Qing Ming rubbed her chin and said in amazement, the opponent turned out to be Brigadier General Zhuazhua? Is this? Kid so strong. Chapter 29, Special Meaning, Terrible Repair. Qing Shi went out for several months and knew nothing about what happened in the headquarters. After seeing Ron's opponent, he felt strange and normal. After all, at the end of the year, we did not arrange recruits for the same period, but chose to let the instructors play against each other. In total, the situation of 29 high platforms was only twice in his memory. The first time I heard. At that time, Carp and Zephyr robbed the high stage in the year-end evaluation, playing in the dark, and the warring states of the trio sat alone. In the face of the metamorphosis of the fruit of the giant beast, no one was his opponent during the same period, not even the crane. After careful consideration, Marshal Kong asked the then-instructor of the new recruit barracks to arrange for the instructors to fight with the warring states and insisted that they be promoted directly within 2 hours. This was a precedent. The second time I witnessed it was in this group that they and Sakakisuke had separated into a group beforehand. Poor Salino took turns. Zifa arranged Shiozwa to fight with the yellow apes. The subsequent achievements of these people need not be mentioned. All are the pinnacles. But for the next few decades, there is no third example. Because the overall strength of the recruits later was simply inferior to the past, in the numerous recruit camps of the genius and the powerful, you can find your opponents. There is no absolute overlord rule. I can imagine how difficult and glorious it was to be invincible and unable to find an opponent during the same period. The value and significance behind it are tremendous. I didn't expect to just come to watch the ceremony on a routine basis, but when I saw such a scene, Qingyi was shocked immediately. Is he special? Why haven't I seen him before? Come, let me tell you. So. After listening, Qing's eyes were dull, and he looked seriously at Ron. So, is it the sound of thunder? Howling thunder, thunder and lightning in the sky. New World Thor's Island Green is familiar with it. Before Hell Island was developed, it was a training place that the Navy recruits had to go to. The dark clouds on the island and the thunder snakes danced wildly. It was not raindrops that poured down from the sky, but the terrible purple-black thunder. In the face of the vastness of Tianwei, anyone will give birth to a sense of their own little power. Even now, with the ability to destroy Thor's island, that inviolable majesty has always been engraved in the heart of Qingyu. Fun. Slightly raised his lips and thought for a while and said, You have chosen the most likely time. There is no difference between winning 2 hours and winning. The endless words, the ape widened his eyes. Hey, aren't you? You want to bet on him to win? No, I bet for an hour. Pouting, Qingwei's face showed a strange smile. Red Dog General, you have to be prepared for 2 consecutive missions. Extremely funny. The red dog snorted coldly and lowered its eyes with his hands on his chest. In this regard, the two looked at each other and did not care. Red dogs have this character, and it would be tempting to justify them. And win. How can it be? Even the Warring States period of that year, he could not persist for 2 hours from the instructor. Before breaking through the limits of ordinary people, the accumulation of that time accumulated is much stronger than talent. But it is worth mentioning that the only exception later appeared, the yellow ape. Relying on the speed of the world of glittering fruits, he continuously dodged, but he found an opportunity to delay for 2 hours. He then told Zifo with his slow speech rate and insignificant expression that have not changed for 10,000 years. Even if he is not good at body skills, he can stand on top of the world by relying only on his fruit ability. I smashed Zifa to death for half. But when did things go? 20 years ago. Nowadays, Shiozwa is incomparable. I already had a unique response to these amazingly fast-moving guys. How could it be a second loss? And the ape did this thing. 1 year after he joined the Navy, after training on Thunder Island, the strength was 1,500, and he was able to survive the attack from Shozwa. How long has Ron appeared? It's been 2.5 months. Martial power is only 700, and double ape are double. And the high platform of the venue is still wooden and non-conductive. In a small area, he has several times stronger than his own. A standard naval bodybuilder Shozwa. He has no advantage. Now even the environment is restrained, and there is no room for excuses. What Ron should think about is indeed how long it will last. The naval headquarters square is very busy and lively. On the remaining 28 platforms, the sound of fighting was endless. Meat and meat, knife and blood. The recruits seized the opportunity this year, lavished their hormones, and displayed themselves in front of all high-level navies. A beautiful victory today may determine their future. So even if they knew that going to power first would be fought by wheels, which would be detrimental to the final results, some of them would still hold on to the idea of showing their courage and still have no need to look back. A few moments after the battle began, dozens of people fell off the platform and were sentenced to failure. But immediately, a new challenger rushed to challenge the Lord. However, unlike other high platforms, Shozwa has just come up on the 29th platform where Ron is. The instructor and referee in charge of this place decisively wiped his feet, not even doing his own job. Curry. His knuckles were embarrassed by Shozwa, wearing a black off-shouldered t-shirt, Shozwa sneer. Oh, isn't this Ron? Why is your face so ugly? Did you see me desperate? Hearing this, Ron raised an eyebrow. What do you think? Don't I cry and laugh? This place is 100% targeted by Teacher Zifa, right? You came up with the idea of killing me? Don't treat me as a fool. Come on, you. Below the high platform, Zifa heard these words through her arrogant domineering, her eyelids beating quickly. Kill me this bastard, Shozwa. I understand. Shouting in a loud voice, Shozwa shrugged and said, Don't say anything so ugly. The wooden ground is good to make, and a year-end evaluation has always been like this. And what kills and doesn't kill? I'm your instructor. How can it kill you at most? As soon as the chanting voice fell, Shozwa burst into the strongest speed. Under Ron's horrified gaze, the whole man turned into a black line and rushed to him. At most, hit you a half-body. Bang. Radon burst into smoke circles. An invisible air column shot out, penetrated the clouds, and disappeared into the blue sky. Shozwa, who is serious, is completely different from Shozwa, who was self-limiting during the test and was also disturbed by the steel channel. One move and one style, incorporating years of hard work, without a trace of extra action, extremely powerful. 20 years of failure has brought him an unforgettable lesson. Today, you have to put Ron down. What? With fierce boxing, Shozwa smiled a little, thinking that he was absolutely secure. Suddenly, he looked in horror, looking at his wrist across Ron's chest. He determined that he was covering his fist with arm domineering, and this fist Ron could not escape with elemental. But such a weird scene made him understand that the opponent counted his attack time and elementized it in advance. Natural elementalization is divided into active and passive. Armed color domineering cannot make elementalization invalid, but just contact the entity and offset its passive effect. But after the opponent actively elementized the scattered body, the armed color domineering was useless. After all, if it still works, isn't it equivalent to inserting your hand directly into the internal organs of the other party? That natural department is too weak. For such a situation, Shozwa twitched at the corner of her mouth and had to pull back to avoid the thunder that came from Ron's palm. Boom! Let's sizzle. A power grid coiled up, separated by two people, and disappeared after a few seconds. Watching Ron wandering backwards and pulling away at a safe distance to reunite, Shozwa gritted his teeth. Cut, little slider. In this regard, Ron poked his mouth, a strange smile appeared on his face, folded his hands with his hands, and squinted his eyes and said, One another. Your sneak attack is also good. Soon Shozwa's sneak attack was extremely fast. www.tailnovel.com. If he hadn't elementized his scattered body in advance, he would have been knocked down with that punch. In order to win, Shozwa is completely shameless. The terrible nature of the puppet nature department can be seen from this. Even Ron can avoid the powerful attacks of naval combatants such as Shozwa. but the active elemental dispersion of the body, but it will consume a lot of physical strength. Ron cannot predict his attack point, so he must have all the elements of his body. As a result, Shiozue can persist for an hour and is willing to give in directly. Dead duck has a hard mouth. I see how long you can hold on. Ling hummed. Shiozue leaned forward again. Such a sharp burst of full speed, coupled with the almost instinctive Navy 6 style, shaving, the speed is not weaker than Ron moved with lightning. So Ron could only see an afterimage, and in the blink of an eye, Shiozue's fist fell on him again. So fast, but just what I want. Oh. Pouting with a sneer in his corner, Ron allowed the bursting fist to break himself into a small lightning snake, and then he tried to capture the electromagnetic field in the air. The next second, the body flashed. Teleport. Thank you all for your recommendation. Friday is finally Friday. If nothing else happens, for days later, this book will be the first one to be recommended. Hey, you may not believe it, my contract is a courier sent on Monday morning, but the status was changed at 6:30 on Friday. Even if the processing time is added, it will be at least 4 to 5 readings on Friday. Obviously, the computer power supply I bought from Guangdong took only 2.5 days to say. This incident tells us that Shintong's express speed depends on his mood. Chapter 30, Teleportation, 6-Type Terrible. The teleportation of the person capable of slamming the thunder fruit is actually very simple. The planet itself has a sufficiently strong magnetic field. As long as the electromagnetic field is used to move the current body past it. Because they themselves are thunder and lightning, except that they need to eat and drink lazar like normal creatures, they are not humans at all. This mysterious way of moving is placed on the Earth, but it is just a piece of data that travels through the network through a data line. He is an instinct. The only difficulty is how to capture the magnetic field trajectory and transfer it. Ron didn't wake up to see the color domineering, only relying on people's keen perception of magnetic fields. However, his strongest thunder is only 30 million volts. Compared with Inalu in the future, the gap is also quite large. Wanting to confront the planetary magnetic field is tantamount to foolish dreams and does not allow him to walk freely between magnetic fields. So he thought of a trick. Elemental. His elementalization is not only used to avoid Shiozue's overbearing attack, but also to capture the electromagnetic field in this way that continuously consumes a lot of physical strength and outlines nodes with every trace of lightning in the body, which is convenient for teleportation. This teleportation distance is not too long. The areas that can be affected by elementization at most include high platforms. Unless you wake up and see the domineering, you can capture the distant magnetic field. But it is enough at this time. So at this moment, Shiozue stared at the empty front in shock, his eyes widened, some unbelievable. At the moment, Luo Shio did not move away from him, but disappeared out of thin air. Any object moves will leave traces, and the traces will be captured by the domineering sight. No matter how fast it is so. This is absolute truth. I am just one of them. Even if I find a trace, can I respond? For example, the sparkling fruit of the world of the yellow ape, even if someone finds the trace, few people can make a proper counterattack. But just now, he didn't find any movement tracks. Ron disappeared in front of him like a ghost and then appeared behind him. There is no trace of this process at all. Is that the one in front of me was just an illusion? No, it's impossible. This idea was rejected as soon as it appeared. It would not be deceiving to see that domineering. Under the premise that Ron has no physical avatar ability, it determined that Ron was just in front of it. It must be Ron. He just offset or hidden his traces by some means he didn't know. So many things hidden, Ron. On the stand, Zephyr raised his lips and was in a good mood. He also failed to capture Ron's moving trajectory, but he was able to understand what it was. In order to teach Ron, the intelligence of the thunderous fruit ability was turned out from the warehouse hundreds of years ago, and he certainly could see it. I thought Ron couldn't do it all the time, and never wanted to be stunned by Shiozue's exaggerated offensive ability, but instead pried out a whole card. This little bastard, I'm hiding it, pouting cursed, but everyone could see the smile on Zephyr's face. On the high platform, the yellow monkeys and others discovered Ron's weirdness in the movement through their sense of domineering. Without the detailed information on the fruit of the thunder, they did not know. However, if the weird movement is placed in battle, especially in battles that can be won by dragging on, it should not be too suitable. At present, in the coming days, you may be busy with Red Dog General. There is no winner, just wait and see. Okay, just be happy. Jio Shiozwa is indeed the elite combatant in this department. Although he couldn't figure out how Ron did it, he clearly knew the key points of this battle. That's defeating Ron. I only hesitated for less than 0.3 seconds. He took a step forward to stop the momentum, at the same time turned back to twist his body, and pulled his feet like a whip. This foot is heavily sinking, sobbing the air, faintly visible. But before he stood still, Ron was ready to attack. Be careful not to stand on one foot off the ground, Brigadier General Shiozwa. So you didn't pay attention to behind you. Nanny. Suddenly looking back, Shiozwa only saw the sky and thunder flooding his eyes. For a while, the thunder was so loud that the current surged. 30 million volts thunder drill. Turning lightning into an animal form is really cool, but the only lethality left is lightning, flashy, not Ron's favorite. He likes simple, rude, and powerful. At the same time, the lightning was condensed into a drill bit, which reduced the attack contact area and strengthened the power. It was perfect for raids. At the same time, the rotating lightning current will stir the electromagnetic field even more violently. The power cannot be underestimated. At this distance, the spiral pattern on the drill bit formed by lightning is clearly visible, and an invisible thrust suddenly rises, making Shiozwa unable to stop. That was an electromagnetic pulse, a chain reaction that Ron caused when he thundered. The lightning attack from the fruit of the thunder is not just a thunder. The physical world allows conditions to exist together, such as the destructive chaotic current and the indiscriminate surge that wrapped the entire platform at this moment. The thunder drill and the surge bombarded Shiozwa's one leg in succession and then exploded. Rumbling. The thunderous thunder rang through the sky, and the audience couldn't help covering their ears. The rest of the high platform was affected by the explosion one after another, and the battle stalled. In the stands, the yellow ape narrowed his eyes slightly and sensed it with domineering feelings. He regretted, the idea is good, and the opportunity is good, but it is a pity. Yeah, the only chance I missed. Faint interface glanced at the high platform. I once suffered a loss. Shiozwa will not make a second mistake. Ron is too naive. Or his definition of powerful is not very clear. The chaotic and irritable current swelled, making Ron narrow his eyes and step back half a step. Then he scattered the radio waves into the space in all directions, ready to teleport at any time, and patiently waited for the result. It stands to reason that even when Shiozwa suffered such a severe blow while standing on one leg, he could not maintain his balance. Previously encountered an attack, after avoiding, Ron deliberately backed away from the distance and landed on the edge of the high platform. Sure enough, Shiozwa stormed and was distracted by his teleportation. At this point, using a lightning drill to strike the support points to make it out of balance, one step at a time, all within Ron's calculations, and logically speaking, falling is his only result. High platform guards can be a loser regardless of whether you go into the sky or as long as the translation distance exceeds the edge of the high platform. However, is right. I have to say, good job, Ron. Suddenly, a deep voice came from the edge of the thunder-filled platform. Ron was startled suddenly, subconsciously taking a half step back. At this moment, a hand waved forward. While the thunderbolt was scattered, the figure behind was also exposed. Shiozwa slowly walked out of the smoke, and the edge of the high platform behind him was scorched. But in the place where Shiozwa had stood before, the block was intact, but there was a footprint left in the center. One was only 2 centimeters deep and did not let the whole board penetrate. Did not even leave any trace footprints. At that moment, Shiozwa stepped down with force and, in the inertia of twisting and swiping, forcibly relying on the barrier brought by this wooden board, blocked Ron's carefully planned inevitable hit. That strength is 1 point, 1 point, and 1 point. While completely offsetting the impact, it did not hurt the board. I can imagine that if the plank was broken, Ron would surely make up for the attack. At that time, even if there was a monthly step back, Shiozwa could not guarantee that he would not exceed the edge of the high platform. Hiss. After seeing how Shiozwa's skills to ensure that he did not fall, Ron took a breath and sighed. Monster. Is this the power of the 6 types? Or return life. He was envious of such terrible control. Only by cultivating the 6 types of the Navy to the extreme and taking full control of every strength of the body, even hair is no exception. It's incredible, beyond understanding. Of course. When he heard this sentence, Shios repressed the small panic in his heart and smiled slightly. Navy 6 is not a simple attack. Although Sun and Ron have been fighting for a short time, but the feeling of being crushed by IQ 1 month ago, Shios has a lot of fear. This month, he saw more of Ron's fierce fighting style and perseverance. So much that he almost forgot that Ron's most terrible thing was not his strength, but his insidious and cunning, well-planned control in the battle situation. Ron envied his strong control over the body, and Shios could not compete with Ron to figure out the battle situation. But the same moves against Saints. Shios will not work twice. This time the sneak attack is not possible. There will be no second. The last time you failed to defend, let alone the second. Chapter 31. Fight and fight. Don't be treacherous. Cut trouble. The smile on Shios's face reveals his confidence. The more powerful a person is, the more he will not get rid of mystery. He must be well prepared. This is not good news for Ron. I can only postpone. He made up his mind. Ron raised his hands and dangled the electric light around him. The sky-blue thunder spread from the shoulders to the palm of his hand, forming 2 angry thunder dragons. With the roar, he launched an aggressive attack. 30 million volts Erlong Opera Ball. ZZ. The air was soaked with thunder and lightning, and even the sky was dim. In the deafening roar, Thunder Dragon ran. Just by imposing, ordinary people will find it difficult to control themselves and hide in fear. Bold. Seeing that Ron not only ran away, but shot first, Shios groaned, his fists clenched. Buzz. With an extremely dangerous atmosphere, the iron fists were wrapped in thick arm domineering, and Ron was shocked to see. Shios' strength cannot be treated by his rank, Brigadier General. He really wants to fight, and is not weaker than ordinary generals. Otherwise, he will not be able to convince the public and become the right hand of the Zifa Committee. He blessed domineering. Shios did not dodge and faced Thunder Dragon directly. 1 second before Thunder Dragon was about to hit him, his fist swung upwards and hammered on Thunder Dragon's teeth. Next moment, in the huge crackling sound, the thunderbolt, which is composed of thunder and lightning, was hammered on the spot in the blink of an eye. The terrible vigor blew a strong wind, and the tiny thunderbolt was like a residual candle in the wind and suddenly disappeared into the air. After doing this, Shios stepped on his feet and turned into a black line to continue attacking Ron. I shaved. Dang. The punch was still not hit, but the chipped wooden planks were torn apart and the sawdust flew across the sky. I knew you would come over. Teleported his body a few meters away from the rear to avoid Shios' raid. Ron's hands were claw-shaped, and he yanked his chest sharply, crossing them left and right. Come back. Thunder Dragon. Okay. Shios was surprised and looked back. I saw that the thunder and lightning that should have been scattered suddenly gathered together, retransformed into 2 thunder dragons, opened his mouth and bited himself. This is. I had no time to think about it. Shios made an instant decision, gave up the attack, and turned around to sweep out. Hey. I heard 2 bursts again, and when I heard the arrogance released, I noticed that except for the position where the fists and feet intersect, Lei Long was scattered and disappeared, and the rest was still intact. That's it. It looks like it's just 2 single thunder attacks, but it's actually a combination of several different thunders. The result was not the same. At the moment when he settled his feet firmly, the remaining thunder and lightning continued to flutter forward, opened his mouth wide, and bit him fiercely. Rumble. With the help of teleport, Ron appeared at the edge of the corner, and a smile was evoked at the corner of his mouth. Did you find it? It is indeed the instructor Shios. He doesn't like simple chemical attacks. Thunder Dragon looks like a dragon-like thunderbolt. In fact, it is a 5-way attack assembled from 5 different thunders. Break up the dragon head in the front and cut off the dragon body in the middle. The remaining parts can still continue to attack. Only by annihilating it as a whole can it be completely destroyed. Otherwise, he will not be named. It is called the 2-Dragon Play Pig. This is the only bad taste of Ron as a human being. Seeing that Zwa was covered by thunder, Ron seized the opportunity to attack. Because the opponent was Zyasuk, he had to remember his identity as a mage. 30 million volt lightning gun, 10 million volt grid, 30 million volts of discharge. Oh, thunder bombarded Xiuzhua for a while. Lei Guang dazzled and burst apart. Ordinary people have fallen into the ashes and been killed hundreds of times by lightning and heat. But standing at the moment was Xiuzhua, the top man in the middle of the generals. Although Ron's attack was ingenious, he could not bring a decisive victory. Carving insect tricks. Give me. Sands. With the anger drinking, the tall and strong figure lifted his fists and shattered the thunder and lightning wrapped around him. From time to time, a thin stream of thunder and lightning circulated on that dark skin. With sloppy face and red eyes, it looked fierce. Shizhen shattered the thunder and lightning. Xiuzhua felt a numbness from his skin and grinned. The power is good, but it's useless. Let's die. Huh. The sound of a cricket burst. Xiuzhua quickly rushed to Ron. But Ron, who was still dodging before, did not continue to teleport at this moment, but instead clenched his fists. His body was dazzled with electric light, and his eyes were dark blue. Overload pattern 10 million volts. Okay? This little bastard, why not hide? Xiuzhua stared at her eyes, wondering. In the stands, Ron was noisy for a while because of Ron's sturdy posture. Hey, wouldn't he be so stupid? It's over. What's up with Ron? Just fine. Can't he do that kind of movement anymore? Is this possible? But the rest of the people are surprised. Wang Su et al. Can see that Ron has not changed much from before. This shows that even if the move is huge, it is far from reaching its limit. And so, what do you want, this little guy? Not only the people watching it, but also Xiuzhua on the platform. Don't take it lightly, beware of fraud. Thinking this way, Xiuzhua relieved a bit of subconsciousness, ready to jump back to the center of the table if something went wrong. But until his fist collided with Ron's fist, the danger of that premonition did not arrive. Instead, Ron smiled slyly and roared at this moment. Overload Lei Guangxuan. Huh? After trembling, looking at the figure who was walking backwards and backwards, the entire viewing platform was in a dead silence for a while, and the needle fell with a sound. Because the person backed up, it was Xiuzhua. In the collision with recruit Ron, Brigadier General Xiuzhua fell into the downwind. This unscientific. How is it possible? Brigadier General Xiuzhua. Is Murphy Ron hiding strength? But can you see the power of this punch? The crowd suddenly became noisy, and suspicion continued. The difference between the two road power values is several times. This move is not as powerful as the morning test. How can it be possible to repel Xiuzhua? Could it be that? Uncle's gaze fell on Ron, looking at the smiling fox cub who stole the chicken, and everyone felt as uncomfortable as eating shit. Hiss, what a cunning little guy. Good job, Ron. Cape stunned for a second, then reacted to understand the key points, and then burst into laughter, sitting in a position and bending over. The three generals also understood the reason. Some of them looked at Ron embarrassed, and after a long time, the ape broke the tranquility. Although I have said it once, I still want to say, this Ron is unique. Only sneaky tricks. This red dog did not express appreciation, but was not tired of Ron's approach, because he knew that strength and brain were indispensable for the Navy. When the power is not enough to solve the problem, the brain is the most important thing. The lowest soldiers don't need brains. They just obey orders. However, the backbone of the Navy coming out of the new barracks, the future command level, idiots must be absolutely unnecessary. Ron did make a coincidence, yes, but succeeded. This is the performance of the brain. In contrast, on the high platform, Xiuzhua looked at his fist. Covered by the domineering arrogance, he was not much hurt. But it was Ron who repelled directly, or under the advantage of his initiative to attack, which made Xiuzhua unacceptable. Why? Did he hide his strength? That's impossible. As a disciple trusted by Zifa, it is impossible for Xiuzhua to misunderstand the true level of a person. Otherwise, he cannot afford the major duties of the person in charge of the test field. So the only explanation is, you fool me. Looking at Xiuzhua's aggressive and angry face, Ron raised his eyebrows. Yo, we'll answer again. Yesterday, I finished playing the World of Warcraft, took my friend Trumpet, and shouted a nanny on the World Channel. In the end, one of them hit half, and the nanny suddenly said, "I'm sorry, I'm going to go down," and suddenly found that the homework is not finished. Then he retired, and the 340 he found was traded to a friend mage, leaving his face full of force. Then I was thinking, if I think about it in advance, post it on my local forum to send a summer homework on behalf of me. Should I make a profit? Chapter 32, Zyasuk's Past. Determine the winner. Come on, asshole. On the high platform, the battles at the other sides gradually came to an end. Powerful people use their grief colleagues to stun others and take time to recuperate. There are also unwilling people who continue to step on the stage and want to pry a brick from the gradually stabilized high wall. And on the 29th platform, the battle has just begun. At least for Shiozua, it is true. I was tricked. In the face of the entire Navy, I was played. Shiozua now has only this idea. He understands what happened. When Ron appeared to collide with him, beware of fraud, he relented a lot and waited for opportunity. But I did not expect that Ron was waiting for this result. At the moment when his convergent strength and old power were exhausted, he broke out and attacked himself with the strongest attack under normal conditions. Fortunately, the center of the venue was behind him. Otherwise, this move would have a chance to bomb him directly from the edge of the platform. But even if it didn't fall out of the high platform, this face can be lost. The well-known Brigadier General Brigadier was repelled by the recruits in head-to-head battle, which is even more shameful than a month ago when Ron defeated him by sliding his head. Do not mix any trace of external factors purely due to the combatants themselves. IQ crushed. I'm ashamed. What a shame. Wu Shiozua was out of anger. He didn't want to think about those twists and turns. He wanted to beat Ron with the strongest gesture. Anyway, with arm domineering, Ron's thunder and lightning did not cause much damage to him. He was like a tank with thick armor, and he repeatedly charged against the thin Ranger Ron. Once you succeed, the consequences are self-evident. It's a bit of a fool, Brigadier General Shiozua. Yeah, but understandable. Oh, Agent. The audience laughed endlessly in the stands. Shiozua's angry look poked straight at the laughter, which was extremely funny. But funny is funny, Shiozua's strength is all there. After the other party broke out, Ron was gradually forced into a downwind. At this time, the situation was extremely dangerous. If he was slightly inadvertent, he would be stepped down by angry Shiozua. It's almost like that, right? Let me check the time. The yellow ape said slowly, rolled up its sleeves, 55 minutes. Well, we should have won. When I heard this sentence, the corner of the mouth of the red dog twitched involuntarily, and he hummed coldly and stopped speaking. Indeed, he lost this game. Half an hour has passed. He is not a loser. The behavior of the ape holding a black monitor phone worm pretending to look at time is abominable in his eyes. At this time, Qinghao, who has been asleep and awake suddenly, opened her eyes and carefully looked at the platform. She said lightly, "Although I really want to take a vacation, it seems that the result is not certain." Okay. The yellow ape looked back in surprise and glanced at Qing. Do you think he has a turnaround? Boom. There was another bang when I spoke. Under the anger, Shiozua showed 100% strength. In addition, the high platform was narrow. Even if the sound of the thunder was astonishing, Ron himself still mastered the teleportation technique. In the face of the domineering sight, he would end every time he moved. Ushering in Zhua's was explosive boxing. He could only continue to dodge and fall into the passive loop of infinite loop. Over time, the biggest difference between recruits and veterans is obvious. That is now, Ron's breath is getting worse, his chest is constantly undulating, and his physical strength is almost overdrawn. On the other hand, Shiozua couldn't see any consumption. The humans in this world are all monsters. The more the peak is, the more so. In the original book Punk has said, the barbarians and the red dogs fight for 10 days and 10 nights without rest, which can be seen from this. As an elite repairman in the headquarters, there is no problem for 3 consecutive days of fierce battle. Continue to drag backwards. Ron will eventually make a mistake because of physical weakness. At that time, Shiozua will be able to easily grasp and take him down. Yeah, there is a turnaround. Looking at the man chasing the light on the high platform, Qingyi slowly slaps Hatch and responds, but it was not created by him, but Shiozua gave it to. Huh? You mean? As the only one who defeated the instructor's presence during the boot camp period, the ape was very familiar with Shiozua's fighting style. At this moment when I heard Qingyi say this, I immediately remembered something. At first, Shiozwa was not a recruit instructor. He was a veteran with Mole. It took him 30 years to receive training under Zifa. He fought with him 20 years ago. The field of trainer identity. At that time, Shiozwa went on a battle after graduating with countless military achievements and soon became an outstanding Navy who stood alone and acted as one side. However, due to some reasons for his personality, his rank has not been raised. Later, Edward Weibel, the self-proclaimed Whitebeard II, attacked the internship. The beloved disciple was slaughtered, and his own hand was also chopped. Zifa couldn't stand it. At that time, Zifa, who was tortured by guilt and pain all day, rarely interfered in the affairs of the recruit barracks, and even began to deny his existence as the chief instructor. So the Warring States period had to think about maintaining the daily management of the new barracks before Zifa cheered up. It happened that Shiozwa, who was in trouble again, was banned from the naval headquarters. Considering his relationship with Zifa, the Warring States period arranged for him to enter the new barracks. Stay here for many years. I want to ask Shiozwa, what is the reason for his character, which has kept him from being promoted? That is, this person is extremely prone to anger. And once angry, except for the right and wrong measures in the general direction, the small details are all ignored. The pirates being chased at that time took hold of this and deliberately angered him. When he led the team to attack, he retreated while splitting out some people and then attacked, resulting in heavy naval casualties. Although eventually succeeded in annihilating the pirates, since ancient times, it has not been defeated, and it is certain that the Warring States should avoid letting such an existence enter the high level as a commander. The world government can be corrupt, and the naval branch can be scummed, but in the Navy headquarters, even the incompetent person can never be high. Throughout the original work, the top leaders of the Navy headquarters are justices without any stains to criticize. The yellow ape rubbed his beard on his chin, brown sunglasses, and locked his eyes on the platform like a torch. That's the case, sure enough. No more playing. Okay. The red dog froze and asked, what do you mean? The meaning is, Shiozwa lost, we all lost. Tong Ching lazily hit hatch, waved his hands, and stood up. Forget it. I'll go back and write a report, or I won't have a rest tonight. Bye. I waited for Qingyu to leave. The red dog looked at the ape and frowned. What the is going on? He didn't see where Ron's win was at all. Why did these two guys decide that Ron won? The current situation is rather bad for Ron. Hey, how do you say? He held his chin, and the yellow apes pondered his face warily, and then spit out 4 words, judging the winning or losing. The 3 majors are difficult to distinguish from the good and the bad. However, Qing Ye's thinking is a little more flexible than the other 2. At this moment, the yellow ape wakes up. Suddenly, the red dog suddenly turns his head and locks his eyes on the high platform, not the 2 who are fighting. Choose what careless. Buzz. The tall Shiozwa is like a mobile fortress, www.mtlnovel.com, jumping up. Then he lifted his feet, squeezed the air with his toes, and swept out fiercely. Suddenly, with the air vibration, the dark green sword shot up. Down and down, Thunder Dragon roared endlessly, faced with the sword of Qi. I heard only a crisp sound, and that day the blue Thunder Dragon was cut into 2 petals. At the same time, Shiozwa stepped on his right foot suddenly in the void, burst into the air, and dived towards Ron. Seeing this, Ron took a deep breath. This is the only and last chance, then. At this moment, he has already been overloaded, and he has not been able to afford the cost of the battle. But he did not admit defeat, but for this opportunity, forcibly endured the pain of exhausted limbs and waited patiently. Finally, this opportunity has come. I watched Shiozwa dive downward at a 45-degree angle with the ground, and Ron turned into a thunder, awakening his last strength and teleporting upwards to dodge. Shiozwazu fell to the ground and smashed the blackened wooden board into pieces. Since it was a high platform defender, he always controlled the intensity and would not directly knock down the high platform. However, this attack brought unexpected results. Because of the position where his fist hit, the pieces of wood smashed instantly and turned into ashes without giving him any reaction force. At the same time, Ron appeared high in the air, arms crossed. Last shot, overload, Lei Guanchuan. Nanny. Suddenly, Shiozwa was surprised. Chapter 33. Triumph. Instrument complete. When Ron smashed a punch, Shiozwa turned away. Shiozwa was very surprised to see Ron's thunder light boxing, which was weaker than the previous power. In his opinion, this punch can be easily blocked by himself, without being hurt at all. And Ron took the initiative to use Lai Guangqun to jump into the distance. Then he would rather give up the defense, but also dominate the spot and end the battle. The current repair does not want to think about those twists and turns, only to win this test. It so happens that Ron thinks so too. Fighting. It's time to end. Rip opened his mouth. Ron smiled slightly and shook his fist in Shiozwa's chest. At the same time, Shiozwa grabbed his arm tightly to prevent him from teleporting and escaping again. Immediately. Rumbling. During a high-speed fall, the two of them just got on and off, hitting the hard slate of the square. Number 29 platform. Ron versus Shizo. Ron wins. The referee who ran over an hour ago, glanced at the positions of both sides and raised the banner to announce. After hearing this result, the stand fell into a dead silence for a while. Then, no way. That Brigadier General's was what lost? This is a shady. How is this possible? Don't be restless. At the top of the grandstand, after sitting in the warring states for a day, he stood up, full of gold and dazzling. He gave a slight cough, attracted everyone's attention, and then explained, there are only two grounds on which Getai Shoshuan judges the winner. One is that one side loses combat power or confesses defeat. The other is who stepped out of the high platform area first and conceded unconditionally. Although Ron rushed out of the high platform area with Shiozwa, but Shiozwa was more advanced, so Ron won this battle. I heard the words of the warring states, and then the audience remembered that there are indeed two rules for the confrontation test. Now being awakened by the warring states, several people who had been in the shadows before suddenly turned blushing and red and bowed their heads in shame. But they soon came to their senses and cast their hot eyes on the young man who was slowly rising from the pit. Since the marshal of the warring states determined that the victory was established, wouldn't it mean he did it? A recruit in a confrontation test. Sophisticated and defeated Zyasuk. Ron. Suddenly, cheers gathered into the ocean and flooded the square. People threw all the things they could throw away into the sky, cheering for this record-winning victory for the super rookie of the Navy headquarters. Off the stage, Ron opened his hands, his excited smile on his tired face, and gestured to the cheering audience. At this moment, even if there are still 28 high platforms in battle, no one can take away the glory that belongs to him. At the beginning of 1515, Arai Garden, the first place in the Naval Headquarters recruit barracks, gave Ron unconditionally. Attack power is 2,700. Rank first. Body strength is 700. Rank first. Confrontation training, defeating Brigadier General Shiozwa, is still rank first. I have such a perfect record, and the first place is well-deserved. No one in the recruit camp is dissatisfied. When holding up the Medal of Honor representing the champion, Ron was a bit unrealistic. From an Earthman without a chicken in his hands to the first place in a group of monsters in just 3 months, this spanned beyond his imagination. But Ron laughed when he saw that behind Zufa, holding the second and third prizes, this is very true. The way he wins is hard to say, not hard to say. Since he can't beat him head-on, let Shiozwa rush out of the high range first. However, the other party can use the Navy 6 style and be familiar with the steps of the moon. Even if they accidentally penetrate the high platform and fall down, they can also use the monthly steps to return, so the method of directly destroying the entire platform is not feasible. As a result, Ron deliberately provoked Shiozwa. Under the attack of the other side, like a weasel stealing a chicken, he carefully roasted the scorching black spot where the corner of the high platform had been hit by lightning into a shattered ashes. Then waited for a time when Shiozwa could not use the monthly step back and began to involve. Jane's head was moving 45 degrees downwards, coupled with the inertia brought by his fall from Thunderlight Fist, and Shiozwa held his hand on himself in order to prevent himself from escaping, causing the center of gravity beyond his control. The combination of the 3 conditions caused Shiozwa to be unable to complete the operation of turning instantly and returning in steps. I waited for the 2 to fall to the ground, and the distance was beyond the edge of the high platform. The fruits of victory were naturally captured by him. So at this moment, his smile seems to be saying to Shozwa, I want to be beaten. Shozwa returned with one. Some kind of school, don't leave. Ron, Christine. Finish the medals to the top three one by one. Zifa noticed that the two eyes met and twitched at the corners of his mouth. Quiet Lao Tzu. Who dares to shame here? I rip him off. Cough. When I heard this, the two of them immediately became kind and friendly, and finally shook hands amicably, but their hands were a bit big, and the tiger's mouth turned blue and white when they were released. Finally, the Warring States period delivered a speech advocating Navy justice, announcing the year-end evaluation of the current recruit camp, and successfully concluded. It was night with dark clouds. The stars were buried by thick clouds, and the sea was dark and quiet. The patrolling soldiers walked on the quiet headquarters road. Except for the sound of footsteps, no noise was heard. In the naval headquarters of the scientific forces, the room of the yellow ape was dimly lit. He was wearing pajamas, his eyes were hazy, and he complained to the phone bug, Mr. Vegapunk, Beihai Base and headquarters are lagging. Can you think about what time is it? Sorry, I'm so excited. The phone bug imitates a bland man's face. The main feature is that the left eye presents an unnatural bulge and looks like a machine. With a slight apology, Vegapunk continued, then, briefly, the installation has been commissioned, the first 300. You can send a boat to pick it up. Oh, so fast. The yellow ape was surprised and sighed, It is indeed you, Vegapunk. The speed at which Ron has become stronger is really amazing, and its internal causes have been studied by many people, including Vegapunk. In the end, they came to the same answer. In addition to talent, most people think that it is the help brought by that set of lightning stimulation. Ordinary people have many parts that can't be taken care of no matter how severe they are. For example, they use less muscle, fragile internal organs, and so on. They are not as comprehensive as lightning stimulation. So, imitating the lightning stimulation method, providing the same exercise effect for ordinary people who are not capable of sounding thunder, has become a topic worth studying. Although Zifa submitted the information, control of the current intensity, the determination of the release direction, the derivation of the final effect, etc. all require great care to get through. I thought that even if Vegapunk was out, it wouldn't be done in a short time, but I didn't expect. In a month, there have been mass production results. But it is only the first generation of the first machine. Although the effect is there, the limitation is also very large. It is best not to use it below 500 channels, and it has no effect above 2,000 channels. A trained soldier has a power value of 10, and more than 500 power is Superman, and the limit that ordinary people can reach. In other words, if you want to use this instrument, you must cross the limit of the human body before you can exercise with the instrument. This seems to be a bit. Vegapunk has no humility and regret, but as a researcher, he elaborates a fact. There is still a lot of room for improvement in the instrument. If you have time, it is best to let Ron come over. Well, tell he and I have something that can make him stronger. I believe he will be interested. Well, I'll talk to the marshal. The yellow ape took over the trouble and thought about it, adding, but don't hope too much. In the recent year, the marshal will not let Ron go out. Why is it a year? You don't have to worry about that. By the way, the 5 stars come again today to ask the pacifist progress. Are you sure? The ape bypassed the topic and reminded slowly, but they value it. I can't take care of any of the issues. Relax, soon you will see results. Chapter 34, 6 Style Choice. New Barracks Building, Zifa Office. He held a cigar in one hand. Zifa sat in his seat and asked, Are you ready? What do you want to learn? Opposite him, Ron was sitting on the sofa. Today is the 3rd day after the end of the year-end test. All 3 days, Ron is racking his brains on a problem. The source is a piece of information he held in his hand and a rough introduction to the 6 types. The first place in the New Year camp test can be said to be a high-level Navy, so even if you haven't built up as a first place, Ron is also qualified to learn the legendary ultimate body skills, Navy 6. 26 styles are a set of naval techniques that took hundreds of years to sum up and are the foundation of the Navy's backbone combat ability that is generally stronger than the pirates. The pseudonym is called 6 types, which means there are 6 moves. The first 3 tricks are based on defensive skills and iron blocks that accelerate blood-muscle movements and make the body stiff like steel. Step on the ground more than 10 times in an instant to perform fast-moving shaving with explosive force. Remove the whole body strength and generate it through the action of the opponent. Variations of airflow are performed on the paper. The next 3 moves are derived, and on the basis of the first 3 moves, continue to strengthen the control of physical strength. They are moon steps that move in the air through instantaneous stepping on the explosive reaction force, continuous iron fingers, condensing the whole body power on the fingers, and releasing a shotgun between the hardened finger light and flint, and the paper's keen perception of the airflow changes, and the slashing of the foot by the vacuum generated by the ultra-high-speed kick. It looks like there are only 6 moves, but everyone can derive their own unique moves based on the basic moves. The actual combat meaning is extraordinary. Just like the finger gun lianxing that Shosua once used, dozens of finger gun attacks broke out in 1 second. The destructive power is quite amazing. And after all the 6 moves are integrated, you can even develop the ultimate mystery and return of life. In addition to perfectly controlling every trace of power in the body, you can even use hair as a killing tool when necessary. In addition, this is a strong ability to increase when you are strong. When you learn and master the return of life, users will not waste any energy to do useless work. Each move will be as delicate as the gears of the instrument, clearly determine the current state of the body, and prepare for the next move in advance. In this mysterious state, even if the user's power value does not change, the actual combat power will be greatly enhanced. In addition to the active use, the effect of life return is not hidden, but always exists. Most importantly, this effect works for anyone. If Rob Luke learned a power increase of 1.0 after he learned to return his life, then he is as strong as Carp. After he learned to return his life, the increase is still 1.0. But 1/10 of 100 and 1/10 of 10,000 cannot be confused. So Ron has to learn the basic 6 types of Navy. It's hard to choose. Ron rubbed his temples with a headache and sighed. Why did I choose? As a recruit, he taught all 6 types to Ron, not to mention non-compliance. A proficiency problem alone is inevitable, and gluttony will not rot. Therefore, the first place in the year-end test is just the right to choose 2 methods to learn from the 6 styles. These 2 moves were originally designated by Zifa as the chief instructor based on the physical differences of the disciples, but Ron was different from the first place in the past. He was comprehensive so that there was no trace of weakness. Zifa was inaccurate, so leave the choice to him. At this moment, when he heard the complaint, Zifa snorted angrily. Others are not qualified to choose, so they should be stubborn. Make a decision quickly. According to the rules, after today, you will automatically be given up on the 6 types of practice. Of course, this sentence is that Zifa is scaring Ron, and he wants to take away his disciples' things. As the teacher, he would not agree. But Ron didn't know. After hearing this, it was automatically regarded as abandonment. I swept through the information in a hurry, then took a deep breath. It's decided. I choose to shave and iron. It would have been better if I hadn't done that already. It's a waste of time. Takizawa laughed secretly, continued not to give a good complexion, shook his cigar, and then asked curiously, but why is it shaving and iron? Why? First of all, these 2 tricks are the foundation of the foundation. I won't mention it. Learning the foundation first can also make subsequent learning easier. In addition, shaving requires the user to step on the ground more than 10 times in an instant, 0.36 seconds, in order to erupt sufficient reaction force to move quickly. Among them, the gap between the best and the ordinary masters is apart from the coordination of the body itself. In the end, the difference is just how fast you step on the ground. Ron said again, raising his arms. Let's sizzle. Huh. At this instant, Ron punched 3 times in an instant, and Ray Guang moved with his fist, leaving a clear visible sky blue afterimage. Beyond speed, as a thunderous fruiter, I am invincible. Yes. Takizawa's eyes brightened, which he didn't notice. In his heart, he's also more enthusiastic about shaving. In addition to the basic problems, it is because shaving is more labor-saving than teleportation in short-distance movement. If you cooperate with the special characteristics of the lightning person to step on the ground faster, then it can even be more than instantaneous. Move faster and more practical. Of course, the main reason is that Ron is still very weak and Thunder's speed is not slow, and he can compete with Shining Fruit for 1 or 2. But that speed, before awakening to see the domineering, Ron could not react at all. It is difficult to use in actual combat. Let's take an example. Then a 100-meter thunderbolt was deducted for decelerating to determine the position. Seeing his disciples so keen, Zifa nodded with satisfaction and continued to ask, what about the iron block? Hey. Ron blinked, twisted his facial muscles exaggeratedly, and Ozawa winked. I said I was afraid of death. Do you believe the teacher? Takizawa. After 3 seconds. Huh. I watched Ron fly out hundreds of meters and fell to the ground. Zifa greeted the soldiers who came from the sound. Send someone to repair the windows tomorrow, understand? I looked at the torn window sill. The corners of several soldiers twitched, not squinting. Yes. I waited for the soldiers to leave. Zifa threw the broken cigar into the ashtray, looked out the window, and suddenly laughed himself. What a good boy. Afraid of death? Indeed. If you want to be stronger, not fearing death is the basic, but you can't help but face death. Ron has a terrible self-healing ability, and the ordinary injuries are simply unfounded. The kind of power that synchronizes and strengthens as the body gets stronger makes Zifa have the illusion of Kato on the New World Overlord lock ship when he is still a general. But even so, don't take it lightly. Learn Iron, Ron's damage can be expected to be greatly reduced. Coupled with his terrible self-healing ability, maybe the future Navy will also have a strongest creature like Kato. I can't. This is not the reason why you are afraid of death. The plot of the headquarters recruit camp has come to an end, and Ron can go to the sea below. Please recommend, please collect. I can't do it anymore. I have to go to bed. There is a burst in my stomach. I feel that my fingers are almost unconscious now. Chapter 35. After 2 months, I won. 2 months later, the recruit camp building, inside the underground testing ground. The two shadows kept colliding, making the air pounding. The rolled-up wind blew debris and crashed into the corner, showing the strength of both sides. Zifa held his chest with both hands, stood on the edge of the room, watched the two confrontation, and suddenly shouted, Shozwa, don't be aggressive. Pay attention to the defense behind you. I understand. I stepped back half a step to open the distance. Shozwa's body was covered with bruises, and she wiped the sweat from her face. And you're on. Short-range attack shaving has advantages over teleportation. Don't keep thinking about teleport attack. Bride. Huh. While Ron was distracted to answer, Shozwa kicked his knee and slammed Ron into the air and hit the ceiling. He looked more embarrassed than Shozwa at the moment, at the corners of his mouth and left with swollen eye. Oh. Understand, teacher. He spit out a sputum, and Luo Shio's feet sank into the ceiling, glaring at Jiso. Shameless. How can you help me? Ron was furious, roaring loudly, and the overload form made him glow blue light all over his body, and then suddenly burst into force. Navy 6 style, shaved. The two staggered and collided again. The fist and the fist slammed into each other. The air burst into a circle of smoke and dust, and they were discharged outward. Feeling the pressure from his arm, Shiozwa was unrelenting on his mouth, but he was already secretly scared. Ron's growth rate is a well-known monster, but even so, he did not expect that. Just 2 months. The other side is not weaker than himself in terms of pure strength. From the very beginning, he was not even able to step on the shave. It is difficult to divide the match between today and the 13th match. Ron's progress surprised him. Even though the Dao power and battle experience are still not as good as he was, the Wolves were embarrassed. But now everyone in the headquarters knows that Ron has a trick that erupts at least 4 to 5 times his own power. Ron is now 5 times stronger. Shiozwa could not stop it. If there is a battle between life and death, and the victory or defeat, the answer is already obvious. That's fine. The better you are, the less embarrassing I will be. Thinking of this, Shiosua's free left hand muscles bulging, obviously thicker than the right hand by more than 10 centimeters, weird and sloppy. At the same time, a dark halo appeared on the elbow, accompanied by a violent, dangerous vibration, swept forward fiercely. Iron bar overlord elbow. The black elbows swept out, like a thunder. Iron block armed color domineering +6 styles of force. Seeing this scene, Ron instantly made a judgment. Can't stop it. In these 2 months, in addition to the right to learn 2 of the 6 awards of the Navy Award, Ron's biggest gain is eyesight. As a traverser, he belongs to the Pirate World power system on paper and has no theory but no reality, which is more than Wang Yuan. But after 2 months, the only shortcoming is in the process of making up so that he can see Shiozwa's attack tips at a glance and make an accurate judgment. I can't stop it, but you can fight back. Zizi. The electric light burst, and Ron lay down on his head instantly, avoiding the attack in an instant. Huh. Oh. The elbow struck through the air, and the wind was sharp and harsh, and the fire was faintly visible. That is the air film that has suffered terrible squeezing and burning. By force alone, Shiozwa did this. It is conceivable that if he was hit by this elbow, even if the self-healing power was amazing, Ron would also be seriously injured. Oh, good opportunity. ZZ. Seeing Ron bend his head to avoid the attack, revealing his back face down, Shiozwa sneered and lifted his feet subconsciously, trying to kick him. But at this moment, under the hidden body, a huge thunder light suddenly lit up. Not good. Narrowed his eyes in time, kicked his feet, and dodged backwards. He knows very well that Ron's power of Lei Guanchuan is now out of the overload mode, which is the same as the speed of light kick of General Ape, which is enough to determine the winner. And don't forget that he now has cloud-like light spots on his skin, which is quite familiar to him. Overload, Thunder Light Fist. Oh, huh. He retreated less than half a meter, and a fist slammed heavily on Shiozwa's chin. The earth-shattering thunder sounded in my ears, and blue light filled the training room. The shock of terror suddenly caused Shiozwa's head to faint, and his feet fell backwards. But at this moment, Ron was unreasonable and didn't give Shiozwa a chance to catch his breath. With the inertia of getting up and punching, his body emptied, his muscles twisted like a python, and he barbed down after a rotation. Overload Lightning Kick. Only one word, fast. Thunderbolt's explosive power is unparalleled, and with Ron's physical strength, that speed is quite amazing. Shiozwa, who was severely hit, had no time to raise his hands to support it. In the next second, the heel that almost turned into a blue light burst and broke his arm defense, colliding with his heavenly cover. Huh. Oh, what a terrible power. The stingy leg strength is already stronger than the hand. The strength of the kick on the arm makes Shiozwa have the illusion of Zifa. Too late to think about it. The lightning kick accompanied by the turbulent silver snake exploded a cloud in the place. Rumbling. Oh, time. The silver snake danced wildly. Thunder continued. Seeing this, Zifa covered her forehead and sighed. Let you guard against sneak attacks from behind. You don't care about the front? Hey. Ron is a thunderbolt. Fast speed. Explosive, huge lethality. The speed of the thunder and lightning was extremely terrifying, even if he did not take the 6 styles. Backing straight at this time is the most irrational way. Ron doesn't even need to make a judgment. The speed of the thunderbolt on a straight line is enough to catch up with anyone, and then hit it hard. Instead, he should use his arrogant domineering to determine the attack range, not defend the offensive, close his arm close to him, let him have no advantage to play, and force him to leave instantly. Shiozwa holds the return of life and has ample physical fitness. As long as this wave of onslaught is sustained and the delay is continued, Ron's defeat will sooner or later. But now, during the puppet explosion, he was hit in the head twice in a row. Dizzy Shiozwa heard Zifa's sigh and was silent for a moment. Oh. The congested blood spurted out, and Shiozwa, who could still continue to fight, lost his head and lost consciousness. What's the point of explaining? Continue to fight is nothing more than delaying to win, but the breath in his heart is gone. Shiozwa simply admits defeat. The clouds of smoke disappeared, and Ron, who was preparing to continue the attack, saw this scene and suddenly stopped, pointing to his nose. Wait, what? Shiozwa passed out, and he was still standing. Didn't he say he finally won? In 2 months, he played 13 games with Shiozwa. In the first 12 games, there were 7 games where Shiozwa seized the opportunity and fell to the ground with serious injuries. With the remaining 5 games becoming monster-like, Ron didn't give the other side the chance, and eventually he was defeated because of his physical strength. I thought this game was similar. I didn't expect to win. Yeah. Congratulations, Ron. Zafaxian stepped forward, confirming that the wound was convulsed after repairing the injury, and he kicked it apart. Papa applauded. With the strength of 3,000 power values, I defeated the 2-color domineering force of 4,000 power values. Shiozwa, have to say, you are very good. Ashamed, all taught by the teacher. I saw Ron's height soaring to 2 and 3-3 as he practiced the 6th style. His tall and erect figure was covered with bruises, his eyes were narrow, and his face was swollen like a bun, but still standing firmly. I think you can always let instructor Shiozwa go to the sea to practice and stay in the new barracks. This person is considered a waste. That's what recruits need to do. When Ron made this evaluation, it is undoubtedly that Shozua looks like a cute a fried ice cream that graduated 30 years ago, crispy outside. Rinnin. If Shozua didn't let out the sigh of faint, I'm afraid he would jump up and fight desperately with Ron. This was a joke, and Ron didn't take it seriously, but he didn't expect Zifa to take his chin seriously after listening. That's right. Shozua's temperament has been hard for him in recent years in the barracks. I will go tomorrow seek the warring states to discuss and reinstate him. What are you doing? Snap. Ron slapped his face with a slap and murmured to himself, It's all right. What about mosquitoes? I'm not mean. Without Shozua, where can I find such a perfect opponent? Throughout the entire new barracks, did he want him to fight with Zifa? This span is too big. No matter how weak Takizawa is, he's also a general and is many times stronger than Shizua. In the face of absolute strength, he has only one option of being beaten unilaterally. Where did the mosquitoes come from on this cold day? Takizawa frowned and waved his hand to him to stop talking. Well, you have completely learned to shave and iron, and the championship reward is over. If you want to learn the rest, you have to exchange military skills, understand? I understand. That's good. Now go out with me, and you have something to do. Okay. Ron, who was bruising, stopped and looked at Zifa in doubt. Has a mission? Am I a recruit? The new barracks does go out for internships, but the time is usually May or June. Now it is just March 1515. What tasks will be given to him? Chapter 36. Scientific troops and instruments arrive. Marin Fodor, the headquarters of the Navy, is a rare island to follow the season on the Great Route. In winter, the soldiers put on thick long-sleeved uniforms. The patrol saw two majestic figures stepping forward and could not help but salute and worship. Instructor Zifa, Mr. Ron. Ron was just a recruit, and he didn't even step out of the recruit barracks without any official title. But his strength was recognized by all the soldiers 2 months ago. It is a legend that continues to write the name of the three major naval monsters. In this world where the strong are respected, salute at this time is out of admiration and fear of the strong. With the presence of Zifa, Ron did not dare to neglect and stopped and raised his hand in return. In the past, when I met the patrol team, I just raised my hand to say hello, but now Zifa definitely does not allow him to ignore discipline. Before he could win Zifa, Ron was very conscious. The two sides crossed each other, watching the two men go away. The captain of the patrol said with a sigh of emotion, Sometimes you have to admit that the gap between people is really wide. I think I have been a person for more than 20 the Navy, now as only a sergeant. Commander Zifa can't even remember my name, and Ron is still a recruit. Hey, who is that weird? A familiar veteran in the patrol heard a joke and said, Who told you to scare the pants when fighting the pirates for the first time in that year? But I heard that you depend on your family's relationship. The sergeant didn't take you shameful things to throw out. Soldiers coming out of this military academy, you really have a long face. Nonsense. Captain Bien blushed suddenly. I know it's seawater. Do you understand? It's seawater. After that, what are the pirates fart? I assisted the chief to kill 3. If you don't understand, the atmosphere is full of joy. In this world of the strong, the happiness of ordinary people is limited to this. They don't have much ambition, they just live and live better. But this is the joy that Ron doesn't want, and it is the root cause of his constant challenge. A life of mediocrity is nothing but poison to him, either dead and vigorous, or lively brilliant. No third choice. Following Zifa, Ron walked all the way behind the fortress and stopped in front of a tall building. Looking at the sign erected in front of the gate, he clasped his head and asked strangely, Mr. Zifa, what did you take me to the scientific army? The white building in front of me is nothing else. It is exactly where the naval science forces are stationed. The science forces have several locations, in other words, several experimental bases, which are located in various corners of the sea. They are extremely secretive. Except for the warring states and senior government officials, no one knows the exact location. But this one, located in Marienford, the headquarters of the Navy, is undoubtedly the largest. I want to know that the Yellow Ape, one of the 3 generals, has always lived here, instead of a separate residence in the headquarters, like the green-haired Red Dog. The matter has been hidden from Ron for nearly 3 months, and the finished product has been delivered for a week. Zifa considered that it was time to let Ron come and take a look. He heard the explanation and explained, I handed in your relevant information about the lightning stimulation method. Vegapunk imitated and built a batch of equipment that can be used to stimulate exercise, but the specific effects are still open to question. Before being put into the army on a large scale, the marshal asked you to come and test it and give advice. Okay? Ron's eyes narrowed suddenly. Only one thought remained in his head. Grass. There is nothing to say about my own lightning stimulation method. After all, everyone can see that Ron is growing so fast, thanks to this lightning stimulation method. Since he dared to be exposed in public on the cap ship, he calculated that he would be watched by the Navy and wanted to use it in exchange for benefits. I just didn't expect it 3 months ago. Takizawa actually handed in the information 3 months ago. Now thinking about it, it was the time when he accepted himself as an apprentice. Could it be that? Asterisk. Squinting his eyes, seeing Ron's increasingly silent speech resentment, Zifa coughed and rarely blushed. He didn't want to be regarded by Ron as an unscrupulous person who profited from his disciples, and immediately explained, Relax, you're in good shape. Compared with you going to negotiate with the 2 old foxes in the Warring States period and the crane, they will come to me before I dare not treat you badly. What this said is reasonable. He is innocent. Even if Ron was taken as his own, the Warring States and the crane would be more willing to pass Ron a little military service for the Navy. Although Zifa reported it in advance, but with his words, he couldn't afford it. I thought that Ron could not help but be touched, but it was still his master who considered everything. After years of friendship, even the old fox commented, I can't. His lightning stimulation method is not a good thing. Although the effect is powerful and can quickly increase physical strength, the process is definitely not wonderful. This is obvious to all. Carp is still reluctant to look at the fierce look of Ron after each practice in the first month, reminding him many times at the meeting. Even if the research and development is successful, this is by no means something that can be installed on a large scale. The kind of pain and suffering can easily destroy a person's will and heart. Only those Navy elites who have reached their full potential are stagnant and resilient, can try it. So Ron came back to God, without a little thought of breaking through Zifa, but frowned and asked, Are you sure it is feasible? In the event of an accident, it is naked murder. My family knows their own affairs. The lightning stimulation method was born out of the self-harm exercise method that almost killed him. It just changed the means of creating pain from an appliance to a lightning bolt. If he did not rely on his body to surpass ordinary people's self-healing ability, his life is as tough as Xiaoqiang, and if one piece of the world is rich in nutrition, the food is comparable to elixir. In the end, you just made up the instrument by relying on the data, and you want to imitate that process? No wonder some people say that scientists are crazy, because they don't consider the consequences at all. Murder? Not yet. At this moment, the slow and lazy tones sounded on his side, the golden yellow light flashed in the air, and the yellow apes wearing brown sunglasses appeared beside them. Seeing him, Ron honestly saluted, General Ape. Oh, long time no see, Thunder Brother. The yellow ape was still so indifferent, greeting slowly and wistfully. Then he slowly looked at Zifa and said, I thought Teacher Zifa had forgotten this. After all, it was discussed a week ago. She snorted coldly about this, but did not give the ape a good look. The old man, as the instructor of the recruit camp, is very busy with no time and is normal. Really? But I heard Teacher Zifa, you've been drinking tea in the office every day recently. You are very laid back. It's only time you saw the old man drinking tea. Yellow ape. Oh, is that so? That's fine. Detecting the faint armed color fluctuations that appeared on Zifa's body, the ape retreated as soon as it was good, and then re-looked at Ron, who looked at the nose and hard as a wall view, saying, Ordinary soldiers definitely don't need to use them to activate their potential. It's for the elite officers who are bottlenecked in potential development. Don't underestimate everyone's toughness, Ron. In order to become stronger, they can endure any pain. I hope so. As the developer of the lightning stimulation method and extended the genius of the overload pattern, Ron was not optimistic about the instrument. However, this also aroused his interest. He was sure that he had not contacted Vegapunk. As a recruit, he was not qualified at all. So he completely abandoned him as a developer. Based on the information alone, what can be done by the legendary scientist Vegapunk, who has surpassed the world for 500 years. Oh. The location of the scientific troops is different from that of ordinary military camps. There are no sweaty soldiers here, but only scientific researchers wearing white coats in a hurry. The scientific force was not established with Vegapunk, but Vegapunk appeared hundreds of years after its establishment. Before the emergence of Vegapunk, naval firearms renewal, ship construction, and other matters were all under the responsibility of the scientific army, so as to maintain the Navy's leading position and suppress the sea, just as these researchers are doing. What is that? Burst machine guns can fire bullets continuously. What about this? Inflatable sleeping bag to help soldiers perform tasks on the island for a long time. The commander of the Yellow Ape is quite competent. From time to time, Ron tinkers with strange props that can be seen from time to time, new muskets, self-propelled grenades, and black technology that can emit hot and cold rays. But no matter what weird stuff, he can say one or two. So, what about that? I saw Ron pointing in the direction, and there was a gleam of light in the ape's eyes with his hand in his pocket, a new type of cannon. In the open space over there, there was a silver-white creation like a flintlock more than a cannon. The total length is more than 3 meters, and the front end is not a muzzle, but 2 irregular metal strips. That's what Vegapunk is developing, a weapon placed by the pacifist in the last design. A new type of weapon, it is said that its power is stronger than its own laser. However, the power required for each launch is terrible. Even if it is a pacifist, the powerful body engraved with the body of a tyrant bear can't afford to launch twice. As a last resort, Vegapunk replaced the pacifist weapon with a laser launcher that was researched through descent factors. From the gadgets in the scientific army, we can see that the fruit capabilities of the 3 generals have been studied by Vegapunk. In the end, the apes were chosen because laser weapons are more suitable than hot melt rays and frozen rays, regardless of their manufacturing difficulty or practical significance. It was because of the need to cooperate with Vegapunk to perfect the pacifist that the ape became the commander of the scientific army. This abandoned cannon is the reason why the apes watched the test on the first day of Ron's arrival at the naval headquarters. Because Vegapunk gave up the first version of the design, he regretfully said, "If there is a thunderous fruit, well, it's all insane things, let's go quickly." The yellow ape looked away, and his expression did not look strange. From the elevator inside the building to the ground floor, a separate port was set up underground. A warship was docked inside, and staff were checking instruments and installing sea-floor stone patches for the warship. This technology is currently only in the hands of the Navy, and there is no problem with maintaining confidentiality. I walked through the port, and the 3 quickly came to a large warehouse. In front of them, hundreds of instruments covered with white cloth were placed. One of them was individually carried to the doorway, and several scientific researchers were beaten around to arrange them. When a yellow ape came in, an old Mediterranean man in a white coat waved. "General Ape, the instrument has been checked and ready to use. Is this it?" Ron stepped forward and bent over to look at the white cylindrical object. The whole body is made of high-strength ceramic, the inner liner is made of metal products, and there is a movable hatch door in and out. The internal electrode patches are neatly combed at the left and right-hand positions, and the insulating pedal is below. Once you can't bear the pain, you can step on your foot at any time to block the current. "This is your mission, Ron." Takizawa also came over and said to Ron, "Tested that the stimulation effect produced by this machine is similar and different from your lightning stimulation method. When done well, the marshal allows you to learn another 6 styles. 6 types again. Recruit Camp Year-End Evaluation Championship Reward also allows him to learn only 2 of them, and now he can do a little help to learn an additional trick." Ron instantly jealous. "Done." But at this moment, the ape said in a strange tone, "Be careful and chew more, Ron. Have you already learned the 6 types?" "Okay." Ron looked up and looked at Zifa. "Of course. It can already be used in actual combat." The yellow ape suddenly breathed a sigh of relief and was surprised. Can it be used for actual combat in just 2 months? It is a terrible physical talent. It is a waste of the thunderous fruit. Huh? What do you mean? www.mtlnovel.com. Yellow ape. Pharaoh Takizawa turned black and yelled. "Oh." It is inevitable that people who write novels will encounter difficult situations. Some say 1, and naturally others say 2. Some people even deliberately refer to deer as a horse in order to make themselves stand alone and satisfy vanity. So as an author, how should I judge true and false and collect information? A. As long as it is not a principled error, just leave it alone. The internet is false and free. What you care about may not be cared by others at all, and what you seek for life and death may be useless in the eyes of others. You have worked hard to modify the article, and you may only get a boring, abandoned book response. So long as it is not a principled error, just leave it alone. Today, a book lover didn't know where to find the ID of the big tree in World of Warcraft, and he had a good chat at the beginning. Then he went from chapter 1 to chapter 30 and said how to write and how to write. Difficultly finally gave me a sentence. I can't write these novels. Let me write to you. Will I still have to pay you a copyright fee? Thank you. In all fairness, he was a good man and expressed his views and suggestions, and Dashu thanked him. But the kind of words and sentences that I must tell you to change is very disgusting. I don't admit that I have such non-mainstream book friends. It must be the trumpet of all parties in the mood. So I would like to say a few more words. As long as it is not a principled error, the big tree will not change, too lazy to change, and not interested in changing. Because of your own opinion, it is too pale. 4,000 words to send. Chapter 37, Yellow Ape's Careful Thinking. Science troops stationed in underground warehouses. After listening to the words of the ape, Zephyr frowned and said, Yellow Ape, what do you mean? Don't be angry, teacher Zephyr. I just worry that Ron, a person with a natural ability, spends all his energy on physical skills. The harm is more than the benefit. The yellow monkey casually hacked and said lightly, As a thunderbolt, you have innate advantages that ordinary people can't match in speed and destructive power. It is better to balance the development than to strengthen the advantages. Wait for you to develop the thunder fruit to the extreme. No one in the sea is your opponent. He said this to Ron, but Zephyr was shocked, because he knows Ron too well. After 3 months of teaching, he was very aware of Ron's desire for strength. It doesn't take strength to do anything. He just enjoys getting stronger. And as the ape said, compared with balanced development and fruit development, one way of specialization can bring more powerful power. It is even said that this road was planned by Zephyr for Ron in advance. After all, it is a person of natural ability. As long as the physical skill does not fall into a painful foot, it is enough. Karan is still laying the foundation, even if the talent is talented, but the understanding of power takes time to settle. This is the same for everyone. Now he directly puts this easier road in front of him, and Ron's choice is clearly visible. After the sentence, Ron nodded and said, That's right. One trick is fresh, and the other is worse than a good one. Ron? You. Takizawa looked at Ron in shock, feeling inexplicably cold. As a disciple, do we have to follow the same path as the yellow monkey? In response to this, the yellow ape's eyes brightened, and he mumbled his mouth and said in a wretched manner, Yeah, your talent is really amazing, Ron. 2 months to learn to shave and iron. I can't deny that you are physically talented. But as a thunderbolt, you have more powerful powers and do use development. Is this a bit of an upside down? Is the cart before the cart? Ron touched his chin and thought about it. Suddenly, he looked up at the yellow ape. The general of the yellow ape, you said, How should my thunder fruit develop? This is it. Looking at Safai's flowing oil, the yellow monkey's heart was very comfortable and explained, Both lightning and destructive forces and the use of electromagnetic force are worth developing. However, lightning has an inherent advantage in terms of lethality. You don't have to worry about falling, so I recommend that you extend the use of electromagnetic force. Here is the scientific force. You can come here to strengthen this with scientific and technological means. It is not possible, and Vegapunk has quite research on electromagnetic force profound. This is the bear digging. As long as Ron nodded, yellow apes will do what they say, and they must seriously help Ron develop the use of electromagnetic force. Not only can Ron stand on his side, but he can also make Zephyr angry to doubt life. There is no reason for the apes to not do so. Is electromagnetic force a real good thing? As one of the 4 basic forces of the universe, the future of electromagnetic force and light theory is wider than thunder and lightning. I can't. I am a person capable of thunder and lightning in nature, not a person capable of electromagnetic fruit in Superman. The construction of a magnetic field with lightning and direct control of the magnetic field seems to have similar results, but after all, there is one more step and a little less randomness. Although electromagnetics are not separated, the starting point determines the end point. If a mind is put on the use of electromagnetics, then put the cart before the horse. At most, some derivative applications of electromagnetic force have been developed. For example, when he first defeated the radio wave feedback released when Zyasuk was defeated, this ability combined with a sense of domineering can form a special type of heart network that monitors the entire Angel Island. The net can monitor, the range covers the entire Angel Island, so it is a special type, making the teleportation distance farther and launching ultra-long-range sky penalty attacks. Another example is the use of electromagnetic force to generate a magnetic field defense circle. The defense is second. Ron's fancy is that the electromagnetic defense circle can isolate the air, which is equivalent to bringing an oxygen cylinder in a toxic environment. Another example is to avoid the sea in the sea, keep free movement, and avoid the weakness of the devil's fruit. This is the case at most. If you continue, you will lose more than you gain. And so, the yellow ape, I am afraid that I will let you down. Ron sneered, looking at the expectation of the two with tangled faces. It sounds good, but the flesh is the romance of a man. Better. This way. Ron's eyes were brightened. In the future, I will borrow the scientific army's equipment and materials to develop the fruit ability. I will continue to bother teacher Zifa in physical training and try not to be partial. Regardless of what you think carefully, I just do and learn. Can you do it? Hearing this, the ape sighed on his chest and snorted for a while. It took me a long time to doubt the reminder of life. Ron, you should focus on the development of fruit ability. Physical skills can be set aside. God, isn't he partial? Co-authored, I said a lot of nonsense. But doesn't that leave a weakness? Ron resolutely answered, completely disregarding the embarrassment that flashed on the ape's face. Then he clenched his fist in one hand and dazzled the other with a flash of electricity, holding it in front of his eyes. And when I develop the physical ability and the fruit ability to the extreme at the same time, how can I be strong when pulled alone? Huh? He suddenly turned back, and Ron stared at the two with a clear eye. Can you kill the 4 emperors then? Takizawa, the Oriole, you are a bit ambitious. Killed the 4 emperors? Carp could do it decades ago. After all, it was the character who made New World Overlord Lock drink hate and forced One Piece Roger into despair several times. He was interrupted by Ron's big ideal, and the two of them stared at each other for a moment. After a moment, Zifa twitched his shoulders and laughed out. Ha ha ha. It is indeed you, Ron. That's it. When the apes suggested a way to become stronger, Zifa thought he was cold. Ron joined the Navy because he wanted to become stronger. He believed that Ron, who wanted to become stronger, would definitely choose the path proposed by the apes and thus give up physical training. But he forgot, or they all forgot, Ron was not a member of desire for power. What he desires is strength itself. Carcass surgery? Fruit ability? Sorry, there is no need for choice in his eyes. Because in his mind, both are just a means and a way for him to become stronger. He is not praying and craving for them from the perspective of the following people, but enjoying the process of conquering power, making power his slave, and obeying his command. I have to say that this is Ron and Zifa's understanding. A monster that only exists to become stronger. The yellow ape also understood at this moment. A rare bitter smile appeared on the insignificant old face, and shook his head. What a greedy little ghost. He didn't intentionally bury Ron. Vegapunk, as the most talented scientist in the world, has long stated that the power of people who can produce electromagnetic sounds is not weaker than that of pure lightning, and the end point is limited. The overbearing of the 4 basic powers of the universe lies in this. Even if it is derived, the power is equally incredible. And if Ron chooses to develop electromagnetic force, then there is Vegapunk. He has the opportunity to pull Ron into the research and development of pacifists, and to doubt Zifa's life. But all this careful thinking was interrupted at the source. Fruit? Body surgery? Why choose? I want them all. Talent, opportunity, toughness, wisdom. Ron, who has everything, has the greedy capital. Looking at Ron with his eyes full, Huang Yuan sighed and said to Zifa, Time has changed, teacher Zifa. We were not as ambitious as him before. This is the truth. Except for the apes, the other two are equally partial. After all, those who are capable of natural systems want to become stronger, and the best way is to develop the fruit ability. It is just that the yellow ape is too partial, and Zifa can't correct it, but he often takes the lead and is half annoyed. I recalled the decades when he was in charge of the new barracks. Zifa rarely ran out of confrontation with the yellow apes, but also sighed, "Oh." In response, Ron outlined the corner of his mouth. "Plan through. Oh." Electrodes 1 to 10 are in place. Electrics 10 to 15 are in place. 15th. In the corner of the warehouse, Ron was lying in the instrument and allowed the scientific researcher to stick the electrode to himself. While the scientific researcher arranged it, Zifa asked, "How do you feel? Can you give a cushion? It's uncomfortable lying flat." Ron pointed to the back of his head, and the flat, hard metal plate panicked. In response, Zay Pharaoh's face turned black, and the snacking button fastened the cabin door. Through the glass of the hatch, Ron heard him yelling outside. "Use the maximum current for Lao Tzu. Make him comfortable and comfortable." Is he a pro, teacher? Ron twitched the corner of his mouth and made an okay gesture to the researcher looking at the probe. The next moment, the electric current in the cabin turned, and a crisp feeling quickly appeared. "Let's sizzle." Outside the cabin door, the dazzling thunder and light shocked everyone to put on sunglasses and step back 3 meters. Ordinary researchers struggled to swallow and looked at the dashboard in shock and admiration. 10 million volts. I really deserve it from Vegapunk. Such a powerful current, www.mtlnovel.com, was actually by a few simple iron plates in the narrow space of the instrument, and there was no leak at all. If there is a trace of it outside, it is enough to instantly burn people into coke. And more importantly, is that guy with Lei Guang's booger really human? It seems to be effective, but it is not good to reach a power value of 2000. Well, this is the same as the data given by Vegapunk. With a sense of domineering sensation, Huang AI nodded silently. Ron's growth rate is obvious to all, and it took half a year to play the road that others can only complete in their lifetime. The 700 powers 2 months ago have already reached 3,000 under his horrible growth rate. Eliminate Zifa in the recruit camp, second only to Shuzhua. This is why the Navy attaches great importance to these instruments. Even where Ron didn't know, even the 5 stars nodded silently and recognized the actions of the Navy to interfere with the development of peace activists. Because as long as the equipment is effective, it goes without saying that CP-0-9, a spy organization organized by the world government, will definitely be used first. In front of a strong body, a current of 10 million volts, even without the resistance bonus of a lightning person, will have no effect. After half an hour, the current stopped, and Ron crawled out of the instrument, moving his muscles and sighing sincerely. "Great. I really admire Vegapunk." Without any knowledge, he built the finished product with only a little information. And it not only perfectly imitates his lightning stimulation method, but also reduces the pain and gives the user a chance to breathe through the current operating frequency that he cannot understand. I have to say that Vegapunk is really a genius. Chapter 38 was sold. That's good. Sit down and sip, talk about feelings, and let them collect information. I heard this sentence, and the yellow ape pointed to the scientific researcher with his eyes set aside and said to Ron. With the help of Ron, a Thunderbolt person and founder, researchers expected that it would take a week or even weeks to get all the data. The test was completed in only one afternoon, and only a few pieces of evidence were left. Ron also gave his own opinion, except that the current intensity corresponding to a small part of the road force value needs to be adjusted. The rest is perfect. Of course, the most important thing is that the user's comfort in the internal space needs to be strengthened urgently. It is best to add a pillow. This one was rejected by Zifa with his fist. Finally, when the 2 men walked out of the station of the scientific forces, a group of scientific researchers called Ron an affectionate and patted his chest to ensure that he could come to practice whenever he needed. The test of the instrument was completed. Not only did Ron have the reward, they also had the corresponding credit. And it is the completion of the quality and quantity for many days in advance. The credit is even greater. This time, although the soldiers at the bottom still need to slowly develop the basic development potential, most of the middle-ranking officers can make a leap forward in a short time. The Navy's tomorrow is even better. I walked out of the building and said goodbye to the yellow apes and others, Zifa said sincerely. In recent years, the Navy has not produced a new monster, and the fault is quite serious. Not only is the warring states hard anxious, Zifa is also very uncomfortable. Smog, who was optimistic about the past few years, was a thorny man, and his strength was not called absolute domination, which disappointed the high-level Navy. It's good now. Even if there are no real monsters, with the instruments developed by Vegapunk, the Navy's backbone can get an explosive growth. In the past, many things that could not be done on the issue of military strength also had enough capital to do. For the future, Zafanna is looking forward to it. And on this basis, they also have a real monster. Whoosh the Thunder Fruit ability, Ron. Not only is the backbone, but also the future peak combat effectiveness is also guaranteed. Ron was also full of joy at this time, silently considering which 6 styles should be selected in his heart. Shaving and iron are very practical skills. The former need not be mentioned. As Zifa taught, at the speed of his thunderbolt, shaving is faster and less labor-intensive than in teleportation. The latter technique of accelerating blood flow to make the body as hard as steel, in addition to resisting crickets, can also cooperate with the lightning stimulation method to form a stronger exercise effect. Lawn foot? No, the cutting ability and lightning can also be done, and the settings are coincident. The lethality of the gun is struck by the lightning. For the time being, it doesn't matter. As for the moon step, with the elementized body, it can basically remain permanent floating. It's a good choice. But there's paper drawing. I'm just a little tougher now. I walked on the trail, and the two of them were thinking and saying one by one. Moonlight stretched their silhouettes and looked so harmonious. But the brain circuit is not on one frequency at all. It wasn't until they were about to step into the barracks that the figure in front of them stopped them. Ron glanced at the other side, suddenly a sudden pain in his head, and half a step back subconsciously. Lieutenant General Cap? Nothing. Takizawa gave Ron a serious look, then frowned and asked, "Is it time?" Huh? What do you mean? Ron was aggressive and didn't know what they were talking about. In this regard, Carp glanced at him, grinned, showing his mouth full of white teeth, like a beast that had been eaten. "Your boy, roll me back to sleep, my child. Don't interrupt me." Cut. Who is Rare? Ron pouted, but he also knew that the Navy is not a pirate. Not only depends on strength, but also on status. I don't have enough status now, and I don't have much to know. Immediately turned into a thunderbolt, leaving bright spots of light in the night, disappeared at the end of the road in a blink of an eye. When he waited for Ron to leave, Zifa looked at Carp seriously and said, "Marshal is so uneasy, Ron." "Well, don't be afraid of 10,000, just in case." Carp sighed and shrugged with self-deprecating. "You also know about Durag, don't you?" Seeing Zephyr frowning, knowing that he was very dissatisfied with it, Carp smiled. "Don't be so nervous, Zephyr. Just a little test. Are you still unsure of Ron's character? Have some confidence in him. Who, maybe. I remembered what happened today in the scientific army." Zephyr pulled the collar and looked strange. To be honest, he can't be sure now whether making Ron a Navy is a good thing or not. In the early morning of the next day, when the sky was bright, Ron went to Zifa's office with great interest, ready to ask him for a reward. He spent the whole night thinking about which move to choose, and he was afraid he would be given up later. Come in." I got a response. Ron pushed open the door and said cheerfully, "Mr. Zifa, I'm coming for you. Lieutenant General Cap." In the office, in addition to Zifa, there was Carp, who appeared last night. At this moment, the two of them looked dignified, making Ron involuntarily lower the volume. "What happened?" "Oh, it's Ron." Takizawa looked up and said, "Are you here to collect the reward?" Over the next few months, Zifa was so familiar with Ron that by looking at the excitement on his face, he knew what he was thinking. In response, Ron nodded his head. "That's right. I thought about it all night, and now I'm lacking in flexibility, so I want to learn paper drawing. Although the paper painting is not well known in the original work, it is far from shaving and moon step, but it can be listed as one of the 6 types of Navy and assembled from the strengths of hundreds of schools, so it has its own uniqueness. This is not only a way to strengthen perception and flexibility to avoid enemy attacks, but also a best way for practitioners to fully understand their physical condition. In order to master the ultimate return of life, the need for physical control is self-evident, and the proportion of paper painting is very large. The only case where Rob Lucci's paper painting of the body, changing body shape, reducing consumption and strength, focusing on strengthening agility, is the wonderful use of paper painting and life return. A man must be able to flex, stretch, soft, and hard, and blindly tough can only be easily broken. The same applies to practice. Yeah, I got it. Takizawa nodded and took out a form. Well, sign a word here. Do you want to sign? The rewards of the year-end evaluation don't need to be so troublesome. Ron picked up the form with question marks in his head and glanced. This was issued by the Marshal of the Warring States period. The clauses listed the reasons and processes for Ron's right to learn the 6 types of the Navy. At the bottom are the evidence and seals provided by the scientific forces and the signatures of Zephyr and Yellow Apes. The party did not sign. When does the Navy need this process? Ron can't figure it out, but since Zephyr asked him to sign, that you can't sell him to Tianlong people as slaves, right? Under the stare of Zephyr and Carp, Ron signed his name. Before putting down the pen, they suddenly noticed that the 2 old men were relieved. Not good. I was sold. Wait for Ron's response, Carp suddenly laughed. Want to learn paper drawing? No problem. I will teach you well in the next month. Ron, W.T.F. He looked at Zephyr in shock, www.famtlnovel.com, but found that Zephyr didn't even look at him, but nodded and said, no one can admire the achievements of Lieutenant General Carp in the 6th form of the Navy. The strongest person in a century. I am assured that he has taught you. Remember, Ron, don't be lazy and exercise. You have a long way to go. Is the focus here? I look into my eyes and speak. You really sold me, asshole. Wait, that signature is tricky. Ron suddenly woke up and reached out to grab the form. But Carp's eyes were swift. His arms covered with domineering arrogance. Ron took control and dragged him out. You can't escape. Come with me, Ron. Seeing Zephyr pack the form into her tights, and the outside is covered with a thick, armed color domineering, Ron dissipated the thunder and clasped her fingers on the door frame. Trying to struggle, but couldn't hold Carp's weirdness, he tore off the wooden bar and dragged him out. Do not. As soon as Ron disappeared into sight, Zephyr sighed, took the form out of his arms and kneaded it twice, and one sheet of paper suddenly turned into 2. The one above is indeed Ron's right to learn the instructions of the Navy's Type 6. It probably means to help the Navy complete the lightning stimulus equipment in exchange for credit. Zephyr is responsible for teaching him and confirming that he has fulfilled his promise. And the next one is the necessary process for Ron to formally join the Navy. One on news file that will take effect after 2 months. It is something that even the 5 stars have acquiesced to. Why are their franchisees jumping out of trouble? I'm doing this for you, Ron. Sitting in the top-floor office, Zephyr overlooked the distant port where Cap's dog-headed warship had been waiting for a long time and was ready to set off. Chapter 39. Departure, Target Huadu. In winter, the sky is bright. Even the naval headquarters could not see many people. Most soldiers have just woke up now and are ready for routine drills after washing. I was put on Carp's shoulder by Carp, and Ron struggled hard, but found that Carp's hands were like steel and could not move. The strong-armed arrogance made him unable to pull away from the element, but left him to carry it. What's even more frustrating is that Carp stepped on and off and stepped on the moon's step directly from the air, avoiding winding roads. Where are you taking me? Ron shouted amidst the howling wind. Don't worry. It's here. Okay. Ron looked up. In just 10 seconds, they had crossed the large square directly in front of the fortress and came to the port in front of the fortress. On the shore of that bay port, Tryon had been waiting for a long time. After I found them, he waved with a smile. Long time, Ron. How have you been? Crackling. I was thrown off Carp's shoulders by Carp, and Ron just felt his stomach tumbling. So he twitched the corner of his mouth and covered his stomach and said, Major General Lane, am I doing well? Are you sure you can't see it? Tryon. Seeing you have spirits, people will know that it's good. No problem, then go on board. Ron froze. Now? Winter, early in the morning. No more nonsense. Come up to me. Cape stunned the folds of the cloak on his shoulder, kicked it out, and flew Ron, who was caught by surprise, 12 meters high and fell on the deck. Subsequently, he and Tryon set foot on the moon to return to the deck and gave orders directly. Everyone is ready to go. Hey. The whistle keeps sounding, and the machine is running. Lying on the deck, Ron felt the movement of the war monster from the port under him, and the whole person was not good. Is he really going to see? What's the reason? What am I doing here? Wait a while, let's make me. Uncle got up and sat down with his knees crossed. Ron said to himself, I didn't sleep all night. The first thing I did after getting up was to ask Teacher Zifa to consult the Navy Six, and then I met the old. After the teacher asked me to sign, the old turned me on the boat, and now the old boat out to sea. Ron took a bite of the old bastard and heard Carp's face pale. But before he hit someone, Ron took the lead in asking, So, what am I doing here? You have a task to do with me. Ron glared at Carp. Ron's face was terrified. There is a reason for you to be called. You just have to obey orders, you understand. Cap was rare for a while, and his eyes were not angry. Ron frowned slightly in this regard, remembering the way Carp hurried away on a monthly basis, soon thoughtful. Is that so? Avoid the patrol team? Presumably no one except where this boater and Teacher Zifa know where I went, so it is a secret mission? Ron soon understood, rubbing his chin silently. When you come, you will be safe. After all, you can't beat it. And if it's a task, what rewards? Alas, Ron evoked a slight smile, stood up to salute, and answered loudly. Understand. Lieutenant Kapu. This little bastard's mind is so good. Seeing Ron's clear eyes, Carp dared to bet his donut for 10 days, and Ron must have guessed something. But he didn't say it explicitly. Instead, he followed his performance, because he knew very well that there was something he didn't know that needed to be kept secret for the time being. Contrast with Ron, Carp remembered his stupid grandson Luffy and Durag, who had defected, wondering where he was inside. Is he a child of someone else's house? The blue sea is vast and vast. A huge warship erected its sails, rolled up a white dragon, cut the sea like blue-colored paper, and advanced the waves. A little seagull coiled over the warship, hissing each other, waiting for the opportunity to the bread. It was the soldiers' lunch. This group of little guys looks white and holy, but they are actually unscrupulous bandits. As the sea in front of me, beauty is only appearance, danger is the essence. After a few minutes, the huge waves came, deafening. Even the gigantic monster of war is still uneasy in front of the sea. Tianwei from nature is really horrible. The weather on the Great Route is so weird that it was sunny a few minutes ago, and it was dark after a few minutes. Some people liken it to a girl in the Huaichuan season. Her moods are changing. Ron thinks this is a neurosis. The puppet soldiers immediately refused to eat, and under the command of the team leaders, they gathered up the sails and their supplies. One by one, whether it was sea water or sweat. On the Cap ship, laziness does not exist at all. Ron's task is to clean the deck, but today's situation, visual inspection is not necessary. Looking leisurely at the busy soldiers on the deck, Ron lit up a light blue mask all over his body and sat down to eat with peace of mind. In addition to Ron and the paper painting of the ship this month, the word development and extension of electromagnetic force by the ape was also remembered by Ron. He is not a scientist. He does not understand electricity and magnetism, but electromagnetics are not separated. As a thunder person, he is uniquely endowed, and some have the means to understand. This layer of electromagnetic barrier is his initial use of electromagnetic force. Leaning against the electromagnetic defense field, Ron ate quickly, accompanying the torrential rain with the terrifying sea beasts in the eyes of ordinary people. The agitated seawater made them dizzy. A dark brown manatee with a yak head rushed out of the water to breathe, and at a glance, a warship floating in the wind and rain was found. Howling. This beast that is over 100 meters in size has the size of a house just by eyeballs. Its size is only one circle smaller than that of a war beast. The seawater brought by it is overwhelming. Unexpectedly, tons of big waves smashed and broke Ron's perimeter defense ring just to resist rain. Grass. Pouting a bit of bread in his mouth, Ron, who was slumped by the waves, looked at the food in front of him, and the whole person was bad. The last time I went to the cafeteria and went to the cabinet without eating enough, he was half dead by Carp, and this time he didn't eat at all. Ron's eyes instantly turned red. Line up. Ready to fire. 3, 2. Major General Trentine pulled out his arms and shouted in the wind and rain. The next moment, Ron jumped up. It is mine. His eyes were so red that Ron held a thunderbolt in his hand and moved from the deck to the top of the sea beast in a blink of an eye. Seeing this scene, Trion's mouth twitched, and he couldn't shout one at the mouth. For the monster of war. This sea monster that is enough to overturn the merchant ship and be buried in the belly of the fish is just a small scene. Not to mention Carp, even he is not interested in shooting. It is a good time for training. But Ron now started, and the result is the same as their shot. I watched Ron appearing above the sea beast with the thunder. The soldiers looked up and swallowed. It's Ron General's service. Great. There must be no problem with him. Come on, Ron. Kill it. He puppet soldiers trusted Ron very much. In the Navy, Ron is still a little famous today. In the cabin, through the window, Carp glanced at the thunderbolt flashing from the gloomy rain and shook his head with a smile. This little guy, the yak-headed sea beast, is very strange. How did this human appear on his head? Ron's exaggerated moving speed made him stare with big eyes and look demented. But soon it opened its mouth and tried to swallow Ron into his stomach. Before that, however, Ron had already made a bold move. I saw him clenching his fist, wearing a killer face, and his muscles were swollen, allowing his fist to build up strength. Give me dead. Huh? Chuck, chuck, chuck. As the sky crashed loudly through the sea, under the horrified gaze of the soldiers, the eye of the bullhead and sea beast burst out of his head, dragging out a long blood dragon, and fell into the sea on the other side of the warship. The slightly small head on the round body was directly retracted into the neck, just like a pressed ball. There was no screaming, and the sea beast that came with the storms and whistles was so easy that Ron threw his head into his stomach with a fist. The dead can't die anymore. Howling, spreading large blood. The thick blood curtain is larger than the heavy rain, and the picture is scary. He knew that Ron was the most annoying and troublesome. The deck was so stinked now that he was the last one to pack it. And let him give up the thunder and lightning and kill the sea beast by violence. There must be any deep-seated purpose. Dodgy. Huh. Turned over and landed on the deck, entwined with electric light. Ron looked grimly and asked, "This sea beast, can you eat it?" It's awkward. I was frightened by the soldiers who were covered in blood, but when I heard this sentence, they fell directly. I am afraid. Train glanced at the cabin, stayed for a second on a window with a gloomy shadow, smiled bitterly, and then ordered, "Stop talking nonsense. Clean up the deck. It's time to get to Huadu." Chapter 40. Line up salute and messy. Huadu is the reputation of West Island. Due to the coexistence of the 4 seasons on the island and the different altitudes between the regions, countless flowers and strange flowers can be found here, and they are called the flower capital by the world. City of Flowers. As one of the countries joining the world government, the Tianlong people's designated supply of decorative flowers, the flower capital has been peaceful for a long time, and the people live and work in peace. It is a rare island of peace in the era of pirates. Ordinary pirates dare not make trouble on this island, even those supernovas, because they are very clear what is going on here. Waiting for them will be searched by both sides of the Navy and the secret services of the world government, and there will be no hiding place in the sea. Even if they flee back to the 4 seas, the Navy will surge up and straighten them right there. There is only one reason. The flowers here are the confession designated by Tianlong people. Just for the flowers that Tianlong people like so much, it seems silly, but this kind of thing is not unusual. The place where the warship landed was the summer domain in the 4 seasons of West Island, where the grass is delicious, the flowers are red and green, and the fragrance of nature is floating in the air. The outer wall of the port building is full of creepers, lush, and looking out. The green plants are integrated into the city and coexist in harmony. Huadu, the capital of all flowers, it's better to see it all. The rough steel anchor was lowered by the winch, and the water surface was splashed with white waves. With the sound of mechanical agitation, the deck at the guardrail began to deform, forming a wooden ladder, which slowly extended to the mossy stone steps of the port. The soldier operated the disc, and it was stuck and locked. Then salute Carp. Lieutenant General Carp, the stairs have been installed. Well, inform everyone, line up. Yes. The puppet soldiers acted, straightening the waist rod, with the muskets to shoulders, lined up in 2 rows, and walked along the stairs one by one from left to right. As a member country of the world's governments, Huadu capital has designated flowers as a supply place for Tianlong people and enjoys a high status on the sea. The naval warships under the control of the world government have to pay enough courtesy regardless of their status. Kappa today sacrificed the donut he never left his hand, dressed neatly. The justice behind him is spotless, like an old man who goes on a blind date. I was about to walk down the stairs, and Carp suddenly turned around and greeted him. Ron, come and stand on my right. I. In the queue of miscellaneous soldiers, Ron pointed to his nose and looked around, and found that everyone around him cast envy, jealousy, and admiration on him. Miscellaneous soldiers are not eligible for the first disembarkation, not to mention Kapu is still the queen of Huadu, the real peak of power. Being able to disembark with Carp represents Carp's trust and optimism for him, and he is just around the corner. And Cap's designated position is still the right-hand side peered by countless pride. The soldiers of the naval headquarters all know that since Carp defeated Lox more than 30 years ago and became the world-famous Navy hero, on such serious occasions, only one person has stood on the right-hand side. That's the current naval general, Qin Yin Kuzan. Maybe there is one. One of the Navy's new talents who was assigned to serve as a goalkeeper in the town of Rog in the East China Sea last year. The smoker capable of nature, Smog, heard that he was standing on the right-hand side. But that time, I only met with a local state leader in the East China Sea and visited friends at the same time. I brought Smog. Compared with the great route Huadu, the difference is huge. Even Admiral Train, the lieutenant who masters the two-color domineering mastery of the 6 styles in Kendo, is only standing in the left hand at the moment. Captain Ron's emphasis on this honor is self-evident. All of a sudden, countless soldiers couldn't help holding their breath and looked up at Ron. Lieutenant General Carp, isn't this too early? Tryon is not jealous of Ron. The word talent has long been clear to him. But Ron is just a handyman now, and his strength is still far behind. It is slightly wrong to put him on the right-hand side. No matter, I believe in thunder. Well, if you insist. Train stopped and, like the rest of the soldiers, paid tribute to Ron. The details are not clear to Ron as a rider. He simply thought that Carp was optimistic about himself and wanted him to brush his face outside first and leave some popularity. Bringing the optimistic juniors around to introduce them to other big people. This is a common way of care in any world. Since I decided to join the Navy, even if it is only for the sake of becoming stronger, the importance of people in the sea and fame at sea is self-evident. Carp was able to do this. With thanks, Ron stepped out of the queue and leaned forward firmly. Regardless of the upper government, this atmosphere, these people, is pretty good. But he didn't show mercy on his mouth and smiled. Is this really good, Lieutenant General Cap? I am just a handyman. Kapu stared with old eyes. What's so much nonsense? My husband gives you a second. Huh? Let's sizzle. As soon as the voice fell, the thunder flashed. Ron's mouth twitched into a human shape around Carp, about 10 meters away. Suddenly, he laughed softly. I bet 5 Baileys. You must not dare hit me now. Because of their location, the crowd below is clearly visible. In addition to welcoming the high-level royal family according to etiquette, there were countless onlookers who came to admire the glory of naval heroes. Hey, I said your kid. Captain was furious, and Tryon's eyes fluttered frantically, and he coughed. Lieutenant General, it's time to go. Looking at his fingers pressed on the hilt of the sword, if the two continue to play tricks, he is ready to be held accountable and sent to the military court, but he will definitely pull the sword and cut the two. I didn't know what I thought of, Carp hummed, no longer cared about Ron, and strode forward, stepping on the stairs first. Oh, salute. With the full of rage in the air, the soldiers raised their right hands to the forehead neatly. There was no wow rhythm, just listening to the muffled sound of the hundreds of soldiers who just stood still just now raising his right hand at the same time. Oh, it's not bad. The scene is shocking. Saluting in line is not only a reflection of respect for the franchise countries, but also a way for the Navy to show its strength and discipline to the people, so that the people can feel relieved from the era of pirates. All of a sudden, no one sighed with admiration and gained a new understanding of the magnificent Navy. Is this the soldier of the naval headquarters? It really is different from the branch. That's the hero of Lieutenant General Kapu, the one-piece King Roger. Mom, I want to be a general when I grow up. Ha ha ha, then you have to eat well. You can be a strong Navy. Under the adoration of the people, the three headed by Carp and came to the Queen of Huadu, who was lined up in the port. Welcome to Huadu. The Queen nodded slightly. The smile on her face was just right. Not overstepped, unpretentious, warm, and sincere. Huh. The other two salute. Fortunately, Ron, as a person capable of sounding thunder, has enhanced his reaction speed. Otherwise, he has to make a fool of himself. What? With cold sweat on his forehead, Ron pulled back his hand, and Ron noticed suddenly that Carp looked strange. He didn't dare to look directly at the Queen of Wadu. He clasped his back and thought out for a long time. Well, Rosa, long time no see. The Queen of Wadu is not young, almost the same age as Carp. Although she is good at maintenance and charm, but her frown on the face does not hesitate to sell her. Wearing a gorgeous long dress decorated with green leaves and roses, wearing a golden laurel crown, inlaid with an eyeball-sized emerald. The whole person exudes a kind of lazy, noble, and mature temperament unique to the queen. When young, it must be a beautiful woman who obsessed thousands of young people. Seeing the appearance of Carp, the Queen of Wadu, who is called Rosa, raised his corner of his mouth and raised his right hand with a tool in the same way as the official business office, letting him kiss him. It's been a long time, Lieutenant General Carp. Queen Rosa slowly said, if it wasn't for the 70th birthday of the king, I would be dead and I wouldn't see your Lord Cap last. Click. Under Ron's subtle gaze, Cap, who had just stooped down, was stiff at the speed visible to the naked eye and the stiffness of the muscles. Ron guessed that he couldn't hold a knife now. I'm treacherous. I'm treacherous. The flames of gossip in Ron's eyes are burning. Dorag's mother, Luffy's mother-in-law, and Carp's wife. This is an eternal problem that plagues countless pirate fans. Are we going to reveal the answer here? I would like to say a few more words. Her Majesty, the Black History of the Old was announced.